What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Omni-sensei here with What If I Were Reborn in Lord of the Rings as Human-Elf Hybrid? The Greatest Ranger. Part 4. If you enjoy this type of content, please smash the like button into the fires of Mordor. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Don't forget to check out the original story linked in the description. Let's dive into the rise of a true ranger without further ado. General POV. The rays of the sun illuminated the blue sky, birds gracefully soared above, and the warm sunlight cast the shadow of a group riding across a vast open field. It was clear they were the members of the expedition, having left Beer's house behind weeks ago. During these weeks, they hadn't worried about being pursued by orcs, as killing the creature that was watching them had given them a substantial advantage. It was certain that the orcs believed they were still at Beer's house, since their informant hadn't returned with any news. Moreover, the orcs were too foolish to suspect anything was amiss. Perhaps Balg would have thought otherwise, but he had left one of the orcs in charge of spying on the dwarves and informing him when they left Bjorn's house. He was too occupied with planning Aldril's assassination, following the orders given by his father, to investigate if something was wrong. As the weeks passed, the great Mirkwood could be seen in the distance. From afar, it was evident that the forest was enormous, with large trees covering everything in their path, leaving no openings. Even from a distance, Gandalf could sense the great evil that permeated what was once a lush, green forest. As he rode, Aldril observed the forest in the distance, many thoughts running through his mind as they approached. He wasn't concerned about the wood elves capturing the group as they did in the original plot, nor about them being stripped of their weapons, as Legolas had done with Thorin's sword. His swords couldn't be taken from him, as he would hide them in his storage ring. In the worst-case scenario, if an elf tried to take them by force, the swords would respond aggressively. As Glorfindel had told him, his swords were too special for just anyone to wield. He mentioned that if someone tried to take them, the swords, having a will of their own, would be capable of repelling with fervor, creating a wave that would fling anyone who tried to take them from their owner into the air. In the worst case, they could induce a state that might lead to suicide. The swords would only show slight reluctance when the bearer offered them for inspection, as had happened with Gandalf, Elrond, and Glorfindel. Glorfindel also mentioned that they would have the same ability as the axe Dramberleg, which was wielded by his ancestor Tuor. Stained with the blood of countless enemies, including innumerable slain Balrogs, it had the power to return to its chosen bearer, no matter the distance, thanks to the blessing of the Vala Ulmo. This axe was inherited by his great-grandfather Erendil, who then passed it on to his grandfather Elros. Along with King Thingol's sword, Aranruth, it was a precious relic of Numenor, passed down from king to king. It was a shame that both were buried beneath the ruins of Numenor. Yes, Glorfindel had told him about this, which is why he had spent almost the entire day with him, learning about the history of Middle-earth. There was still much to be told, and that's why he was eager to return to Rivendell. Glorfindel even suggested he venture to those parts, hinting that Aldril might receive a surprise once he arrived. He promised to give me an ancient map, so at least I'll know where Numenor was, he murmured. Glorfindel had spoken of many things, among them that he could sense the same adventurous spirit in Aldril as in his mother. For this reason, he offered him an ancient map that showed locations no longer found today. Aldril was grateful for this, as it would allow him to explore Tolkien's world and experience all its magnificence firsthand, to discover with excitement places not mentioned in the films. He also mentioned that his mother had managed to find the creatures from which dragons originated, those that were kidnapped and corrupted by Morgoth, giving birth to these evil dragons. Aldril wanted to ask more, but Glorfindel knew little else. He only mentioned that his mother once said, "Only those blessed by the stars will find this hidden place." Glorfindel concluded that only those with the grace of Vala Varda could find this place, so he was certain that Aldril, also having the same blessing, would find it and discover another companion to join him on his adventure. Aldril was surprised that Glorfindel knew about Vala Varda's blessing, and spoke as if prophesying that he would have companions on his journey. But he quickly dismissed the thought, as the excitement of learning more about these creatures distracted him, a flaw he would need to change. Yet, in a way, his excitement was valid. What fan of LOTR wouldn't be thrilled? He wondered, recalling that conversation. What are these creatures like? Will they be like the dragons? Shaking his head, he focused as they neared Mirkwood, knowing it wasn't wise to be distracted. All in due time, he told himself. The autumn sun rose gracefully into the sky, shining with a warm light. The wind was gentle, and the breeze brushed against the faces of the team members. The slight chill in the air hinted at the approaching winter, signaling the end of autumn and the shortening of their time to reach their destination. Fortunately, they still had time if everything went according to plan. The members of the expedition gazed in awe at the enormous trees that covered the entirety of Mirkwood. They had arrived just a few minutes ago, and their journey had been pleasant without the interference of those vile orcs. It was likely that those fools still hadn't realized that they had left Beer's house long ago. "Is this Mirkwood?" Keeley asked. As one of the younger dwarves, it was logical that he had never seen these places, having grown up far from them. After all, when he was born, the dwarves had already fled Erebor. "I remember Mum telling us that this place was dangerous," Philly said, standing beside his brother. Their mother had told them many stories when they were young, about Erebor and its halls filled with gold, as well as Mirkwood, a dangerous forest they should be wary of. "Hey Gandalf, is it normal for it to look so withered?" Ori asked cautiously, noting that many of the trees appeared withered, as if all their vitality had been drained. "No, it's not normal," Gandalf replied with a serious expression. It seemed that the dark power had spread. He could feel it. The malign magic continued to advance, and if nothing was done, the forest would be entirely consumed, a sign that Sauron was still lurking in the ruins of Dol Guldur. "Gather your things and release the horses," Thorin reminded those who were staring at the forest in a trance. His voice snapped many of the dwarves out of their reverie, prompting them to start unloading their belongings from the horses. Aldril, for his part, had already stored all his belongings in his ring, so he simply released his horse, giving it a pat on the rump. With a neigh, the horse turned and headed back to Beer. It only took a few minutes for everyone else to do the same, and with everything prepared, they followed Gandalf, who led them to the entrance. Rotten ground and withered branches adorned the entrance, presenting an unpleasant sight. Aldril felt the wind grow colder and experienced discomfort as he stepped into the entrance, something Gandalf noticed. Walking beside him, Gandalf said in a low voice, "It's the dark magic causing the discomfort. It has spread quite a bit since I was last here. Is there any way to ease this feeling of discomfort?" Aldril asked. Gandalf looked at him with a smile and replied, "Only by eliminating the root of this evil." Aldril understood what Gandalf meant. If he remembered correctly, Sauron had caused this dark magic to spread with his presence, a testament to the power he wielded. At that moment, Angwyril glowed softly, dispelling the uncomfortable feeling. "Ah, that's better," Aldril murmured, cracking his neck. Gandalf was slightly impressed, as few objects could repel such dark magic, and those that could were mostly in the hands of the Astari. "Well, you don't have to worry about that uncomfortable feeling anymore," Gandalf chuckled lightly as he walked towards the dwarves, who had huddled together, clearly sensing the change in the atmosphere. The only solution they could think of to counteract it was to bunch up. Gandalf stood before the dwarves, observing the elven ruins, and then turned to face them. "This is the Elves' Gate, and this is the path that will allow you to pass through all of Mirkwood. Something feels wrong in this forest. Isn't there another way?" Gloin asked, unconsciously pulling out his axe and gripping it tightly against his chest, a clear sign of the fear he felt. Unlike his son, Gloin was easily frightened by eerie environments like this one. By going around the forest, but it would take months, and Durance Day is approaching. "I don't want to waste any more time," Thorin responded, rejecting the idea of finding another way to cross the forest. He felt uneasy, but this feeling wouldn't stop him from moving forward and reaching his destination. After all, they were close to his homeland. Unlike the other dwarves, who were more focused on the forest, Bilbo paid attention to what Gandalf had said. "It will allow us? You're not coming with us?" he asked nervously. His question silenced the dwarves, who had been murmuring amongst themselves, causing them all to focus on Gandalf. They now noticed that there was still one horse left, the one Gandalf was riding. Gandalf looked at them seriously. "I wouldn't want to, but I have something important to attend to." As he walked towards his horse, he stopped beside Aldril and said in a low voice, "Be careful. I hope to see you alive when I return. And keep an eye on Thorin." This conversation took only a few seconds, and no one else heard it. Gandalf gave Aldril a firm pat on the shoulder before mounting his horse. Before leaving, he turned to them one last time and reminded them, "This is no longer the Greenwood it once was. The dark magic that surrounds it has made it dangerous. The air inside causes hallucinations. No matter what happens, do not stray from the path. If you do, you will be lost. And be very careful with the river. It's cursed. Don't drink or touch the water, or something terrible will happen to you." With those final words, he turned his horse and rode off into the distance. Aldril and Bilbo watched for a few moments as Gandalf grew smaller in the distance, only to be interrupted by Thorin's irritated voice. "Let's move. We don't have time to waste." It was clear he was annoyed that Gandalf had left them, but what could he do? At least Gandalf had fulfilled his promise to bring them this far. With determined steps, the group ventured deeper into Mirkwood. As the minutes passed and they delved further in, the sky grew darker, making it incredibly difficult to see ahead. Fortunately, everyone stayed in line, with Aldril leading the way at Thorin's request, as he was unaffected by the darkness. "I can't see a damn thing," Dwalin shouted in frustration. The only thing he could make out were the vague shapes of the others and the faint light emitted by Aldril's sword. Anguirel, sensing the dark magic around, protected its bearer and served as a beacon for the dwarves behind. "It's the clouds. They're covering the sun. It's probably going to rain," Aldril replied. Initially, there had been no problems with the dim light filtering through the gaps in the trees, but now with the clouds blocking the sun, the path became even more challenging. Without Aldril, they would have been lost long ago. "I hate this damn weather," Gloin grumbled, though his voice betrayed his nervousness. The darkness clearly unnerved him, and it was lucky that the glow from Aldril's sword provided some light. Otherwise, he might have gone mad. "I'm looking forward to seeing the Lonely Mountain," Ori said, trying to start a conversation and lighten the tense atmosphere. His spirits hadn't dampened, despite barely being able to see the person in front of him. "You'll be amazed when you see it," replied Balin, or at least, that's the voice Ori thought he heard, as the person in front of him was actually Gloin. "Is it true there are hulls filled with gold?" Philly asked, encouraged by the improved mood to verify if what his mother had told him was true. This time, Thorin responded in his usual serious tone. "Yes, countless treasures await in the depths." At the mention of this, Thorin's eyes briefly gleamed with a flicker of madness, his face contorting into a momentary expression of obsession. However, he quickly regained his composure, and no one noticed the change due to the darkness, a sign that the sickness was beginning to show. The group continued talking, and the atmosphere lightened a bit, buoyed by the fact that the Lonely Mountain wasn't far away, further lifting their spirits. Only Aldril and Bilbo remained silent, the former because he was focused on the path, and the latter because he felt disheartened by Gandalf's absence. The group advanced cautiously. At some point, it began to rain, wetting the path and forcing everyone to tread more carefully. Aldril occasionally stopped to clear leaves and mud that blocked the way. He noticed that the forest was extremely withered. The earth was unnaturally dark, as if a fire had burned it to ash, leaving behind a barren landscape. These blackened patches emitted an unpleasant odor. At one point, Bofur suddenly shouted, "I'm feeling dizzy." His outburst caused Thorin to stop Aldril, concerned. "Hold on, Aldril. It's getting harder to breathe. Let the others catch their breath." He then turned to Balin, who was behind him. "How are you feeling, Balin?" he asked with some worry. "I felt a bit dizzy, but it's nothing I can't handle," Balin replied, shaking his head. "Are you sure we're on the right path?" Dwalin shouted from the back. "We're on the right track. Take a break and try to breathe slowly." Aldril called back. "What a relief," Bombur murmured, plopping down on the ground, his large frame sinking into the earth. He tried to get oxygen into his lungs. It was difficult, but by breathing slowly, his breathing problem gradually eased. After a few minutes of rest, the team members were able to breathe more easily, though still with difficulty. This didn't stop them from continuing their journey. Hours passed, and the group eventually reached an arched stone bridge, only to find that half of it was broken, blocking their path. Below, a dark river flowed sluggishly. "Damn it, the bridge is broken," Aldril muttered. At some point, the rain had stopped, and the clouds had dispersed slightly, giving the group better visibility. The others now saw the broken bridge as well. "Gandalf didn't mention it was broken," Bilbo murmured. "Damn it, who could have done this?" Gloin growled. "Probably those damn elves," Dwalin mocked, his distaste for elves evident to everyone in the group. "No problem, we can swim across," Bombur suggested as he approached the riverbank. Bilbo immediately shouted, preventing Bombur from doing something foolish. No. Don't you remember Gandalf said to be careful of the river because it's cursed? We need to find another way to cross. There's a boat on the shore. We can use that, Aldril said, pointing to a small vessel anchored nearby. He didn't recall there being one in the movie, but having grown accustomed to the changes, he didn't dwell on it. Good, we'll cross in groups of 6, Thorin responded. Quickly, we mustn't waste time. Despite their dizziness, the dwarves followed orders. Aldril, being in the best condition and the strongest physically, rowed the boat, making 2 trips since Bilbo, being so small, didn't take up much space. On the second trip, as they neared the shore, Bombur, driven by curiosity about the black water, made a foolish mistake. He dipped his hand into the water, and almost instantly, he fell asleep. His heavy weight caused him to fall into the river, sending the dwarves into a panic. No. Bombur! Wake up! Bofur screamed, helplessly watching as Bombur floated away from the shore. Damn it! Bofur, row! I'm going after Bombur! Aldril shouted, diving into the water to rescue him. As his body touched the water, a chilling sensation washed over him. Angwyril and Anglical, the swords he carried, began to glow intensely on his back, clearly protecting him from the river's powerful dark magic. With his strong constitution, Aldril quickly swam to reach Bombur. He grabbed him and began swimming back to the shore, cursing under his breath, "You damn fool! How could you fall asleep at a time like this?" Aldril didn't realize that Bombur's sudden sleep was due to the river's curse, attributing it instead to the dark magic. As he swam, something suddenly snagged his foot, or rather, something grabbed hold of him, preventing him from moving forward. It felt as if something was trying to pull him down. His 2 swords suddenly emitted an intense light and released a shockwave. Boom! The wave spread across the entire river, and whatever had been holding him let go, allowing him to swim faster towards the shore. In just a few seconds, he reached the bank, hoisting Bombur's heavy body onto his shoulder. He carried the unconscious dwarf away from the river and laid him down on the ground. Ugh, what was that? Aldril muttered as he wiped the water from his face. It had been a strange experience, as if something was trying to drag him to the bottom. He was fortunate that his swords had saved him at that moment. Now, he realized they could also protect him from dark magic. Without a doubt, the best swords in Middle-earth, he thought. Frowning, Aldril noticed the sudden silence. He looked up to find that the dwarves who had been with him just moments ago were now gone. Even Bilbo had disappeared. The only one left was Bombur, who was snoring like a pig. These idiots! Aldril growled, clearly irritated. It seemed the same thing had happened as in the original storyline, though it was strange because, in his opinion, the dwarves were in better condition than they had been in the movie. I have no choice but to find them, he said to himself. Quickly, he hoisted Bombur's heavy body onto his back. He couldn't leave him lying there in this cursed forest. One of those giant spiders might wrap him in a web and carry him away, so it was best to carry him along. Fortunately, for Aldril and his immense strength, Bombur wasn't that heavy. As Aldril moved through the forest with Bombur on his back, he saw a distant figure, a beautiful white stag, its brightness illuminating the dark forest. It was an unusual sight, such a magnificent creature living in this dreary woodland. This was the same stag that had appeared to Bilbo and Thorin in the movie, a creature sacred to the wood elves. It was said to bring luck to those who saw it, but if someone attacked it, well, the consequences were dire, as shown when Thorin shot it with an arrow and later met his end at the Battle of the Five Armies. The stag, unafraid, began to approach Aldril slowly. Clearly surprised, Aldril made no sudden movements, allowing the stag to come closer. Step by step, it drew nearer until it stood right in front of him. The stag began to sniff Aldril, who, enchanted by the animal's beauty, carefully extended his hand. The stag, noticing his intentions, allowed Aldril to stroke it. How soft, he thought as he felt the stag's fur beneath his fingers. After a moment, the stag moved away from Aldril's touch, turning its back to him and walking in a specific direction. At first, Aldril didn't understand, but when the stag stopped and looked back at him, he realized it wanted him to follow. Adjusting Bombur on his shoulder, Aldril followed the stag, which led him back to the stone path they had lost earlier. The stag halted halfway down the path, turning to look at him once more. It was as if it was telling him this was the correct way to go. Aldril nodded in gratitude. "Thank you," he said quietly. The stag, having fulfilled its purpose, disappeared into the forest, vanishing from Aldril's sight. "How strange," he murmured. As he continued along the path, he suddenly stopped, remembering that he had forgotten to search for the others. "Damn it, I forgot I had to find them," he muttered in frustration. Just as he was about to turn back, his instincts warned him of danger. He leapt back, narrowly avoiding an arrow that struck the spot where he had just been standing. He quickly set Bomber down and looked in the direction from which the arrow had come. There, in a tree, was a stunning figure. Her red hair contrasted with the soft sunlight filtering through the trees. Unlike the elves he had seen in Rivendell, this one surpassed them in beauty, particularly in the fullness of her chest, which was notably larger than that of a typical elf. Even her fitted outfit couldn't conceal her perfect curves. If Aldril had been a virgin otaku, he might have been mesmerized like those fools who become entranced at the sight of a beautiful woman. But of course, he wasn't like them. Yes, the elf was incredibly beautiful, but she had attacked him, so he quickly assumed a defensive stance, drawing Anguirel from its sheath, which continued to glow. The elf observed Aldril in surprise as he drew a sword that looked exceedingly familiar to her. With agility, she knocked another arrow to her bow. As the captain of the scouting party, she had learned patience and not to act impulsively, so she asked in a cold voice, "That sword cannot be wielded by a mere human. Where did you find it, or whom did you steal it from?" Aldril, realizing that a dialogue was possible, answered without lowering his guard, "It's my mother's sword. Why do you ask?" Unlike those arrogant protagonists who would retort with a, "Why should I tell you?" Aldril was more patient and open to dialogue if it could avoid unnecessary conflict. Not everything needed to be resolved through fighting, especially when simply answering could avert a whole drama. The elf, upon hearing his response, widened her eyes in shock. Her hands trembled, and the arrow she had drawn fell to the ground. Clearly surprised and with her eyes slightly clouded, she asked in a trembling voice, "Are you Lady Tindamil's son?" General POV with Aldril, "Are you the son of Lady Tindamil?" the elf asked me, and at first glance, I observed how her emotions overflowed. What seemed like a simple question to me appeared to be of utmost importance to her. Her movements were clumsy as she descended from the tree. I felt the urge to answer the moment she asked, but I waited until she had fully descended. It was a matter of good manners to wait until the other person gave you their full attention, or at least, that's how I had been raised in my previous life. It took her only a few seconds to climb down and approach me. Although she appeared relaxed, her movements betrayed otherwise. Every gesture was carefully coordinated. The way she stood in front of me indicated she was ready to react to any of my movements, which was understandable for someone who seemed to be a warrior. I don't blame her for being cautious. I would have done the same in her place. In fact, that's exactly what I was doing. Although I had lowered my sword as a sign that I didn't want trouble, my posture was far from relaxed. I was prepared to react to any sign of hostility. Although I should keep an eye on Bomber, the fool is still asleep. Our eyes met, and in that instant, the world seemed to fade away around me. Her eyes, a bright green, sparkled like emeralds magically illuminated by the small rays of light that the dense forest allowed through. They were a delight, and from her perspective, the same could be said of my eyes. She was captivated by their soft and bright honey color, a trait I had gratefully inherited from my mother. Nostalgia, sadness, and perhaps a hint of affection reflected in her gaze. It was like an open window that allowed me to glimpse the carefully guarded feelings within her. "You have the same eyes," she murmured, her voice as soft as the whisper of the wind on a spring afternoon, a sweet melody that would have hypnotized any being, if not for the firmness of my will. I can't deny it was one of the most enchanting voices I had ever heard. From a distance, I hadn't perceived its true charm, but now, so close to me, her tone revealed itself like a siren song in the ears of a sailor. "Yes, I am Tindamil's son, and everyone tells me the same thing," I replied, and upon hearing my words, her eyes met mine again. A flash of joy lit up her gaze, and with a graceful movement, she took a step back. The warrior's stance faded, transforming into that of a woman. The change was so drastic it left me speechless. The figure of the warrior, ready to pounce fiercely at any movement of mine, vanished, and in her place stood a beautiful lady, a radiant smile adorning her face, enhancing her beauty even more. The curve of her lips, the delicate rise of her cheekbones, everything about her was a masterpiece that would captivate anyone who laid eyes on her. "Mr. Tolkien, thank you for allowing me to admire such beauty," I thought, paying homage to the creator of this universe. And the best part of all, this elf was a red-haired beauty, her hair so vibrant, as if it had been kissed by fire itself. In that case, how has she been? Her question snapped me out of my reverie, her eyes expectant for my response. It's a pity I have to disappoint her, because even I wouldn't know how my mother is or if she has already recovered in Valinor. I don't know. The last thing I heard was that she went to Valinor, I said with a hint of frustration and sadness. It wasn't a secret that I longed to know more about my mother, to experience her warm maternal love. To some extent, I didn't understand why I was so sentimental when speaking about my mother. I don't know if it was because the longing for maternal affection intensified due to my elven side. I recall my great-grandmother mentioning that these feelings amplified, as elves embodied all pure, unconditional love. This was demonstrated by the enormous bonds they formed with their family and loved ones. Their love was so pure that they would only have one partner for the rest of their lives. Even after the death of one of them, they would remain single for eternity, still loving that person. An example is how my great-grandfather Erendel, despite feeling more in tune with his human side, chose to live with elven grace for the rest of his life just to be with my great-grandmother Elwing, who was an elf. Another well-known example in Tolkien's universe is that of Búrin and Luthien, where Luthien gave up her elven grace to embrace mortality and be with her beloved Búrin. Although we must give credit to Búrin, a mortal man, who in order to marry his beloved, accepted an almost impossible task from Luthien's father, which he successfully completed, stealing a Silmaril from the crown of the darkest being in Tolkien's universe, Morgoth, the Dark Lord and Master of Sauron. Did she go to Valinor? Why? She asked in a trembling voice. There was no doubt that this news affected her deeply. I don't know what she experienced with my mother to react this way. She was wounded after giving birth to me, and the injury caused by Sauron couldn't be healed. It was likely she would die if she didn't go to recover in Valinor, I explained, recounting what my uncle Elrond had told me, a pang of sadness accompanying each word. I saw how the brightness in her eyes dimmed slightly at my response, but she quickly concealed that emotion, her eyes once again shining, her vanished smile reappearing. Why do I love seeing her smile? I thought. I didn't feel the same with the elves of Rivendell, and our meeting had been somewhat curious. The white stag revered by the Sylvan elves appeared before me, guiding me on the right path, only for me to encounter this beautiful elf seconds after the stag departed. Call me crazy, but it's too much of a coincidence. Plus, her melodious voice is like that starry night in Rivendell, as if fate wanted to bring us together. I wouldn't oppose pairing up with such beauty, but there's no need to rush. I can court her over time. Wait a minute. Reddish-brown hair? Only one elf came to mind with that description. Could it be her? I wondered. Is that so? Such a pity. I held Lady Tindamil in very high regard. But could you tell me what you're doing here with a dwarf? She said, frowning slightly when she looked at Bombur asleep behind me. Before I answer, can you tell me your name? I asked. Perhaps I should have done so from the beginning, but I didn't see it as necessary with the tension we had before she confirmed I was Tindamil's son. Her face showed a bit of embarrassment, unlike those readings where it was unclear if she blushed. Perhaps it's because she wasn't of the same constitution as the Japanese, who tend to blush when drunk, a curious trait of all Asians in particular. Avoiding my gaze, she cleared her throat, clearly embarrassed by her discourteous behavior. Recovering a bit, she gave me a charming smile and uttered a name I was very familiar with, confirming my suspicions. My name is Toriel. With the dwarves, damn it. Who was the idiot that suggested we take this path? Gloin grumbled. For some reason, they didn't wait for Aldril to get Bombur out of the lake, deviating from the path, a very stupid decision. It was Thorin, Bilbo replied in a bored tone. He didn't know if the dwarves' stupidity had rubbed off on him or if the forest prevented him from reasoning, but he followed the dwarves when Thorin indicated they should move on, believing Bombur and Aldril would catch up sooner or later. Oh sorry, Gloin whispered. He knew he had messed up when Thorin turned to look at him with a serious face, as if saying there would be consequences if he responded differently. It was just a casual conversation that made them wake up and realize they weren't on the right path. Perhaps their instincts warned them of this, as they immediately stopped. Aldril and Bombur aren't following us, Thorin. We need to go back for them, Balin suggested nervously. He was worried about the last two, just like the rest of them. They didn't understand why they decided to leave them behind. This was clearly not typical of them. There's no time. Besides, it's Aldril. There's no need to worry about him, he can take care of himself, Thorin grunted. A while ago, something had moved him from his position, urging him to walk in this direction. He felt disgusted for having left 2 members of their company behind, but he consoled himself with the fact that Aldril was the strongest among them, so sooner or later, he would catch up. "I don't feel well." "Hey Aldril, you finally caught up with us," Beaufort said with a silly smile. The dark magic permeating the forest had caused him to hallucinate, as he mistook Dwalin for Aldril. "Shit! Why is everyone Bilbo?" Nori shouted, stepping back, tripping over a branch, and falling on his rear. He looked in shock as everyone who had once been dwarves was now Bilbo. Thorin was alarmed at this. In a matter of seconds, his entire team had gone mad. It was at that moment he woke up and realized something was influencing him. With persistent fear, he searched for the path, only to realize they had strayed from it long ago. He turned to look at the group urgently, noticing that the only one who seemed sane was Bilbo, who was watching the dwarves' hallucinations with surprise. This made sense since the ring, despite not yet awakening its will, offered protection against any kind of magic. After all, it was the most powerful ring ever created, which is why Bilbo was the only one still sane. This showed that it was just a moment of stupidity not to wait for Aldril and Bombur. "Bilbo, climb a tree and see which direction we should take," Thorin said, this time in a tone more serious than usual. Bilbo stared dazedly at the dwarves for a few seconds. After hearing what Thorin said, he nodded, understanding that they were lost. Quickly, he climbed a tree, demonstrating why Gandalf had mentioned that hobbits had light feet. The agility with which he climbed was like that of an animal in its natural habitat. At the top, he felt the fresh air, filling his lungs with enough oxygen. Up there, he felt full of vitality. It was indeed difficult to breathe inside the forest, so he took advantage of the moment to breathe a bit more. At the top, he observed the sun beginning to set. It was an incredibly beautiful sunset, and he wouldn't have minded admiring it a little longer if he weren't on an urgent task. Shifting his gaze from the sunset, he spotted the river in the distance, the one that would lead them to the lonely mountain. An involuntary laugh escaped his mouth as he shouted down from the top. "I can see the river. We're close." With the same agility he had used to climb, he descended. A joyful smile adorned his young face. He was eager to point out the direction they needed to take, only to freeze when he stepped onto the muddy ground. The dwarves had vanished, leaving him alone. Fearfully, he drew Sting, following Aldril's advice. Whenever something felt wrong, he should draw his sword and stay alert, never letting his guard down. This advice saved him from being taken by the spiders as in the movie, as he managed to hear a crack behind him. Quickly, he turned, only to see a spider lunging at him. "Ah!" he screamed in fear, but that was all. Just a scream, as his body instinctively reacted, stabbing the spider in the face. The spider, still in the air, fell onto Bilbo's body, dead from being impaled. "Ugh, what are these things?" he asked in disgust, as the spider's blood began to drip onto his face. He didn't know where they had come from. Just a moment ago, he was in that tree and hadn't seen any of these spiders. Pushing the spider's corpse aside, he got up and quickly wiped the blood off his face. While cleaning himself, he noticed one of the dwarves' backpacks lying near another tree. Could they have been taken? "Ugh, I need to find them," he murmured as he hesitantly walked through the forest, searching for the dwarves. It was fortunate that just a few steps away, he saw huge webs spun in the trees, so despite his fear, he resolutely headed toward them in search of the dwarves. With Toriel, what are you doing with a mere human?" Legolas asked in a disdainful tone. The disgust he felt toward Lady Tindamil's son was palpable, and a look of annoyance formed on my face. "You're the last person who should be belittling a human, Legolas," I said. It sounded very hypocritical on his part, considering I never spoke disdainfully of the human he had been seeing. Besides, he was just about to tell me his name, so please don't be rude, I continued. A few moments ago, I had asked him his name, and just as he was about to tell me, Legolas appeared, souring the atmosphere that had formed between us. "General POV, with Aldril Toriel," I repeated, pretending not to know her name. I brought my hand to my chin and nodded with a smile. "It's a lovely name." My gesture had the desired effect, as Toriel smiled at me even more charmingly. It was clear that she liked my comment. Acting as if something had suddenly come to mind, I exclaimed, "Oh," and then quickly continued, "Pardon my manners, my name is Al." I couldn't finish my introduction because I was interrupted by a pretentious elf, which was very rude. "Toriel, what are you doing with a mere human?" he asked in a disdainful tone, clearly displeased with my presence. I couldn't understand his irrational behavior. You're the last person who should be belittling a human, Legolas, Toriel retorted. I immediately paid more attention to this elf, as she called him Legolas, one of the characters who would have great importance in the future. Besides, he was about to tell me his name, so please don't be rude, she continued. This caught my attention. It was easy to decipher that there was a hidden meaning in Toriel's words. After her response, Legolas fell silent, frowning even more intensely before turning his gaze back to me, one that conveyed no good intentions. What's his problem? I wondered. I hadn't done anything to make him act like a jerk. Well, at this point, Legolas was a complete jerk, a spoiled child of his father, Thranduil. Only after the events of the Battle of the Five Armies did his character show some improvement. But contrary to what I expected, Legolas stopped frowning, sighed, and then adjusted his posture. I apologize. It was very rude of me to interrupt your introduction, he said, which surprised me. From what I remembered, he was arrogant and quite unpleasant with others. Maybe that was just his attitude toward dwarves, so since I had the complete appearance of a human, he didn't treat me the way he did the dwarves. It made sense since, according to Gandalf, dwarves and elves had centuries of animosity towards each other. This was never clearly depicted in the movies, but to be honest, it would have been very difficult to present everything I've been seeing in this beautiful world in just 3 films. No problem, I replied to his apology in a nonchalant manner. I wasn't going to be an idiot and drag things out by insisting, that's not the way to apologize. I'm not a transmigrated Chinese character, and besides, avoiding conflict was the best approach. This mentality was mostly shaped by the discipline I gained from my military service. You know you're a weapon that can harm those who provoke you, but you should always try to avoid conflict. If there's no other option, then you take action. So you were about to tell me your name, Toriel reminded me. It's quite surprising how her temperament changes. A moment ago, she had the firm demeanor of a warrior. After learning whose son I was, she adopted the demeanor of a delicate lady, only to revert to that of a warrior when Legolas interrupted. Now that I look at him, he doesn't resemble the actor from the movie much. Well, in general, no one really looked like their counterpart, except for Gandalf. He was the spitting image of the movie actor. Not wanting to get lost in my thoughts, I focused my attention on Toriel. My name is Aldril, and as you might already know, I'm the son of Tindamil. My introduction made Toriel smile even more joyfully. Damn, this woman is incredibly beautiful, I thought as I got lost in her enchanting smile. Her reddish-brown hair was like an autumn sunset, admiring the falling leaves, giving way to new ones. This woman embodied every concept of beauty. If she's like this, what must Galadriel be like? I wondered. It was said that Galadriel was the most beautiful woman in all of Middle-earth, but something told me that no matter how beautiful she was, Toriel would always be the most beautiful in my eyes. Ugh, this elven blood intensifies my feelings. It's as if I instinctively know she'll be my great love. This was undoubtedly somewhat annoying. Fortunately, I could control myself thanks to my increased mental strength. Otherwise, I might have acted like when I first discovered who my mother was, a shameful moment I wish to forget. Lost in Toriel's smile, I didn't care about Legolas' frown, which seemed to express doubt about my claim, prompting him to quickly ask a question that snapped me out of my reverie. You say you're the son of Lady Tindamil, but you have the appearance of a human. Are you lying to us? Instinctively, he positioned himself in front of Toriel, as if protecting her from me. What a nuisance, but it was understandable. My appearance was like this because I hadn't yet accepted the elven path, and even if I wanted to, I hadn't had the opportunity. From what I remembered from my conversation with my uncle Elrond, he mentioned that my moment would come. Normally, it was just a matter of desiring to follow the elven path with all your heart, as he had done. But in my case, it was different. Like my mother, I will have to earn the right to choose, and the blessing of Lady Varda will extend my life by more than 1,000 years, as it did with my mother. Of course, this surprised me, but knowing the power the Vala possess, it wasn't shocking that their blessing could prolong life, much like what happened with the inhabitants of Numenor, who were rewarded with long lives for their contribution in the battle against Morgoth. Moreover, we're talking about Vala Varda, the one Morgoth feared most, as the radiance of Eru resided within her. She was perhaps the closest to him. It's even curious that Morgoth attempted to court her, only to be rejected. It makes you think that even the Dark Lord isn't immune to the friend zone. Oh, that's because I'm half elf and half human, I responded with a smile. Half elf. I heard Toriel murmur as she brought her hand to her chin, thinking. I imagined she was trying to recall if she had ever heard of anyone like that. That's impossible. There hasn't been anyone who is half-elf, Legolas retorted, dismissing my claim. It was clear they weren't very well informed. His reply caught Toriel's attention, who was now looking at me, expecting my response. Are you an elf and don't even know? Erendel, Elrond, Elrose, Arwen, Elwing, all are half-elf and half-human. It's a long explanation, but throughout history, there have been a few cases. We're called Paradhill. What Aldril didn't know was that Paradhill are very beloved by Eru because both races represent the Creator's love. Hence, they are the only different races allowed to procreate. But despite being the union of Eru's two beloved races, there have been very few throughout history. They can even be counted on one hand: Dior, Ilúrd, Elurin, Elwing, Erendel, Elrose, Elrond, Arwen, Elladan, and Elrohir. However, each of them has played a significant role in the history of Middle-earth. A clear sign of his love is that he has allowed Aldril's system to strengthen him, permitting consciousnesses from other multiverses to enter his universe to teach Aldril through dreams. Even Varda, the one closest to Eru's grace, has seen that her creator allows this to happen. This sparked her interest in Aldril, helping him since he was little, wanting to see what this person, for whom her creator has allowed the intrusion of other consciousnesses from different universes, will become. Also, they are strengthening the young son of Tindamil, who has a pure soul and heart. This also influenced her to grant him her blessing, just like his mother. My response clearly stunned Toriel and Legolas, confirming my suspicion that they weren't very well informed on this topic. Shaking my head, I decided it was time to find the dwarves, and with the elves' help, it would be easier to locate them. In any case, I'm looking for some dwarves. They've gone missing. Could you help me find them? My request snapped them out of their stupor. Immediately upon hearing the mention of dwarves, they frowned in disgust. Why are you looking for dwarves? Toriel asked. I'm on a mission with Thorin, king of the Durin dwarves, I replied, stepping aside to reveal Bomber, who was snoring peacefully, unconcerned with everything. That one over there is one of the dwarves. He fell into the river and has been asleep ever since. He fell into the river? He was lucky to only fall asleep. The dark magic of that river is very strong and can cause more than just drowsiness. After a few moments of silence, Toriel sighed. All right, I'll help you find them. At that precise moment, an elf arrived not far from us. Rushing over to Toriel, he spoke urgently. Captain, we've spotted hundreds of spiders. They're chasing a group of dwarves. What should we do? Oh crap, I need to help them, I muttered as I brought a hand to my forehead. There's no doubt we're magnets for trouble, from orcs, goblins, trolls, spiders, and soon a dragon. We're definitely a very dangerous group because of all the bad luck we attract. Toriel seemed to hear my muttering because she looked at the elf with a serious expression, her demeanor shifting from that of a gentlewoman to a warrior, which I honestly preferred. In what direction? They're heading this way. It's only a matter of time before they arrive, the elf responded urgently. All right, prepare yourselves. We need to kill all those disgusting dark creatures, ordered Toriel, her voice filled with authority. Immediately, many elves who had been hiding around us prepared for the imminent battle. Knowing that the group was heading in our direction, I hurried to carry Bomber and hide him in a nearby tree, trying to keep him safe, as he would only hinder the upcoming fight. My gaze focused on the direction the elf had pointed out. Activating my Hawkeye ability, I observed from afar as a group of spiders chased after a band of dwarves. The webs on their bodies indicated they had just escaped, and I imagined that, like in the movie, Bilbo had saved them. Unsheathing Anglical, I adopted the stance of Relana. This sword style would be very useful against the number of spiders I could see in the distance. Besides, I wasn't tired and could exert my full strength, with a group of elves supporting me. For some reason, Toriel positioned herself beside me, drawing her bow and preparing for the imminent arrival of the spiders. Their footsteps in the distance began to echo, a sign they were near. It didn't take long for a group of dirty web-covered dwarves to emerge from the forest. Upon seeing me, they ran in my direction, with a hurried Bilbo shouting, "Run, Aldril!" Many spiders are chasei. He didn't finish his sentence, as he, like the other dwarves, fell silent upon noticing the many elves aiming their bows at their backs. Hurry up! If you don't have weapons, don't get in the way, I replied with a serious tone. There were many spiders, and in this battle, I needed to concentrate as much as possible. Bomber is in the tree behind me, I added, just as a massive swarm of spiders emerged from the forest. Adieu Ifali. Toriel shouted beside me. She paid no attention to the dwarves, entirely focused on the approaching threat. At her command, countless arrows were loosed in a deadly arc, slicing through the air. Her skill with the bow was undeniable, as no tree posed an obstacle to her accuracy. Each arrow struck its mark with precision, hitting the massive horde of approaching spiders. Shurs, shurs, shurs. The sound of arrows piercing thick exoskeletons resonated. The spiders were unable to withstand the lethal force of the arrows. Not wanting to be left behind, I charged forward with feverish grace, my body moving in perfect sync with the sword I wielded. The swordsmanship of Relana once again demonstrated how utterly fatal it could be. With a diagonal slash, my sword cut through the flesh of 3 spiders that had leaped at me. Their bodies fell to the ground as their black, viscous blood stained the forest floor. Around me, the battlefield became a chaotic flurry of movement and sound. The spiders attacked with greater ferocity, clashing their fangs in an attempt to intimidate us. With an elegant spin, I dodged a charge, the spider brushing past my side. With a vertical slash from Anguiral, I sliced the creature in 2 before it could lunge again. Another spider jumped toward me, its legs extended, trying to grasp me. Its head was exposed, and I took advantage of its mistake, impaling it in the face with Anglical. More arrows zipped past my sides as Toriel, her expression focused, continued firing arrow after arrow, her deadly precision evident. Each of her shots struck true, hitting the heads of the unfortunate spiders. A spider dropped from a tree, lunging at me, while 2 more attacked from my left and right, attempting to strike from all possible sides. With mastery, I positioned my 2 swords at my sides and waited for a few seconds. Gracefully, I executed cuts at 180-degree angles, both diagonal, vertical, and horizontal, moving with such speed that the spiders didn't realize they had been sliced apart. Maintaining my stance, I advanced slowly, killing the spiders foolish enough to approach me. At some point, a dwarf ran past me, then 2, then 3, and so on. An ironic smile formed on my lips at their loud, unrestrained shouts, which would have made me facepalm if we weren't in the middle of a fight. I won't let any elf protect me. Bofer shouted, swinging his axe at the incoming spiders. If those damn elves can do it, why can't I? Nori said, smashing a spider's head with his large hammer. I won't let a damn elf outdo me in killing these bugs. Gloin growled, attacking the spiders that crossed his path with fervor. I hate running, but I hate it even more when a damn elf helps me. Dwalin shouted furiously. It was no secret that he was the dwarf in the group who despised elves the most. His shouts seemed to invigorate the elves around us. Some continued firing their bows, while others had drawn their swords and were now engaged in combat with the spiders. From the corner of my eye, I noticed these elves were very different from how they were portrayed in the movies. They moved with such grace, cutting down the spiders around them, and they worked together seamlessly. At least from what I could see, there were no casualties on our side, unlike the spiders, whose numbers were dwindling rapidly. The battle continued for a few more minutes, with black blood painting the battlefield. The cacophony was a symphony of slashes and cries. At some point, Toriel had positioned herself at my back. As the fight went on, we moved together as if we were longtime partners, our movements coordinated like a deadly dance where with each step, a spider fell. Finally, when the last spider's body collapsed in front of me, silence fell over the clearing. The adrenaline that had fueled everyone began to fade. Ah! The silence was broken by the loud cries of the dwarves, who shouted in victory, a stark contrast to the elves, who maintained a serene attitude, a testament to their discipline. How many casualties? Toriel asked an elf not far from us. His chest was rising and falling, evidence of the exhaustion caused by such a battle. Approximately 100 spiders, with over a dozen of our own wounded, but no deaths, he responded. With Toriel, a significant sigh escaped me. Not having any casualties despite the number of spiders was an incredible feat. Aldril had helped finish off many of those creatures, and there was no doubt that he was Lady Tindamil's son. I couldn't deny that I was drawn to the elegant yet lethal dance he performed. With every step, a spider fell, and from the looks on my subordinates' faces, I knew I wasn't the only one impressed by his mastery with the sword. You too, I said, pointing to 2 elves perched in a tree, scout the area and find the nest. Once you locate it, report back to me. After issuing the order, I turned to Aldril, who gave me a grateful look. I won't deny that my heart skipped a beat at his smile. It was the first time I had felt this way. Now I understood when Legolas said his heart raced when he saw that human woman smile. I'll take you to the kingdom. King Thranduil will decide what to do with you, I told him in the gentlest way possible. I didn't want him to misinterpret my intentions. I wanted to bring him to the kingdom and, if possible, talk more with him. But everything went downhill when the group of dwarves started insulting my subordinates, who began to show signs of agitation, if the tension in their arms was any indication. "Enough!" shouted one of the dwarves, silencing the others. If my suspicions were correct, this dwarf was the one Aldril had mentioned. He approached me, and with a low, serious tone he spoke. "I am Thorin, son of Thrain and king of the dwarves of Durin. I wish to speak with your king." The audacity of this dwarf. He might be a king, but that meant nothing to us. However, I noticed Aldril giving me an apologetic smile. I averted my gaze from his beautiful eyes, not wanting to lose myself in their depth. "Very well, but you must surrender all your weapons," I said after a few seconds of regaining my composure. My comment was met with grumbling from the dwarves, who reluctantly handed over their weapons after Thorin gave them a stern look. As they surrendered their weapons, Aldril approached me, and with a smile, he unfastened the 2 swords strapped to his back. He tried to hand them to me, but I refused. "That's not Nises." My words were cut off as Legolas rudely grabbed the swords. "These are fine swords. Where did you get them?" Boom. I didn't understand why so many of our conversations were abruptly interrupted. This time, it was Legolas who, after unsheathing the black sword, witnessed it emit a dark glow before releasing a shockwave that sent him flying. Magically, both swords slipped from Legolas's grip, landing back in Aldril's arms, who wore an ironic smile. "I'm sorry, but they don't like being handled that way," he said to a mud-covered Legolas. Fortunately, he wasn't injured, but his embarrassed appearance provoked hearty laughter from the dwarves. "Ha ha ha. Serves you right," laughed the fattest dwarf. "Wait, wasn't he asleep? I had no idea when he woke up or how he recovered so quickly. Normally, it would take several days for someone to wake up after falling into that river." My apologies," Aldril stifled a laugh. I couldn't deny it was quite amusing, so I covered the smile forming on my lips with my hand. "Ahem," I coughed, hoping to calm myself. However, it was nearly impossible, as Legolas's muddy face was too funny. It might have been amusing to us, but to Legolas, it was quite irritating. In his frustration, he snatched a sword from Thorin the dwarf. "Ah, what a day full of events," I murmured before walking alongside Aldril and giving him a cheerful smile. This man, in such a short time, had broken my daily routine, and I was very grateful for that. Meeting his gaze again made my heart race, and a memory of Lady Thalwyn came to mind. If your heart races when you see that person, it might be love. I placed a hand over my chest, and an involuntary bright smile spread across my face. Perhaps this is love. General POV. The sun was setting on the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the few green trees of Mirkwood. The expedition group was slowly making its way toward the Elven Kingdom, escorted by the Sylvan Elves. "Aldril, do you really fight these spiders daily?" I asked Toriel as I looked around the forest. In contrast to the dark and withered woods at the beginning, this part was full of life. Toriel, with her graceful stride, responded, "We usually have skirmishes every so often, but they're gaining ground. Dark magic feeds them, making them stronger over time. It's fortunate we haven't had any casualties lately." I frowned at the mention of dark magic, and murmured, knowing that Middle-earth was full of mysteries and dangers. However, I couldn't learn more about them, as the movies only scratched the surface of Tolkien's vast world. Maybe the books explore it, but unfortunately, I haven't read them. Hearing my murmur, Toriel nodded and fell silent for a few seconds, as if pondering what to say next. Dark magic is an ancient and dangerous concept, growing every day, spreading throughout Mirkwood. It's a corruption that emanates from the deepest parts of the earth, affecting every creature it touches. The spiders are just one manifestation of it. "That doesn't sound good," I said, paying closer attention to her words. It was a concept that would be very dangerous to explore. Even Gandalf warned me that nothing good comes from this knowledge. "Have you been fighting these creatures for a long time?" In response to my question, Toriel fell silent, her brow furrowing as she recalled what her adoptive mother had told her. My adoptive mother mentioned that they've been battling these dark creatures since the Third Age. It all began when Sauron built the fortress of Dol Guldur. His dark magic spread like a plague, withering the forest that was once so full of life, infecting the creatures that inhabited it. As for the spiders, they came along with Sauron. King Thranduil mentioned that they are descendants of Ungoliant, the devourer of the two trees of silver and gold. Ungoliant, I've read about that spider. If I remember correctly, her descendants are the ones that attack Frodo and Sam on their way to Mordor, I thought, recalling that this particular spider had an insatiable hunger. Even Morgoth, the Dark Lord, feared her, but her endless hunger led her to consume herself, ending her life. I knew little of this from a YouTube video where some of Ungoliant's history was mentioned, but I don't remember much about it now. I also didn't finish reading the books in Rivendell, so my knowledge only scratches the surface regarding this spider. In a way, Aldril was right. Ungoliant, desiring to devour all the light of Arda, turned against Morgoth, who was saved by his Balrogs, who repelled her. She fled to Nan Dungartheb, where she bred with the great spiders that dwelled there, increasing the terror and power of her species. The creatures that later infested the area included her infamous daughter Shelob, who inhabits the borders of Mordor. It's admirable that you've been fighting these plagues for so many years, I said with admiration. I didn't know Toriel's age, and it would be foolish to ask since years are fleeting for elves in their eternal lives. With a radiant smile, Toriel nodded. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw some elves smile at my comment, clearly pleased that someone recognized what they had been fighting for so many years. As we fell into a comfortable silence, a memory came to me of how Angwyrl's light dispelled parts of the dark forest as we walked, even protecting me along with Anglical from the influence of the dark magic in the river. Perhaps after completing the events of The Hobbit, I might stay to help the elves cleanse part of the darkness, and what better way than to go to Dol Guldur and purge the dark magic from its source. By the way, you mentioned my mother. Did you know her? I asked, breaking our comfortable silence, causing Toriel to turn to me, smiling. What a beautiful smile, I thought, as each smile she gave me quickened my heartbeat. Yes, I met Lady Tindamil when I was a child. She came to slay Smaug, but unfortunately, the creature escaped and hasn't been seen since, she replied, getting lost in her memories. My mother came to kill Smaug? I murmured, stunned. I hadn't known this. No one had mentioned it during my stay in Rivendell. My mother was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. No wonder Glorfindel said she was one of the strongest elves in the history of Middle-earth, capable of standing toe-to-toe with Sauron while he held the One Ring. Toriel's words not only surprised me but also Bilbo, who was walking behind us. With a shocked expression, he turned to see if the dwarves had heard, but they were too busy arguing with the elves. Even Thorin was engaged in a heated discussion with an elf named Legolas, who had taken his sword. Fortunately, since Aldril was nearby, they didn't confiscate his belongings, allowing him to hide his magical ring and elven sword. Even the dwarves didn't notice the preferential treatment the elf was giving Aldril. He didn't know if it was because they were oblivious or for some other reason. However, what Bilbo didn't notice was the surprised look on Balin's face. Despite the argument around him, Balin managed to hear that Aldril was the son of the adventurer Tindamil and that she herself had come to slay Smaug. He had heard this rumor before but didn't believe it, as no elf would ever help a dwarf reclaim his kingdom, and vice versa. Balin admitted that the elf had earned his respect, and now her son, who apparently was half-elf, was helping them rid their kingdom of the wicked dragon, which made him smile quietly. Yes, that's right, Toriel nodded, but as if realizing something, she gave me a strange look and asked, "Didn't you know about this? Didn't she tell you?" I lowered my head slightly at her question, feeling uncomfortable discussing this topic. Even though I didn't know her, my elven blood had intensified my emotions, yearning for maternal warmth. But fortunately, my mental fortitude helped me control these overwhelming emotions at the mention of my mother. No, I didn't know her. I was raised by my great-grandmother, I said, shaking my head in disappointment. I've only recently discovered from my uncle Elrond that my mother is Tindamil, I explained. Toriel nodded in understanding. I'm sorry, I should have guessed when you mentioned she was taken to Valinor, she said before glancing at Angwyrl, which had stopped glowing. When I was a child, I asked Lady Tindamil if she could give me her sword when I grew up. She shook her head and mentioned that it has a will of its own and that not just anyone could wield it. I thought she said that just because she didn't want to give it to me, but after seeing what happened to Legolas. I understood why she didn't even let me hold it, she said, bringing her hand delicately to her mouth, stifling a laugh. It was certainly quite funny and unexpected what happened. Glorfindel had mentioned the danger of someone trying to take my swords. Fortunately, Legolas was only sent flying and nothing serious happened, though his disheveled and muddy appearance made it a rather amusing moment. I nodded, a smile forming on my lips. It was quite unexpected, I said, pausing to avoid laughing. However, Toriel couldn't contain her laughter and began to laugh softly. Oh. It seems we've arrived, she said, regaining her composure. I'll take the dwarf to King Thranduil. I'll have one of my companions guide you to a free room. After all, you must be tired. Thank you, I said as we entered through the enormous stone doors that magically opened with ease. I had no idea what kind of engineering or magic they used to open such large doors. It was undoubtedly a work of art with the elven engravings that adorned it. Toriel didn't take long to part ways with me. She and Legolas were guiding a frustrated Thorin, who glared at them with barely contained fury. They weren't treating him like the king he was, a clear sign of disrespect that made him quite angry. But knowing he was at a disadvantage, he contained his anger. I watched Toriel's figure as she walked away. Every step she took was like the delicacy of a spring flower swayed by a gentle breeze. The way her hips swayed, her long legs, that great, ahem, I coughed to compose myself. It was extremely rude to look at a woman that way, but I couldn't help it. She was the only one who had evoked such feelings in me. Hey bastard! What are you doing? Let go of me. Don't touch me, filthy elf. A commotion behind me made me tear my eyes away from Toriel. I turned around and saw the dwarves being forcibly taken away by a group of elves. I didn't understand why this was happening. I thought they would also extend their hospitality to the dwarves, but it seems it's going to play out like in the movie. Aldril, they're taking the others. What should we do? A nervous Bilbo asked me. I didn't know when he had gotten so close, but it didn't matter. Knowing the dwarves would be fine, I patted his shoulder. They'll be fine, Bilbo, I said to reassure him. Excuse me, Mr. Aldril. The captain has asked me to take you to your resting place. An elf interrupted my conversation with Bilbo, who hid behind me, fearing they might take him away by force too. That's fine, but could you tell me where they're taking the dwarves? I asked out of curiosity. I imagined what he would say, but it was better to confirm. They're being taken to the cells. King Thranduil mentioned that upon their arrival, the dwarves should be brought there, he said, then noticed a small figure hiding behind me. Following his gaze, I realized this elf thought Bilbo was a dwarf, so I quickly spoke to avoid any misunderstandings. This is my friend, a hobbit. I'd appreciate it if you could also prepare a room for him, I said. The elf's frown disappeared as soon as I mentioned that Bilbo was a hobbit, though they were also known as halflings. Very well, please follow me, he responded, guiding us in the opposite direction from the dwarves, who started making a fuss when they saw us being taken elsewhere. You bastard! Where are you taking them? Gloin shouted, clearly believing they were going to do something to us. He hadn't seen that I got along well with Toriel, so he assumed the worst. You better not do anything to them, or I'll kill you. Surprisingly, it was Dwalin who shouted this time. Aldril, Bilbo, don't worry. Thorin will get us out of this, Bofur shouted as he was taken away with the others. Hearing how the dwarves were worried about us, I lowered my head, feeling a bit nervous. Like me, Bilbo had lowered his head. Clearly, the dwarves had misunderstood the elf's actions. Sorry guys, but I don't want to sleep in a cell, I thought as I turned to see them and nodded. I'll make it up to you by stealing some of the elves' wine, I thought as I followed the elf. Looking down, I discovered that Bilbo had smiled slyly. Sensing my gaze, he looked up, and in a tacit understanding, we both smiled. General POV, with the dwarves, hey bastard. Where are you taking us? Gloin grumbled as he was being led to the cells by Legolas. His father was very cautious with the dwarves, so when they entered the kingdom, they were informed that the dwarves must be taken to the cells. Keep quiet, Legolas said as he pushed the dwarf who had stopped walking. The movement caused Gloin's necklace to fall off, which Legolas noticed and bent down to pick up. Hey, that's mine. Give it back. Gloin shouted immediately. His desperation was palpable. The necklace was very special to him, and having an elf touch it made him feel extremely upset, especially this pretty elf who just kept bothering him. He had even kicked him in the rear when they were being escorted. Ignoring Gloin's shouts, Legolas opened the silver locket, grimacing at the portraits inside. "Who's this bearded guy, your brother?" he asked unconsciously. Infuriated by the elf's audacity, Gloin replied with palpable rage in his voice, "That's my wife. Show some respect." The dwarf's words caused a look of disgust to form on Legolas's face. He had seen many dwarves before, but had never seen a dwarf woman. Now he understood why. They all looked the same. All the women were hideous and bearded. But thinking about it, it made sense. What kind of woman would be interested in someone who was rude, filthy, and bearded? Only one with the same characteristics would pair up with those dwarves. He looked at the other portrait, which was of a younger dwarf, but to his eyes, it was just as ugly. His beard and small eyes gave him a horrid appearance. Pointing at it, he asked again, "What's the deal with this thing? Got an orc in the family?" Hearing Legolas's words, Gloin swiftly snatched the necklace back, glaring at the elf as he said, "That's not an orc, that's my son Gimli. And unlike you, pretty face, he's a manly man." Legolas didn't care about the dwarf's comment. He knew that elves were the most beautiful of creations, so the words of an ugly dwarf about beauty were ignored by him. However, he did raise an eyebrow upon learning that this was the dwarf's son. He wondered if all of them were that hideous when they were young. Setting the thought aside, he focused on the dwarves being escorted, knowing they might be hiding something that could help them escape from the cells. He ordered, "Search them thoroughly." Then he turned and left under Gloin's angry gaze, who became even more indignant when this elf insulted his family and walked away as if nothing mattered. With Thorin, "Why did you imprison my men? Is this the hospitality you offer?" The elves of Rivendell were more courteous, Thorin said with an icy tone. His words conveyed his displeasure and annoyance so clearly that the guards frowned at the dwarf's audacity. Thranduil, on the other hand, remained calm, unbothered by Thorin's words. He had certainly heard of him and his arrogant attitude. Unlike in the movies, Thranduil did not know Thorin in person, so he didn't recognize him at first. It was only through Tauriel that he discovered this dwarf was Thorin, son of Thrain. After all, many years had passed, and he barely remembered King Thror's appearance, so it was logical that he didn't know what Thorin looked like. With a calm and serene voice, Thranduil settled into his throne, a magnificent work of his artisans. "Forgive me, Thorin, son of Thrain, but I'm very cautious with your kind. Unlike Elrond of Rivendell, I tend to be more careful. I don't want a repeat of what happened in Doriath." His comment left Thorin puzzled, as he wasn't well versed in history and was unaware of certain grievances between dwarves and elves. His grandfather had mentioned it a bit, but he hadn't paid much attention. Noticing Thorin's confused expression, Thranduil realized that this dwarf was unaware of the event that triggered the animosity between the two races. Being the kind king he was, he stood up and, with graceful steps, descended from his throne's platform. "I see from your face that you don't know what I'm referring to. Follow me," he said. Thorin wanted to refuse to obey the elf, but his curiosity got the better of him. Gandalf had mentioned something about the conflict, so despite his arrogance, which told him he didn't need to follow the order, he decided to go along. He was accompanied by several elven guards walking behind him, watching for any sudden movements. Thranduil walked gracefully through the halls of his private quarters, each step like a feather falling, slow and filled with elegance. His crown, adorned with autumn and spring flowers, swayed with every movement, and his platinum blonde hair enhanced his regal bearing. Few knew this, as he rarely left his kingdom, but he was one of the most beautiful elves currently in Middle-earth. Behind him followed Thorin, his face stoic as he wondered where he was being led. However, he soon found his answer, for after a few minutes of walking, they arrived at a corridor filled with paintings depicting the history of the Sylvan Elves. "I have captured the history of my people in these paintings," Thranduil said as he turned his back to Thorin and gazed at a particular painting. In it, an elf with silver hair was being stabbed by dwarves. This image caused a visible change in Thorin's usually stoic expression. His eyes widened in surprise, and his posture became tense. For some reason, that painting sent chills down his spine, and he was even more surprised by Thranduil's next words. "We had our differences with the dwarves, but we generally coexisted peacefully during the First Age. We forged kingdoms and weapons together, but everything changed when, in the year 503 of the First Age, King Thingol of Doriath was murdered by the greed of the dwarves. They killed members of my race," he said, and every time he recalled that event, a burning anger ignited within him. Clenching his teeth, he continued, "Not only that, but they had the audacity to loot the kingdom, contributing to its downfall." With that said, he turned around and looked Thorin in the eyes, whose face was full of shock. He didn't know this history, and normally it wouldn't have mattered to him, but this was about his people, his kin. He didn't doubt the elf's story, as elves were known for never lying. An uncomfortable silence filled the air. The guards dispersed throughout the corridor shared the same shocked expression. They were young by elven standards. Only the veterans who had accompanied Thranduil and his father through the First and Second Ages knew this knowledge. After all, not many of them survived the War of the Last Alliance, so they had captured their history in these paintings to ensure the younger generation would not forget what had happened. I was there alongside my father. I watched my friends die, all because of their stupid greed. At some point, his fists had clenched, only to relax them again. He calmed his fury, knowing that this dwarf had nothing to do with what happened back then. "I hope you understand why I am so cautious. My people have suffered enough, and I don't want any incident to put them in danger." He spoke like the great king he was. In the movie, he was portrayed as arrogant, warlike, and very foolish when he didn't allow Toriel and the others to eliminate the spiders near his kingdom. But I might make an exception if you tell me why you've crossed through this cursed forest. In contrast, this Thranduil was cautious, wise from the years and wars he had lived through, and deeply loved his people. It was a great pain when his father Orifer died in the War of the Last Alliance, along with all the elves who perished in it. Only a third of his army returned. In that dark and gloomy time, his only ray of hope was his wife Thalwyn and his son Legolas. He believed that peace would prevail for a time, but everything fell apart when Sauron took over the place they once inhabited during his father's reign, Amon Lank, now better known as Dol Guldur. Yes, that fortress belonged to the Sylvan Elves. However, Orifer, fearful of Sauron and angered by the intrusion of the dwarves of Moria and the elves of Lothlorien, moved north 3 times, and by the end of the Second Age, they lived at the old entrance to Mirkwood. As the dark shadows spread, they retreated even further north until Thranduil decided to carve a fortress and high underground halls, modeled after what King Thingol had done in Doriath. Despite his shock, Thorin quickly composed himself after Thranduil's words. If he spoke about his goal, his men would be freed. However, his arrogance prevented him from revealing his purpose. The story Thranduil had told him surprised him, but that alone wouldn't make him trust the elf or disclose the reason for his journey, so he remained silent. Seeing that Thorin would not speak, King Thranduil sighed and looked at his guards. "Take him to the cells." Then he looked Thorin in the eyes. "I hope being there will make you reconsider and talk, Thorin Oakenshield." With a wave of his hand, he turned and walked toward the garden, where his wife and adopted daughter were. After all, he knew that the son of Tindamil was here, and he wanted to meet him. Perhaps he would reveal the reason for the dwarves' journey. General POV, with Aldril Wu. "How comfortable the elves' beds are," I sighed in pleasure as I threw myself onto the bed. A few moments ago, they had led Bilbo and me to our resting place, a cozy room that coexisted harmoniously with nature. Tree roots and various flowers adorned the chamber, a marvel. My elven blood boiled with happiness in such an environment. It was curious how this elven kingdom was underground. This demonstrated that not only the dwarves were skilled experts in constructing realms. "It's a shame that such a beautiful kingdom is overshadowed by all the dark magic surrounding it," I murmured, my gaze lost on the ceiling. I closed my eyes, wanting to sleep a bit and rest properly. It seemed like we had only walked through the forest for a short time, but he knew better than anyone that we had walked for days. Along the way, I provided food to the dwarves since apparently, the dark magic had altered their sense of time. Knowing I was the only one unaffected, I took on the task of remembering that they needed to eat occasionally. If it weren't for Aldril and his swords that alleviated the dark magic in the surroundings, the dwarves would have already started hallucinating, losing their provisions along the way, and just like in the books, they would have entered a food crisis, leading them to wander the forest and lose their way. Although the latter did end up happening when Aldril threw himself into the river to rescue Bomber and separated from the dwarves, allowing the dark magic to influence them to stray from the path. While Aldril was closing his eyes and trying to reach the realm of Morpheus, some knocks on the door made him open his eyes heavily. He remained silent for a few seconds until he replied with a tired voice, "Who is it?" On the other side of the door, a delicate voice he recognized instantly responded, "It's me, Toriel." Hearing the name of the voice he recognized, he calmly got out of bed, dispelling the drowsiness with a gentle tap on his cheek. He walked toward the door, opening it only to be enchanted by the beauty that ignited the flames of his emotions, which he struggled to suppress. Upon seeing the open door, Toriel prepared to state her purpose for coming. However, the words got stuck as their gazes met once more, losing themselves in those amber-colored eyes that seemed to softly shine like the light of Arendelle. She had to admit that Uldril had inherited the most striking feature of Lady Tindemil. Moreover, his beauty was very different from what she was accustomed to. While the elves who tried to court her were of delicate beauty, Uldril's was wild and masculine. Just thinking about it made her heart race. Her reverie was broken by Uldril's husky voice, the same voice that had so enchanted the others in the village where she grew up. "Did you need something from me?" Looking away in embarrassment, Toriel cleared her throat. "Yes, the Queen wishes to see you. She understands that you're exhausted from the journey, but if possible, she hopes to see you right now," she replied delicately, gently moving a lock of her hair behind her ear with a soft gesture. The nearby elven guards observed Toriel's gentle and delicate behavior, being surprised in the process. It was well known throughout the kingdom that the captain of the guard was strict and fierce, very different from the common elves, who were delicate and kind-hearted. Now, the captain was behaving like a delicate lady, a stark contrast to the tough warrior woman they were used to. As if sensing the nearby guards' thoughts, Toriel turned to look at them with a frosty gaze. Her demeanor changed drastically, and the guards quickly straightened up, avoiding the fierce eyes of their captain. Seeing no change in the guards, Toriel withdrew her fierce look, giving way to a softer one as she looked back at Uldril, who was smiling amusedly at the guards' incredulous stares. However, his thoughts were racing as he considered what Toriel had said. "Queen? Could Legolas's mother still be alive?" Shaking his head slightly, he stopped thinking about it. The plot had changed, and it wasn't surprising that Legolas's mother might still be alive. Finally, he replied, "All right, lead the way." Nodding, Toriel turned around and began to walk, followed by Uldril, who positioned himself to her right. They walked down a hallway in comfortable silence, only broken when Uldril noticed the walls adorned with paintings that detailed a story. "Those paintings, what are they?" he asked, genuinely curious. Toriel looked at the paintings and with a smile explained, "These are paintings that detail the history of my people. Look in that one over there, it shows the battle Lady Tindemil had with the dragon Smog." Pointing to the painting, she took Uldril's hand and guided him toward it. Uldril observed the painting closely. He didn't know much about his mother, so anything said about her was welcome, especially learning that she had faced Smog. With the little knowledge he had of his mother's strength, it was a miracle that Smog came out alive. This painting shows how Lady Tindemil fought Smog in Mirkwood. Toriel began narrating like a historian, recounting what was written in the painting. She spoke with grace and joy, a smile forming on her lips as she narrated the events. She loved to read and even more, to share her knowledge and tell stories of the past. Very few knew about this passion of hers, and those who did were her adoptive family. Uldril paid close attention to the story Toriel was telling, but he also took a few seconds to admire her radiant smile. There was no doubt she was enjoying herself, sharing the story behind this painting. Both were so focused, one narrating, the other listening, that they didn't notice an elegant figure approaching them from behind. Since the figure bore no ill will towards them, they remained unaware. With light steps and unparalleled grace, the figure approached them. "I knew I'd find you here," Thalwyn spoke softly. She had already imagined her daughter entertaining the young son of Tindemil with the paintings that illustrated his mother's contributions to the peace of the kingdom, which had been so hard-won. That melodious voice caught their attention. Recognizing the voice, Toriel quickly turned and with a slight bow apologized. "I'm sorry, Queen Thalwyn, I lost track of time." Uldril, on the other hand, turned calmly, only to be surprised by the ethereal beauty of the woman before him. Her blonde hair shone with unmatched grace, as if the golden rays of the summer sun were woven into her silky locks. "Is that Legolas's mother? She's stunningly beautiful," he thought. However, her beauty didn't overwhelm him to the point of being struck dumb or awestruck. It was simply like admiring a work of art for a moment. This was because, to his eyes, there was already someone else far more captivating with unmatched beauty. Knowing this person was the queen, he followed Toriel's example and made a slight bow, with his hand placed on his chest, a standard gesture of chivalry from his previous world. "It is an honor to meet you." Thalwyn acknowledged Uldril's gesture. She wouldn't have minded if he hadn't greeted her with respect, as she had recently learned from Galadriel that the boy had been raised in a human village, and she assumed he might not have the manners typically used by elves. But it seemed she was mistaken. With a delicate, graceful motion that came naturally to her, she said, "There's no need to be so formal with me. Come, let's go somewhere we can talk." Turning gracefully, she walked ahead of them. Both looked at each other for a moment, then chuckled softly and followed her. Thalwyn clearly sensed the chemistry between the two, which brought a smile to her thin, delicate lips. It didn't take long for them to reach a lush and vibrant garden, a stark contrast to the forest outside. Here, trees thrived with vitality, flowers stood tall, and a diversity of colors adorned the garden, with a floral scent that filled their nostrils with each step they took. They followed Thalwyn to a structure that stood out in the center of the garden. Upon reaching it, they sat at opposite ends, with Thalwyn in between. The silence, punctuated only by the birds chirping in the garden, was broken by Thalwyn's melodious voice. "Here we can talk in peace," she said as she turned to Aldril. "If it's not too much trouble, may I know your name?" Nodding with a smile, Aldril rose from his seat and with a courteous bow said, "I apologize for not introducing myself earlier. My name is Aldril, son of Tindamil." "Yes, there's no doubt you are her son. You have your mother's dark hair and her beautiful amber eyes," Thalwyn replied with a charming smile. "So, young Aldril, could you tell me where you've been all this time? We've been searching for you for a long time," she continued. "Searching for me?" he asked, puzzled. He didn't understand why Legolas's mother had been looking for him. Noticing Aldril's confused expression, Thalwyn realized that he didn't seem to know much about his mother, so she explained, "Yes, I'm a very close friend of your mother. We fought together against the kingdom of Angmar and in the War of the Last Alliance. When she informed us of her pregnancy, she asked Galadriel and me for a favor, that if anything happened to her, one of us would raise you as our own child. However, after your disappearance, we searched everywhere for you but found no trace. We feared the worst, but before your mother departed to Valinor due to her injuries, she told us she felt you were still alive. We clung to that hope, and now I see that she was not wrong." Her words left him stunned. He never would have imagined that Legolas's mother had been friends with his own, let alone that he had also been searched for by Galadriel, one of the strongest elves in all of Middle-earth. "Damn it, Mom, you never stop surprising me." "Well, to be honest, I was raised in a human village near the Shire. My great-grandmother, Elwing the Fair, raised me. I'm not sure why you couldn't find me," he replied, causing Thalwyn's eyes to widen in surprise. "Elwing the Fair? But she's supposed to be in Valinor," she said calmly, her brow furrowing. "Unless—" she murmured, bringing one of her delicate hands to her chin in thought. Toriel was equally surprised, casting a quick glance at her adoptive mother, who was still deep in thought. It seemed she already knew what had happened to Lady Tindamil. Then why didn't she tell me? Toriel wondered, feeling a pang of sadness. At that moment, while both were silent, an elegant figure full of grace entered the garden. Aldril watched him from his seat, and when he noticed the crown adorned with autumn and spring flowers at both ends, he realized who it was. Thranduil, the king of the woodland elves and Legolas's father. Thranduil also observed Aldril closely. There was no doubt that he was Tindamil's son, the elf who had helped him repel smog and cleanse part of the forest of dark magic. With calm steps, he walked toward his wife, who was still lost in thought. Her beautiful face dazzled Thranduil's eyes, which softened as he saw her furrowed brow. His wife tended to make those expressions when she was deep in thought. "What has you so thoughtful, my dear?" he asked as he took the seat Toriel had offered him. Seeing this, Aldril gestured for Toriel to sit next to him. With a slightly downcast expression, Toriel complied and sat by his side. He took her hand, and Toriel looked at him. In that glance, she saw how much Aldril cared for her, trying to offer comfort even though he didn't know the reason for her sadness. This act made her smile. The sadness receded, but despite feeling better, she didn't let go of his hand. On the other side, Thranduil had already spoken with his wife, understanding why she was so pensive. But there would be time later to ponder how an elf was allowed to return from Valinor to Middle-earth. He focused his attention on Aldril, who, sensing his gaze, looked back at him. "It's a pleasure to meet you, son of Tindamil. I've been in your mother's debt ever since she helped my kingdom," he said, meeting Aldril's eyes. "Now, forgive my curiosity, but could you tell me what you're doing with a group of dwarves?" he asked. He had already guessed why Thorin and his company had passed through Mirkwood, but wanted confirmation. Aldril responded without much hesitation, imagining that Thranduil might be similar to his portrayal in the movie, and wanting to avoid any trouble, he replied, "We're going to Erebor. Gandalf the Grey advised us to pass through this forest. As for why I'm with them, it's because Thorin hired me as his adventurer." "Why would he hire you?" Thranduil asked, already suspecting the answer. "To finish what my mother started." Aldril closed his eyes for a few seconds, then opened them with palpable determination in his gaze. Even his dark hair began to shine faintly. "I will kill Smaug." General POV, Aldril, I will kill Smaug. At Aldril's bold declaration, Thalwyn frowned slightly. It was a brazen statement, and in her long life, there had only been one other person with the same audacity. Sighing, she looked at her husband, who returned her gaze with the calm expression she had grown accustomed to. They were complete opposites. If she was like the radiant and vibrant light of summer, Thranduil was like the serene moonlight that illuminated the dark night, a tranquil and peaceful glow. When their eyes met, they both understood what the other was thinking, a silent understanding born from the countless years they had spent together. "There is no doubt that you are her son," Thalwyn said, sighing softly. A subtle gesture that carried extreme delicacy. Thranduil was captivated. Time didn't matter. He always admired the elegance and grace in every one of her movements. His wife was a work of art, a reminder of the beauty the great Eru could create, a woman who had brought light into his darkest moment. "But I'm afraid you don't have the strength to face that terrible dragon alone," she continued. "After all, you are still young, and your strength has not yet fully developed. I wouldn't recommend risking your life." Placing her hand alongside her husband's, Thalwyn explained her reasoning. She knew these words might hurt the pride of Tindamil's son, but she would not allow him to put his life at risk. She had promised Tindamil. Thranduil stopped admiring his wife's beauty and nodded at her words. "I understand this may upset you, but all of this was because of the dwarves' request, wasn't it?" he said, looking Aldril directly in the eyes. "The dwarves will likely use you only as a distraction. Their goal is the gold, and most likely, while you distract the dragon, they will sneak in and take part of the treasure. They don't care about you." He watched as Aldril lowered his head slightly, deep in thought. Thranduil guessed he had been traveling with the dwarves for some time, which meant he had likely grown somewhat fond of them. Without hesitation, he added, "I know better than anyone how greedy those dwarves can be. When they see the mountains of gold, they will leave you to your fate, abandoned." Thranduil's words held some truth, but Aldril was certain that the members of the expedition were, in some ways, different from ordinary dwarves. This had been demonstrated in the film, but was it truly the case? He had already deviated far from the plot of the movie, and it was possible that upon seeing Erebor's treasures, the dwarves would abandon him to face Smaug, just as Thorin had done with Bilbo. Clenching his fists slightly, Aldril lifted his gaze and looked at the two elves standing before him, determination shining in his eyes. I know I'm not as strong as my mother. However, I trust in my abilities, and I'm sure this group of dwarves is different from the rest." His declaration caused his hair to shine like a starry sky, something both Thalwyn and Thranduil noticed with mild surprise. This was a symbol of the blessing Vala Varda had bestowed upon Tindamil. Thalwyn knew better than anyone what it meant, as she had been there when Varda gave her blessing. "Here shines the light that will brighten the darkest moments, a luminance that even the Dark Lord himself will not be able to extinguish. This light, immutable and eternal, is such that not even Ungoliant, in all her greed, could devour it, a symbol of unbreakable will," Thalwyn murmured softly, as if entranced, reliving that moment beneath the starry night. Tilting his head with concern, Aldril watched Thalwyn's trance-like state. Her words stirred something deep within him. It wasn't just his hair that glowed in that moment. His twin blades also shone in harmony with their wielder's hair. This sight left each onlooker with mixed emotions. Thranduil, understanding his wife's trance, looked at Aldril with newfound respect. If the blessing of the great Vala Varda was reacting, there was a meaning behind it that he unconsciously understood. It was like the giant eagles. Men saw them as just large creatures, but the elves knew better than anyone how important they were. After all, they were the watchers of Middle-earth, messengers of the great Vala Manwë. If one appeared at an event, that event could not be altered, for it was the will of Vala Manwë. In this case, when a starry light shines under a resolute will, it is because Vala Varda wills it. This meant that they had no right to prevent the young man standing before them from fulfilling his goal. His wife had once spoken with him about it, the time when Tindamil faced the Balrog of Khazad-dûm. On that occasion, they urged Tindamil to abandon the nearly impossible task of freeing Moria from the terrifying creature. Even Galadriel had urged her to give up. After all, battles with Balrogs always ended in tragedy. Very few had survived. Even Glorfindel, one of the most powerful elves in all of Middle-earth, perished in his fight against a Balrog at the pass of Cirith Thorenath. However, his death had defended the few survivors of Gondolin, among them Aldril's great-grandfather, Irendil, who was later resurrected. However, Thranduil did not know that Glorfindel had been released from Valamandos, and that Manwë had revived him, allowing him to live again under the grace of the elves. This caused his spirit to grow, making him more akin to a Maya. As for Tindamil, she refused to back down, causing her hair and anguiril to glow, a clear sign of Varda's command. Remembering Tindamil's sword, Thranduil paid special attention to Aldril's black sword. If both swords glowed in unison, it meant that this sword was Anguiril's lost twin, Anglical, the sword once wielded by Beleg and later by Turin Turambar. At some point, Thalwyn snapped out of her trance and looked at Aldril with newfound clarity. This young man had already caught the attention of the Vala Varda. It was clear that, by Manwë's command and Varda's blessing, Aldril was destined for greatness. Smiling delicately, Thalwyn looked into Aldril's eyes and with unparalleled grace spoke, "Very well, we will help you in every way we can." With a gesture of her delicate hand, she caught her husband's attention, who nodded in agreement. "As my dear wife said, we will help you in every way we can. For now, I will release the dwarves on your word," he said. Everyone stood up, even Toriel, who had been lost in her daydream, was awakened. Aldril's confident words and the starry glow he displayed had captivated her. Lost in her thoughts, she had ignored the conversation that had just taken place, which Thalwyn noticed with a smile. After all, Toriel was showing the same look Thalwyn had when she first looked at her husband after he saved her from an orc ambush. "I thank you, Your Majesty," Aldril responded with a slight bow. He had been incredibly nervous just moments ago, but for some reason, his will and determination surged like water from a dam, giving him the confidence to speak on behalf of the dwarves, who, despite being rude and impolite, were still his friends. "There's no need for such formalities. You can call me Thranduil. After all, I have a good friendship with your mother," Thranduil said, raising his proud face. He liked to be shown respect, but this boy was the son of one of the few people he could call a friend in all of Middle-earth. At this, Aldril nodded in gratitude. "Thank you for your trust, Lord Thranduil and Lady Thalwyn." With the conversation concluded, everyone stood up and walked toward the exit as Thalwyn spoke quietly with Toriel, who displayed a serious expression as she nodded, showing that their conversation was important. Before leaving the garden, Thranduil stopped Aldril for a moment with a slight warning. "Be cautious with the dwarves. They may be your friends now, but once you reveal your elvish nature to them, their attitude toward you may change." "I appreciate your concern, Lord Thranduil." "I will be careful," Aldril replied. With that, Thranduil nodded and turned to a nearby guard. "Go with him to the dwarves' cell, release them, and give them a place to rest, but ensure they do not leave their room." After giving his order, he followed his wife, who was guiding Toriel. It was time to reveal who her father was and give her the last gift he had left her before his death. "With the dwarves, hey, what do you think they're doing to Bilbo and Aldril?" Nori asked, clearly trying to make conversation in the uncomfortable silence that enveloped the cell area. "Maybe interrogating them?" Ori responded doubtfully. "Didn't you see how that elf was looking at Aldril? I'm sure they're torturing him to get information," Gloin replied with contained anger in his voice. He had clearly misinterpreted the way Toriel was looking at Aldril. After all, the expressions of love among their race were very different. Dwarven women always frowned and never gave loving looks, only grunting when showing affection. "Damn it! As long as they don't hurt them, I won't worry," Dwalin shouted. Despite being the grumpiest of the dwarves, he was one of the most loyal to his friends. Aldril had earned his respect after the first ambush, and Bilbo had earned it during the fight with the trolls, so he already held him in high esteem. Or maybe they're enjoying better treatment than us. "After all, they're not dwarves," Beaufort said lazily. Little did he know that this was the truth, as Bilbo was currently sleeping peacefully in a large elvish bed. "Don't be stupid, don't you see how they were looking at them? I'm more inclined to believe they're extracting information from them," Dwalin dismissed his comment, unable to imagine that they were receiving preferential treatment. "Who are you calling stupid?" Just as the dwarves were about to argue, a cold yet authoritative voice cut through the noise. silencing them instantly. "Silence, it doesn't matter where we are. What we need to focus on is how to get out of here," Thorin explained calmly. He was a bit tangled. The story told to him by that elven king left a bitter taste. But haven't the elves also been at fault? After all, they didn't help my people when we were driven out of Erebor. His thoughts were interrupted by footsteps outside the cell. With a cold expression, Thorin looked at those approaching, only to raise an eyebrow when he saw Aldril being escorted by a guard. "Ah, look. They're bringing Aldril," exclaimed Bomber, who had woken up at some point. It was a shock for him to wake up in a dark cell. After all, the last thing he remembered was touching that forest river. "Aldril, are you all right?" shouted Gloin as he pressed his face against the bars and looked outside. Hearing the dwarves starting to stir, Aldril shook his head with an ironic smile. He was sure that no matter if he spoke of his lineage, the dwarves wouldn't belittle him. After all, they could be called friends. A quality of men, regardless of their species, is that if they live together for months, it's natural for them to become friends, especially these dwarves who greatly value their friendships. Approaching Thorin's cell, Aldril shouted to the others, "I'm fine. I've come to get you out of here." Shortly after his shout, the elven guard pulled out some keys and opened the dwarves' cell one by one. They were clearly a bit confused by their release. They wanted to attack the elven guard as they left, but the fact that Aldril was accompanied by the guard and appeared to be fine made them reconsider. Soon all the dwarves were freed and quickly gathered around Aldril, who patiently explained what had happened. This moment was interrupted by the elven guard. "Follow me, I'll take you to where you'll rest." His indifferent expression angered them. They wanted to complain, but a single glance from Thorin calmed them. He knew it was better not to make a scene. After all, they wouldn't be locked up and could leave the next day, arriving in time at Erebor. With Toriel, a few minutes earlier, her adoptive parents had led her to her private chamber, a room of noble and majestic appearance. They had something important to tell her, a matter of utmost significance. She had imagined that the conversation would revolve around Aldril, the young half-elf who had made her heart race. Deep down, she had decided to follow him. She was now older and had earned the right to forge her own path. The desire to join him on his adventure and help him face the fearsome dragon that had once terrorized her people was irresistible. Moreover, she had promised Lady Tindamil, her role model, that she would watch over her son. She felt a natural attraction to Aldril, an attraction that seemed to be woven into the threads of fate, a longing to be by his side. Her adoptive mother, Thalwyn, was sitting across from her, enveloped in a serenity that seemed to emanate naturally. Her beauty was ethereal, a reflection of the greatness of the ancient elves. Her smile, full of wisdom and affection, was directed at Toriel. It was understandable to have such beauty. After all, Thalwyn was one of the Vanir, which explained her deep friendship with Lady Galadriel. "Are you planning to go with him, aren't you?" asked Thalwyn. Her question, though phrased with tenderness, sent a slight warning to her heart, which was racing with fear of her mother's disapproval and the possibility of a confrontation she wished to avoid. With her heart racing and armed with courage, Toriel raised her gaze and met Thalwyn's eyes. "Yes, I want to follow him," she replied firmly. "I promised Lady Tindamil that I would look after her future son." Her words elicited a reaction different from what she had imagined. "I know, dear, and that's precisely why we brought you here." Rising slowly, Thalwyn looked toward the entrance, where her adoptive father, Thranduil, entered with a box. His serious demeanor indicated that it was something of importance. Normally, he would behave like a loving father in private, but this time was different. He placed the dark-colored box in front of her. Toriel looked at the box with curiosity. Something within was calling to her, and she felt happiness and recognition. Her furrowed brow was a sign for Thranduil to begin explaining. "Normally, we had planned to give you the only gift your real father left when you decided to leave the realm." This brought a shock that made her raise her head in surprise. She had only asked once about her parents, and the vague answer she got was that an entity named Goldberry had left her in Thalwyn's care. It was a response that satisfied her childhood curiosity, but now with this, her curiosity about her real parents was rekindled. Thranduil waited a few seconds for his adoptive daughter to regain her composure before continuing. "It is likely that tomorrow morning the young Aldril, along with the dwarves, will leave the realm." A silence fell, hinting at an underlying truth. "We understand that you will be leaving with him." With slow and careful movements, he opened the box, revealing a bow made of black yew wood. Gently, he took it out of the box and handed it to Toriel. This is your father Beleg's bow, the finest bow in all Middle-earth, he explained slowly. Its name is Belthronding. It accompanied your father for countless years. It was his last wish that you would bear it. Toriel was fascinated. Holding the bow gave her an almost magical jolt, as if the bow were recognizing her. She now understood when Lady Tindamil mentioned that there were weapons with a will that would only accept their rightful bearer. Watching her daughter gaze in awe at the bow, Thalwyn smiled with great joy. That smile seemed to illuminate and make the plants adorning the room flourish. Not many knew it, but she was the one who kept the darkness of the Mirkwood at bay, thanks to the blessing of Vala Yavanna, which allowed her to bring vitality to places corrupted by dark magic. Go on, try it out, urged Thalwyn. Toriel stood up and, in an act of great affection, hugged them both. Thank you, father, mother. With those words, she hurried out of the room, her head bowed in embarrassment. This behavior didn't bother them. On the contrary, it filled them with joy. Toriel rarely showed her feelings. She was often strict and serious, even when alone with them. They both smiled and held hands in an act of love. Fate has reunited the two weapons that fought against darkness for so long, said Thalwyn as she was embraced by her beloved husband. Anglical and Belthronding fight against the evil that threatens Middle-earth once again, she continued. It's almost ironic that their children have met and are now setting out together, Thranduil said with an ironic laugh. He might be a stern and serious person in public, but when alone with his wife, he showed the caring man he was inside. The daughter of Beleg and the son of Turin, will they bring about the same changes their parents did? Wondered Thalwyn as she sank into Thranduil's arms. Daughter of Beleg and the son of Turin, General POV. The realm of the Wood Elves, ruled by King Thranduil, is known for its calm and serene atmosphere. Its underground construction is infused with a peace that is only interrupted by the gentle whispers of nature. The inhabitants of this kingdom, dedicated to their tasks and to maintaining balance in their environment, move with an almost ethereal grace, respecting the tranquility that defines their home. However, on this particular night, a noticeable disturbance breaks the norm. The stillness of the night is shaken by an unexpected commotion emanating from a room. The sound of laughter and lively voices, along with the clinking of glasses, echoes through the halls, disturbing the silence that allows the nearby elves to sleep. Haha, did you see that elf's face when he realized we were free? Dwalin laughed joyfully as he took large gulps of his wine. A few hours earlier, the dwarves had been released at Aldril's request to King Thranduil, a decision that had caused discontent among the elven guards. Their displeasure only grew when they were tasked with ensuring that the dwarves didn't cause an accident. Haha, it looked like he'd eaten horse dung, Gloin added, joining in the mockery. He showed signs of being drunk after so many glasses, having gone a long time without enjoying a good tankard of wine. Nothing beats the look on their faces when they handed us their precious wine, haha. Beaufort, with a cup in hand, laughed at the memory. As Thranduil had promised Aldril, the dwarves were shown hospitality, and an entire barrel of their prized wine was carried away by the dwarves under the disdainful gazes of the elves. There was no room for complaint, as it was the king's order that these ill-mannered dwarves be treated well. At least the elves have one good thing, Gloin said with a silly grin forming on his face. Oh? And what's that? Dwalin asked with a mocking look on his face, already guessing what Gloin would say but wanting to keep the conversation going. The wine, ha ha ha. Gloin laughed heartily, spilling a little wine onto the wooden floor. You boys don't know what real wine is, Balin chimed in as he took a sip from his tankard. He couldn't deny that he was a bit drunk, having allowed himself to drink more after growing tired of milk, just like the others. So Balin, what's the best wine for you? Keely asked, seated next to Bilbo and Aldril, who were both curiously watching Balin, especially Aldril, who had made it his goal to taste every wine in Middle-earth at least once. Under the expectant eyes of the others, Balin drifted into his thoughts, recalling a time when he was a bit younger. The wine of Dorwinion, he finally said after a few seconds of silence. It's the finest wine in all of Middle-earth, I can assure you. This piqued the curiosity of the others, as they had never heard of this particular place before. Only Thorin and Gloin's expressions changed at the mention of the name. Ah, my father once mentioned it, Gloin added, shaking off some of his drunkenness. You don't know a damn thing about what makes a good wine. Those were his exact words, he said, chuckling softly as he remembered. It was one of the last times he drank with his father, a precious memory. I remember, Thorin said, silencing everyone else. It was an unspoken understanding that when Thorin spoke, the others should remain quiet. Once, their king Bladorthan made an order from our smiths. Do you remember, Balin? Yes, I remember. In exchange for forging spears with heads thrice forged and shafts cleverly inlaid with gold, they offered us 1,000 barrels of their delicious wine, Balin recalled, turning his gaze to Thorin. I remember your father, Thrain, being very excited about the deal, urging your grandfather, Thror, to accept the offer. A nostalgic smile crossed his face as he remembered the time when they lived in peace, without worries or problems, a time that sadly came to an end in just a single day. Thorin clearly felt the shift in Balin's mood and placed a hand on his shoulder. After all, Balin was the eldest and wisest of the dwarves, and having been by Thorin's side even in his youth, he held a special place of respect and affection in Thorin's heart. Wanting to lighten the somber atmosphere that had suddenly taken over, Keely changed the subject, turning the conversation towards Aldril. So, Aldril, how did you manage to speak with that pompous king? He was referring to Thranduil, as during their imprisonment, Thorin had told them parts of his conversation with the Elven King. Keely's intervention was successful, as the somber mood lifted slightly. Now the dwarves turned their attention to Aldril, eager to hear his answer. Even Thorin looked curious about this particular detail. Aldril remained silent for a few seconds, debating whether or not to reveal the other half of his lineage. He trusted the dwarves, but still feared that knowing he was part elf might change how they treated him. Thranduil's words had made him doubt. Bilbo, who was seated beside him, sensed his hesitation, it was palpable, and gave him a look of support. He understood the dwarves' animosity toward elves, so he comprehended why Aldril was hesitant to speak. Aldril appreciated Bilbo's gesture. He could lie about why the elves had accepted him so readily, but that wasn't his way. He didn't want to lie to those he considered friends, and this would be a chance to prove that these dwarves were trustworthy. Contradicting King Thranduil's words, at least, that was the hope in his heart. With a sigh that seemed to dispel all his doubts, he looked up at everyone with a resolute expression. Do you remember when I left to speak with Elrond? His question was met with the dwarves' nods. They might have been distracted, but they had paid attention to that moment, though they hadn't thought much of it, dismissing it as trivial. As you know, not too long ago, I didn't know who my mother was, he paused, heightening the tension in the room. The dwarves looked at him expectantly, a few feeling the urge to punch him for speaking so slowly, but they remembered Aldril's strength and held back. During that time, Elrond took me to a room filled with ancient portraits, and in one of them was my beloved mother, he said, causing the dwarves to raise their eyebrows in confusion. Thorin, in particular, had already pieced together what Aldril was about to say. My mother is Tindamil, the adventurer elf. With another sigh, he finally revealed the truth to the dwarves, whose faces showed surprise at the revelation. Many looked at each other in bewilderment. Thorin simply closed his eyes, having guessed correctly, while Balin remained calm, a kind smile on his face. After all, he already knew from Aldril's earlier conversation with Bilbo. The silence that settled over the room made Aldril close his eyes for a moment. He feared opening them and seeing the dwarves looking at him with disdain and disgust. However, his worries were quickly dispelled by a comment from one of the dwarves. Huh? I don't get it. So, your mother's an elf? And so what? Asked a confused Gloin, his drunkenness clouding his thoughts. Idiot, that means Aldril's an elf, Dwalin added, drinking from his tankard without a care. It seemed the news of Aldril's lineage didn't bother him in the slightest. With a sigh, Balin looked at the two foolish dwarves and responded, No, Aldril doesn't have elf ears, so he must be a half-elf, right? He looked at Aldril with a gentle smile. Yes, I'm half-elf, Aldril confirmed. He had opened his eyes, and to his relief, none of them looked at him with disgust or scorn. Half-elf. Bah, doesn't matter. Aldril's my friend, and even if he were a full elf, I'd still treat him the same. I'd even say he's the only elf I like, Gloin added with a casual wave of his hand. Gloin's right. Aldril is our friend. Look at the bright side. He could smuggle us some elven wine, ha ha ha, Dwalin laughed. Like the rest, he considered Aldril a friend. After all, they'd faced life and death battles together, so even if Aldril were a full elf, a bond of friendship would have formed. This was also evident in the original plot of The Lord of the Rings, where Legolas and Gimli became friends after fighting many battles together. Indeed, it doesn't matter if you're an elf or a half-elf. It doesn't change the fact that you're part of our expedition, Aldril. You're one of us, Thorin said with a slight smile. It was rare to see him smile, even a little, But it showed that Thorin, like the rest, respected Aldril. After all, Aldril had saved him in both the Goblin Kingdom and from Azog. It was only natural to respect him. Then let's celebrate the only elf who's a friend to dwarves. Bofur shouted, causing the others to stand and raise their wine-filled tankards. To Aldril. Nori exclaimed. To our friendship. Ori added. To hell with him being an elf. Aldril is our friend, Bombur said cheerfully. He held Aldril in high regard, having heard from the others how Aldril had leapt into a river cursed with dark magic to save him, a true act of friendship. To our friend Aldril. Bilbo also stood up, giving Aldril a radiant smile. Inwardly, he breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't misjudged the dwarves. They might be rude, unrefined, and dirty, but they were undoubtedly loyal friends. Idiots, Aldril muttered with a bright smile. He was right. These dwarves were different. Other dwarves might be greedy and abandon friendships for wealth, but he was sure this group was an exception to that behavior. With slightly misty eyes, Aldril also stood and toasted with them. Cheers! General POV Thranduil the Third Age began for Thranduil's kingdom with a long period of peace, during which the population of the Sylvan Elves grew once more. Yet, despite this, a shadow remained in his heart. He had witnessed the horrors of Mordor and could not forget them. In his bedchamber, he lay awake late into the night, his gaze fixed to the south. Each time he looked in that direction, the memories darkened the moonlight. He knew those lands were desolate, deserted, and guarded by the men of Gondor. However, his heart told him that evil had not been defeated for good. Sooner or later, that evil would rise again. His fears were confirmed when, after 1,000 years, a shadow slowly crept into the forest from the south. His dread became reality. Wild beasts hunted everything in their path, and dark creatures began weaving their traps. During that time, he had decided to move his kingdom further north, where they now reside. It was a heavy blow to learn from his scouts that the place his father once ruled had become home to an unparalleled evil, a presence so corrupt that it rotted the once green forest. The pieces were falling into place. Fate was taking control. It was no coincidence that the son of that woman had appeared at this moment. His beloved wife, who with her blessing had kept dark magic at bay, informed him that she had sensed the changes that had begun with the appearance of Turin's descendant. Fate had once again united the blood of those two individuals, who had brought great change during the First Age. The unbeatable bow and sword would once again join forces in the fight against the dark powers, clear evidence that evil was stirring. As he was lost in thought, warm arms wrapped around his waist, prompting him to look at the person embracing him. What troubles you, my love? Her sweet voice was like a melody to his ears. He would never tire of hearing his beautiful wife's voice. Both she and Legolas had given him hope, the light he needed when he was consumed by darkness. Turning, he wrapped his arms around his beloved Thalwyn, her rosy scent filling his senses. His wife's hair was like the brightest spring, and as he closed his eyes, savoring her warmth and fragrance, he allowed himself a moment to calm down. The darkness is on the move. The child's arrival is a very clear sign. We must prepare for the battles ahead, he explained. Though the time of the elves has passed, that evil will not leave us in peace. It will seek to destroy us. We are a thorn in its side, and it will not rest. He was speaking more to himself than to his wife. He knew that if Sauron returned, he would attack every elven kingdom still standing. Thranduil needed to strengthen the borders of his realm and prevent Sauron's forces from seizing Erebor. Should that happen, his kingdom would be in grave danger. He trusted that the son of that woman would slay the fearsome Smaug, and the death of the dragon would allow them to establish a strong strategic point to defend against Sauron's dark forces. We knew this moment would come, Thalwyn said as she remained wrapped in her husband's arms. She lifted her gaze to meet his warm eyes. Her heart raced, as it always did when she looked into them, no matter how many decades they had been together. We will be ready when the time comes, she whispered softly. Balg, Mirkwood splash. The sound of a head being pierced echoed loudly. It was caused by a messenger orc who was supposed to have been keeping an eye on the expedition group. Arg. You idiot. What do you mean you don't know what happened to them? Balg growled, his face contorted with rage, further accentuating his already hideous features. In front of him stood an orc, cowering in fear. It had been one of the orcs left behind to watch the expedition team. Not long ago, an orc had dared to investigate Bjorn's house, only to be shocked when he found no sign of the dwarves. The orc had quickly rushed back to inform Balg. Useless scum. Balg snarled in anger. He had vented some of his fury on the now headless orc. He quickly shifted his gaze to the other orcs. "There's your dinner," he said with a simple gesture of his hand. The orcs immediately began tearing apart the dead orc's body. They were fortunate to be in Mirkwood, waiting for the opportunity to strike. Now Borg had to act quickly. The dwarves were likely to leave the Elven Kingdom soon, so it was wise to wait for them near the river port. It was the only path they could take, and they would need to set off immediately if they wanted to ambush them. "Hurry up, you stinking rats!" he shouted, prompting the orcs, still smeared with their comrades' blood, to rise and grab their weapons. None dared ask what Borg's plan was, for they were simple-minded creatures, focused only on following orders, a testament to their general stupidity. With Aldril, the dwarves drank late into the night, though only a few remained awake, mostly those who hadn't drunk much. Among them were Balin, Thorin, Aldril, Bilbo, and Bofur. The five of them sat in a circle, illuminated only by candlelight and the moonlight filtering through. The conversation had shifted to the greatness of Erebor and the tragic loss of the kingdom of Moria. Durin's bane ravaged the kingdom. The dwarves, powerless to stop it, were forced to migrate. "It remains a dark stain on our people's history," Balin explained. As one of the wisest dwarves, he briefly recounted some tales. "What is Durin's bane?" Bilbo asked, his curiosity piqued. The stories Balin was sharing intrigued him, and he could easily imagine writing a book about all the things he had experienced and heard on this journey. There was no doubt it would make for a fascinating read for the hobbits of the Shire. A heavy silence followed Bilbo's question. All the dwarves believed that Durin's bane was a cursed fire that consumed their people, yet Aldril, with his knowledge, knew that it was the Balrog, but he could not say so openly, especially because he did not want to explain why he knew. "Fire, Bilbo. A fire that consumes everything," Bofur finally answered after a few moments of silence, his voice somber. All dwarves of Durin's line knew of it. It was told to them as children, passed down from generation to generation, to ensure they never forgot the evil that arose from their greed. Sensing the dark atmosphere, Aldril decided to change the subject. He wanted to learn more about Erebor, especially since the films hadn't covered much of the kingdom. "By the way, Thorin, I heard Erebor had many treasures. Which were the most valuable to you?" He knew that his relationship with Thorin had become one of friendship, or at least that was how Thorin had acted after the Goblin Kingdom incident, so he felt comfortable asking something so direct. Unbothered by the straightforward question, Thorin sank into thought, remaining silent for a few moments before speaking. The hundreds of spears with gold tips commissioned by Bledorthan. They were masterpieces, forged with great dedication by our smiths. He fell silent again, as if trying to recall something else, then raised his eyes as the memory returned. There was also a helm. He tried to remember its name, but it had been so long that he could only recall its appearance, not its name. It was a helm of gray steel, with a visor to protect the eyes, adorned with gold and victory runes engraved upon it. Its crest bore a golden image of a type of dragon. For some reason, Aldril's heart raced at the description of this helm. Unnoticed by the others, Anglical, the sword stored in the corner by Aldril, began to glow faintly with its characteristic dark starry sheen. "I don't remember its name," Thorin shook his head, unable to recall it, and looked to Balin, hoping the old dwarf might still remember the helm that had been so treasured by his grandfather. Feeling Thorin's gaze, Balin sank into thought until he raised his hand, as if the memory had just come to him. "Ah, I remember now. It's said to have been abandoned by Hurin in a fit of rage and sorrow." "I don't know the reason why," Balin said, shaking his head as he looked back at Thorin. "If I'm not mistaken, its name was the Dragon Helm of Dorlamin." General POV, Cabe Daenerys, First Age 499 Ah. Letting out a sigh, Beleg reclined against a stone lying by his feet. His green cloak was torn, and his characteristic silver-blonde hair was stained with the dark red blood of his enemy. Splash. Beside him, his comrade Turin had collapsed into the cold river, its clarity darkened by the blood that dripped from the dragon they had slain with their deadly coordination. Anglical in his hand buzzed with satisfaction, the will inside it in a state of euphoria. With exhaustion, Turin raised his arms, carefully removing the dragon helm that had covered his face. His long raven-black hair fell onto his shoulders, and a slight moisture ran down his strikingly beautiful face, so beautiful that he could easily be mistaken for an elf. Sweat covered his brow, a clear sign of how difficult the decisive battle against the dragon Glorung had been, an abomination created by Morgoth after corrupting one of Eru's great creations. You've completed your revenge against Glorung. What do you plan to do now, Turin? Beleg asked, his eyes reflecting concern. The empty, unmotivated look in Turin's eyes worried him. There was no doubt that Glorung's death hadn't fully erased the mark left on Turin. Beleg still remembered that day. If it hadn't been for his intervention, Turin would have made a grave mistake that he would have regretted. I don't know, came Turin's almost whispered words. There was little that motivated him to continue. Now he was sure his sister was free from the spell cast by the dragon, a spell that had also affected him. He owed his best friend, Beleg, a debt of gratitude. Had it not been for him, he wouldn't have heard Finduila's cry after the sack of Nargothrond, a mistake that could have cost her life. Beleg's worry grew. He feared his friend might make another mistake, so he remained silent for a few moments, searching for the right words to lift Turin's spirits. You could return to Doriath with me. You, Finduila's, and your sister can live with me. King Thingol holds you in high esteem and would not refuse your stay. Turin remained silent, pondering whether to accept his friend's offer. His silence stretched on for several minutes until he finally shook his head. I'm sorry, Beleg. I don't want to return there. In that case, I'll stay by your side until you decide what to do. If Turin still didn't know what he wanted, Beleg would follow him until he did. He had no intention of leaving him alone, even if it meant going against King Thingol's orders. Turin was his best friend, someone with whom he had formed a deep brotherly bond. With a sigh, Turin looked up, gazing at the evening sky. He could vaguely see the sun setting, giving way to the starry night. Something in his expression changed at the sight of the sunset. Finduila's has freed me from half of my curse. Now I must find another way to lift the other half, he explained, keeping his eyes on the horizon. I will take them to my cousin Tuor. They will be safe with him. He paused for a few seconds. Perhaps this will be the last time we meet, Beleg. Beleg looked into Turin's eyes, and the emptiness was gone. There was now a glimmer of determination in his eyes, which lifted Beleg's spirits. If there was one thing he knew about Turin, it was that when he set his mind to something, he would see it through, no matter the cost. There was no longer any need to intervene. Then this will be our farewell, Turin. After this, I must return to Doriath. He could go back without worry. Turin was strong enough that Beleg didn't need to concern himself with his safety. Turin smiled, a rare sight. His usual demeanor was serious and reserved, and he rarely smiled. You've accompanied me through countless battles. You saved me from Glorung's influence. I owe you much, my friend. I hope we meet again in the future, and if not, I hope our descendants will stand together as you and I have. He rarely showed his emotions, but this was an exception. This might be the last time he would see his best friend. After all, his quest would take a long time, and during that time, both he and Beleg could perish in battle or by some other fate. Beleg, ever the cheerful and emotional elf, showed his feelings more openly. His teary eyes were a clear sign that Turin's words had deeply affected him. Returning the smile, the two shared a farewell embrace. You can count on it, Turin. If we have descendants, they will find each other someday, I'm sure of it. Nodding, Turin turned and walked in the direction of Finduila's and his sister Ninjal, who had watched the battle from a distance. Now that the dragon was dead, they approached, only to witness Turin and Beleg's farewell. Not wanting to interrupt their moment, they stood by, observing the beautiful friendship. Beleg walked in the opposite direction, each going their separate ways, with only the caved-in Eris River dividing their paths. Present, so do you plan to join us? Aldril asked Toriel, who had met him and the group of dwarves early in the day. Everyone was preparing to depart, so it was surprising for the dwarves to see an elf joining them. Particularly, Thorin was not very happy about it and planned to reject the elf, but Toriel's next words silenced him. No, I plan to accompany you, Toriel said as she approached Aldril. Her cheerful mood was highly contagious. It was clear she was eager to leave Thranduil's elven realm. Her happiness spread to the dwarves, who, seeing her proximity to Aldril, offered no resistance to her joining them. After all, anyone who is a friend of Aldril is a friend of theirs, or at least they would not be too rude. Besides, I promised Lady Tindamil that I would look after you, and if you face the dragon, I intend to help, she said with a palpable determination in her eyes. Whenever she was near Aldril, she could show her hidden emotions, something curious about how open she could be only with him. However, it didn't bother her. Aldril smiled, raising an eyebrow. "Are you sure?" The confidence with which Toriel spoke was pleasing to him. The more help in his fight against Smog, the better the chances of survival. The battle might be very difficult, but he would do everything possible to come out victorious. I'm not someone weak, and this bow can penetrate a dragon's scales," she said while showing Belthronding, the gift left by her late father. To Aldril, it was an exceedingly beautiful bow that contrasted with Anglical due to its color. The dwarves wanted to mock that statement, clearly not believing it. However, they remained silent out of respect for Aldril. Moreover, it seemed that this elf was enchanted by Aldril. They thought that in the future, she and Aldril might become a couple, so they maintained a tacit understanding by keeping quiet. As Aldril approached to examine Toriel's bow more closely, a soft humming came from behind him, catching his attention. He felt the will of Anglical, as if it were happy to reunite with someone again. This clearly puzzled him. He looked at Toriel to ask about her bow, but she was also looking at him with wide eyes. She had felt the will of her bow as she had the night before. However, this time it was as if it were greeting an old friend. Both she and Aldril exchanged looks, clearly bewildered. "It seems they know each other," Aldril said while glancing at Toriel's bow, to which she nodded in agreement. "Yes, we can find out more later about why they convey this sense of familiarity," she responded. Thorin, eager to leave the elven realm, interrupted their conversation. "You can talk on the way, it's time to go." He was not opposed to the elf following them. After all, he had already explained that she would only accompany Aldril. With that said, the expedition group set off, leaving Thranduil's realm with Toriel leading them to the harbor. After all, she was the only one who knew the way, as Thranduil had not bid them farewell. He had already said goodbye to Aldril and Toriel, so he did not see the need to bid farewell to the dwarves. The journey was peaceful, without any interruptions. It took only a few minutes to leave the underground realm, being welcomed by the radiant morning light. The vegetation surrounding them showed that not all of the forest was withered. At least this part was vibrant, reminiscent of the times when the forest was full of vitality. As Aldril observed the familiar path, he became alert. Orcs might attack them, or they might have gone unnoticed, allowing them a smooth exit without any incidents. The path to the harbor lay alongside a river, where, without their intervention, the dwarves would have escaped with Bilbo's help via barrels. Fortunately, he avoided them escaping that way. Half an hour Latera group controlling the river exit was on guard at a slatted door that prevented objects from moving beyond it. A pair of elves were vigilantly watching for any anomalies. Upon seeing Toriel, they made a slight bow, respecting her rank as captain. Seeing her guiding the group of dwarves, they offered no resistance and let them pass. However, on the way, Aldril stopped. He remembered this place, so he immediately activated his Hawkeye ability, inspecting the surroundings, only to notice vague figures moving through the dense forest. He had clearly anticipated what was approaching. Aldril's behavior drew the dwarves' attention, who looked at him in confusion. However, seeing his serious face, they realized that something was going on. The months they had spent with him made them aware that when Aldril remained silent, it meant he had seen something. Immediately, they all drew their weapons in a tacit understanding. The elves, not understanding what was happening, also drew their bows and aimed them at the dwarves, believing they might attack. Shiss an arrow shot toward Aldril's heart, but he had already seen it coming. With a swift motion of his hand, he caught the arrow just inches from his chest. Aldril looked at the shooter. Without his enhanced stats, he wouldn't have reacted in time. In the distance, his eyes locked onto a hideous-looking orc. A metal piece was embedded in the middle of its skull, and its crooked teeth formed a cruel grin, quickly replaced by a frown as it saw how easily Aldril had stopped the arrow. "Balg," Aldril whispered, recognizing the orc who had shot at him. In a provocative gesture, he crushed the arrow and unsheathed Anglical and Anguirel, ready for the imminent battle. "Orcs!" Balin shouted, and his cry was the signal for the hidden orcs to charge out of the dense forest, rushing toward the dwarves, who were already prepared. With a quick move, Aldril advanced ahead of the rest of the group, his twin sword sweeping through the orcs foolish enough to face him. Each step he took was a dance of blood and death, a single cut all it took. The deadly dance of Relana showed its full potential. Shurs, 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 shurs. Arrows whizzed past him. Toriel and the elves guarding the gate provided support from the rear, quick to respond to the orc surprise attack. The dwarves weren't far behind, attacking with axes, swords, and hammers. There were many orcs, but the dwarves had already proven that when in optimal condition, numbers were no obstacle to victory. Aldril continued his deadly dance. With a diagonal slash, he cut through the face of an oncoming orc. A 180-degree kick snapped another orc's neck, and he slashed an X across two more that tried to take him from behind. Shurs, Spock. Another arrow flew in his direction, deflected by Anguirel. Aldril focused on Balg. He was the target. As long as he reached and killed him, the orcs would have no leader and would scatter. However, Balg sensed Aldril's intentions and tactically moved to the rear, preparing another arrow, this one dripping with something dark. Aldril saw this and quickened his pace, but dozens of orcs crowded around him, slowing his advance. Aldril noticed Borg's wicked grin. The bowstring tightened, and he released the arrow, but this time it wasn't aimed at Aldril. The arrow whizzed toward a small hobbit who had just finished stabbing an orc. Aldril saw the direction Borg aimed. "Bilbo, get down!" He shouted as loudly as he could. But in the heat of battle, Bilbo didn't have much time to react. He only saw the arrow coming toward him, frozen in place with fear. Splash! A piercing sound echoed, and Aldril's eyes widened in disbelief. Balg, on the other hand, grinned with glee. The arrow had hit someone. Bilbo closed his eyes, terrified to open them, but the pain never came. Cautiously, he opened his eyes, only to recoil in shock. In front of him stood Bombur, an arrow through his chest. "Ah, you're okay, Bilbo." "I'm glad," Bombur said with a relieved smile as his eyes slowly closed. His body lost the strength to stand, collapsing backward. "No. Bombur." General POV, with Aldril and Oo. Bombur. He stared in shock as the arrow pierced the chest of the dwarf he considered a good friend. After Gloin, Bombur was the one he got along with best, and now seeing that friend being struck by an arrow made something inside him surge like an enraged sea, only to then settle into a calm that even surprised him. It was as if a storm had brought monstrous waves, only for that storm to vanish in an instant, leaving behind a calm that would put anyone on alert, and that's exactly what happened. The orcs around him froze in fear. Yes, they were stupid, but that didn't stop them from feeling fear. After all, that's how they were ruled by Sauron, and now Aldril made them fear for their lives. It was as if something dangerous had awoken inside the human, making them afraid to even attack him. "Kill him, you damn fools." They heard Balg shout, snapping them out of their daze. Aldril, however, looked at Balg from a distance with cold indifference. When Balg saw the apathetic stare directed at him by Aldril, the few hairs on his body stood on end. He could feel it, a fear only his father and master had ever made him feel. A fear of standing before someone who could kill you with a single move, a being who commanded respect and whom you should never provoke. Now he realized it. This human was not someone he should have provoked. But it was too late, everything had already been set in motion. He couldn't disobey the order that had been given to him. If he were to die, he'd at least try to take as many down with him as he could. Balg command snapped the orcs around Aldril back to action. Despite their fear, they rushed toward him with fervor. But this, of course, did not concern Aldril, who felt remarkably calm. The swords in his hand seemed weightless, and he could see the slow and clumsy movements of the orcs. With a vertical slash from his sword Anguirel, he cut off the heads of 3 orcs who had lunged at him. With a horizontal swipe, he slashed the face of the orc approaching from his left. Every movement was light and lethal. He took a step forward and, with explosive force, propelled himself toward Balg. The orcs in front were no obstacle. With a diagonal slash of both his swords, which gleamed with delight, he cleaved and massacred the orcs unlucky enough to cross his path to Borg. Balg clearly saw this. With clumsy hands, shaking from fear, he notched more arrows onto his bow, his arm trembling as Aldril approached at terrifying speed. He finally managed to aim and release an arrow. However, to his horror, the arrow was shattered by the swing of Aldril's swords. His fear spiked as the human leapt and landed in front of him. In that moment, it felt like he was standing before an incredibly dangerous beast. It seemed as though the human's body had grown larger, blocking his view. The rays of the sun highlighted his figure, casting a shadow that darkened his form. He thought it was an illusion, but it wasn't. He had stepped back in surprise and fear, tripping and falling. The fear and terror induced by Aldril's presence caused Bolg's subconscious to exaggerate Aldril's shadow even more. Bolg could see those honey-colored eyes, glowing and looking at him as if he were a mere worm. Now he understood what his father had felt. He had thought his father weak, that if he were in his father's place, he would stand and fight. How wrong he had been. How pathetic. Words filled with indifference were what Borg heard from the human. Those eyes, brimming with cold apathy, gazed down at him as if reaffirming his power over him. Cowardly and stupid, just like your father. Every word Aldril spoke made Bolg tremble slightly. All he could do was crawl backward while on the ground. It was a pathetic sight. If Sauron or anyone else had seen him, they would have killed him on the spot for showing such weakness. You killed my friend, so I guess it doesn't matter if I impale your head and show it to your father, does it? Those were the last words Bolg heard from the human before his surroundings began to spin. Now he felt it. The moment death would soon claim him. He could only see his decapitated body. With the last bit of consciousness he had, he watched the human approach and pick up his head. Then, everything went dark. With Bolg death, the few remaining orcs fled in panic. Without a leader and terrified by Aldril's presence, they didn't hesitate to run. However, they wouldn't get far. Soon, elven reinforcements arrived and began to massacre the remaining orcs. All of this was distant to Aldril. He had raised his gaze to the blue sky, trying to suppress the overwhelming emotion swelling within him, a trait he had inherited from his father, though he wouldn't realize it until much later. Bomber. Hold on. The dwarf's shout snapped his eyes open, and with speed, he rushed toward them. They were gathered around a dying Bomber. Bofer, as his close friend, held his hand, trying to offer words of comfort, though they all knew the harsh truth. When Aldril arrived, he stood beside Toriel, who, upon seeing him, shook her head, signaling that Bomber had no hope of recovery. With a soft, consoling voice, she gave him the news. I examined him. The arrow hit his heart, she said sorrowfully. Bomber was still conscious, holding on by sheer willpower, determined to say goodbye to all his friends, a final act that earned the respect of Toriel and the two elven guards. As Aldril approached the group of gathered dwarves, he overheard Bomber bidding farewell to them, one by one. Bofer, take care of my goat. Remember, she loves lettuce, more than anything. Every word he spoke felt like a knife to the dwarves. Bofer, his eyes full of tears, nodded as he gripped Bomber's hand even tighter. Bilbo, you're a brave hobbit. Help Thorin reclaim our home. Each word was a struggle, but Bomber's strong will refuse to give in until he'd said his goodbyes. Bilbo knew this, so he simply bowed his head as tears poured from his eyes like a heavy rain. Thorin, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can keep going. Thorin's usual stern face was nowhere to be seen. Though he knew he should maintain his composure, he couldn't. He knelt down to grasp Bomber's other arm and, with a strong squeeze, spoke in a voice laden with emotion. No, Bomber, forgive me. I wasn't a good king, and I couldn't protect you. But rest assured, we will reclaim Erebor. Bomber could only manage a weary smile at Thorin's words. He wanted to respond, but he felt death drawing nearer and had one last thing to say to the half-elf with whom he had formed a strong friendship. His eyes locked onto Aldril, who looked back at him, sadness written all over his face. Aldril, my friend. Kill that dragon. Please, help us to recover our home. This stirred a surge of emotions within Aldril. His hands clenched into fists that cracked under the pressure. His teeth gritted as he looked directly into Bomber's tired eyes and nodded with great resolve. I will. I promise. Those words were like a warm embrace for Bomber. He knew Aldril would keep his promise. Something deep inside told him so. With his last bit of strength, he looked toward the lonely mountain, lamenting that he would never set foot in his ancestral home. With a smile, he closed his eyes. He might not make it, but his friends would, and that was enough. Ah, that was a grand adventure. General POV. A heavy silence fell over the group as they witnessed Bomber's final breath. None of them had imagined that, so close to their goal, one of their own would fall. Sobs began to echo, contrasting with the gentle sound of the river's current. The wind had ceased to blow, and the elven reinforcements remained silent. Though they might dislike the dwarves, they had the decency to keep quiet at moments like this. Sniff. The sobbing continued for several minutes. The only ones who maintained their composure were Thorin, Balin, and Aldril. Thorin, as the leader of the expedition, had to stay calm despite the pain and guide his grieving men. Balin, the oldest and wisest of the dwarves, had fought in countless battles and lost numerous friends on the battlefield. Yet, he could never get used to the feeling of losing a comrade. Only his long years of life kept him stable. As for Aldril, he was the strongest of the group. He had to remain steady, focused solely on how he would kill Smaug. There would be time to mourn the dead once he had fulfilled his promise. However, it didn't stop them from feeling the pain of seeing the others weeping for the loss of a great friend, especially Bofur, who was crying out and sobbing as he held Bomber's body in his arms. Finally, Thorin, knowing he couldn't leave Bomber's body in this place, turned his gaze to Toriel. She was the only elf in their group and had a good relationship with Aldril, so he doubted she would refuse his request. "Is there any way to leave the body here? We'll retrieve it once we reach Erebor and rid it of that cursed beast," he spoke with as much politeness as possible. He hated asking for this favor, but they couldn't carry Bomber's body at the moment. Before Toriel could respond, a delicate and intoxicating voice rang out. "There is, but we have already helped you enough, Thorin, son of Thrain." The group turned their attention to the speaker. A majestic elf walked toward them. Each step she took seemed to be welcomed by nature itself, a sight that even surprised Aldril. Thalwyn was no longer presenting herself as the loving elf he had known, but as the queen she was. Her graceful movements, full of grandeur, were directed toward Thorin. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw her beloved adopted daughter standing next to Tindamil's son. She wanted to give them the brightest smile, but she had to behave as the queen she was. She knew the kingdom was not in good shape. They lacked minerals for its expansion and maintenance. She seized this moment to seek benefits. Her husband might not have asked for much out of pride and caution, but she was bold and determined. For the good of her people, she had to secure something valuable. She would have to take advantage of this dwarf king's emotional vulnerability. Her actions might be despicable in the eyes of the dwarves, but she didn't care what they thought of her. Everything was for the good of her people. "What do you ask?" Thorin immediately understood that he would have to offer something in exchange for Bomber's body to remain in the Elven Kingdom. He might hate the elves, but to give Bomber a proper funeral in the future, he would endure it. A portion of Erebor's gold. Thalwyn got straight to the point. Out of respect for Aldril and his mother, they hadn't asked for anything in return for sheltering them for a day. But now, the situation had changed. Thorin's face tightened in frustration, but there wasn't much he could do. Besides, the chambers were filled with gold, so giving up a little in exchange for the preservation of Bomber's body wasn't such a bad deal. "Very well. However, I expect his body to be in optimal condition when we return for him," he said. Thalwyn nodded gracefully, overjoyed. She had managed to strike a good deal thanks to her timely appearance. With a gentle wave of her hand, vines began to wrap around Bomber's body. The dwarves, not understanding what was happening, started to panic. No. No. Where are they taking Bomber's body? Various frightened shouts echoed. After all, they hadn't heard Thorin's conversation and were caught off guard when the vines appeared and enveloped Bomber. "Calm down," were the words that silenced the dwarves. They quickly looked to Thorin for an explanation, but like the rest, he was bewildered, never having seen such an ability before. When they turned their gaze to where Thorin was looking, their eyes widened in surprise. There stood an extraordinarily beautiful elf, her blonde hair illuminated by the rays of the sun, shining like the purest gold. She was a beauty, a work of art. They might despise elves, but this one possessed a beauty that transcended all levels. They had heard tales of an elf, a witch in the woods of Lothlorien, who bewitched anyone who dared to look at her. To them this was nonsense, yet Thalwyn's beauty made them realize that those rumors weren't far from the truth. Aldril watched silently from the side. Something inside him stirred when he saw Thalwyn use her ability. An involuntary thought crossed his mind. Does she also have a blessing from the Vala? Aldril's thought wasn't far from the truth. Thalwyn had been blessed by Yavanna, the Vala and mother of the Ents. Her resonance with nature had caught Yavanna's eye, and over time, her actions earned her Yavanna's blessing, a blessing that allowed her to control parts of the nature around her, giving them more vitality and allowing the trees to grow even faster. The act that led to her receiving the blessing was her care and concealment of the Ents from Morgoth. Morgoth had fervently sought to corrupt them for his dark purposes, but Thalwyn, along with a group of elves, managed to hide them with the help of Vala Yavanna and Vala Orome. Among those who assisted her was Beleg, who, with the blessing granted by Orome, was able to hunt down the minions of the Dark Lord Morgoth. This blessing was inherited by his daughter Toriel, evidenced by the fact that she, like Aldril, felt a sense of familiarity and inner agitation. Thalwyn was aware of this, so she simply gave a knowing smile, a smile that both Aldril and Toriel understood. They looked at each other in confusion but asked no questions, knowing it wasn't the right moment. Thalwyn turned her attention to Thorin, noticing that the Dwarf King was watching her cautiously, with an unspoken demand that she didn't mind clarifying. The vines will preserve him with the same appearance. The passage of time won't affect him. You can be at ease, she explained with her warm voice, a voice that had enchanted several of the dwarves who now gazed at her with admiration and appreciation. Thorin, with a stoic expression, nodded. Fine. Glancing at the other dwarves, he frowned upon seeing them gawking at the elf's beauty. He wouldn't deny that this elf was different from the rest, but that didn't mean he'd fall under her spell. Seeing the situation, Aldril clapped his hands loudly, snapping the team members out of their stupor. They quickly lowered their heads in embarrassment, and Thorin gave a nod of gratitude to Aldril. We'll have time to give Bombur a proper funeral later. For now, we need to fulfill our part. He said nothing more, turned, and resumed the path they had been taking before the orc attack. A few seconds after he departed, the others followed. Those still feeling down shook their heads to clear their minds. Bombur wouldn't have wanted them to be depressed over his death, so they took a deep breath. There would be time to mourn later. For now they had to keep moving forward, for Thorin, for their people, and for their fallen comrade. Aldril and Toriel bowed to Thalwyn, who waved goodbye to them before they quickly joined the group of dwarves. Erebor, mountains of gold lay scattered across the vast chambers of the city. On one particular mound of gold, a helm with a dragon engraved in gold on its crest wobbled slightly, tumbling to the bottom of the mound, causing coins to cascade down, revealing a closed eye. Its scaly red skin was very noticeable, and one could see how the eye moved beneath the eyelid. The creature was having a very strange dream. It could see itself lying down, bloodied, while a human figure approached with a sinisterly gleaming black sword. The vision quickly changed, and now it found itself in a burning city. A human figure stood before it atop a tower. It wasn't sure, but the figure held two swords in their hands. One it recognized, causing its pupils to tremble, the silver sword that woman wielded. An unparalleled fury gripped it, yet it had no control over its body. Before it could see more, everything went dark, and a pair of bright honey-colored eyes stared at it from the darkness, a gaze filled with ecstasy. He quickly opened his exposed eye, realizing that he was still asleep beneath his treasure. He didn't understand why he had such a dream, but in his arrogance, he dismissed it as unimportant. He closed his eye once more, intending to return to sleep, unaware that the dragon crest on the helm was softly glowing. A descendant of Turin, a descendant of the House of Hader, was nearby. General POV, unknown location, third age, your presence indicates that the prophecy has changed. Be grateful, for the great and benevolent Eru has allowed a change in your destiny. But do not celebrate, mortal, for now there must be balance. A deep voice filled with majesty resonated from the depths of the place, a location that exuded both death and peace. This place was the final destination for all who dwelt in Arda, the great creation of Eru, the place of eternal rest, governed by Valamandos, the guardian of the houses of the dead and the summoner of the spirits of the slain. He forgets nothing. He knows all things that will be, except only those that lie within the freedom of Iluvatar. His silver-white hair cascaded like a waterfall over his shoulders, and his dark royal robe accentuated his glorious figure. A breastplate of the finest silver metal covered his chest. His very presence radiated divinity. Seated on his throne, he gazed down at the small figure kneeling at his feet. His divine eyes, those with which he could see the future, as permitted by Eru's grace, looking with grandeur upon the human who had been allowed to enter his domain in flesh and bone. Manwë granted you the grace to tread this sacred land. Nienna has wept tears pleading for mercy on your soul, and Varda has guided you to find your answer. Speak, Turin Turambar, what answer have you sought here? Demanded Valamandos. Yes, the mortal in his presence was Turin, son of Hurin and Morwen, as well as the partner of Tindamil and father of Aldril. Great Valamandos, my fate is one of doom. Morgotha's curse has befallen me. My unborn son will be cursed, awaiting misfortune and death. I have come to beg for mercy, Turin spoke, his voice breaking as he imagined his son, his blood, cursed by the malice Morgoth had cast upon the line of Hurin. The fate of your son is uncertain, Turin Turambar. The grace of Eru allows me to see only what he wills, but the decision you make today will weigh heavily on the uncertain future of your son, Mandos explained. The fact that Eru did not allow him to see the future of Turin's son meant that the boy had a crucial role in the unfolding events in Arda. Depending on Turin's decision, Mandos might or might not be able to glimpse fragments of the future. I will accept any risk if it means my son can be born free of the curse I have carried through the ages, Turin declared. He had only Tindamil and his unborn son left. His sister had embraced the rest of death years ago, as had his parents and his best friend, Beleg. He was willing to pay any price to ensure his family's well-being. Unbeknownst to him, Tindamil's condition had worsened due to the pregnancy and the dark magic still lingering in her wound. However, she was a strong woman and didn't want to worry her partner, especially since they had already said their goodbyes. Both knew that the price for removing Morgatha's curse would be great, and Tindamil speculated on what Turin might give in return. For that reason, she did not prevent his departure. It was all for the sake of their unborn child. Mandos observed him with scrutinizing eyes. Ages ago, Erendil, son of Tuor, had stepped onto this holy land seeking forgiveness and support from the Vala in the fight against Morgoth. Mandos was intrigued by the creations of the great Eru. His curiosity had been piqued by Erendil's boldness back then, and now he wished to see if this human would display the same courage as that half-elf. Your life is the price that will balance what has been written. The curse will be lifted, but you must remain here forever. You will not be resurrected in the final battle, when the chains that imprison the darkness are broken. Your son will take your place in the fight, Mandos stated, his eyes expectant for Turin's response. Turin, with his head bowed, opened his eyes in amazement and fear. He didn't fully understand what Vala Mandos meant by the final battle, but he sensed it was the last battle against Morgoth if the unleashed evil was any indication. Taking a deep breath, Turin stood and looked Mandos directly in the eye. Determination was etched on his face, and there was no hesitation in his gaze. I accept, if it means my son will grow up free from this curse. Mandos fixed his divine gaze on Turin. The human had shown no regret. He could feel the depth of Turin's love. It was strong, and from that, he was not afraid to sacrifice himself for the future of his lineage. It was an act that captivated Mandos, helping him understand why the great Eru held humans in such high regard. After all, only they could have descendants with the elves. A thunderous noise shook the halls of his domain. His powerful divine figure rose from the throne, his immense size leaving Turin breathless. With a grace befitting his divinity, he descended until he stood beside Turin. Come, son of Hurin, you will be the only human whom I personally will guide to eternal rest. Your role has ended. Now your son will lead the final battle. The Dager Daggerath is no longer your concern. You can now rest from your long years filled with pain. Turin offered no resistance. He didn't know what the Dager Daggerath was, but it didn't matter. His son would now be free from the cursed fate of his lineage. He could depart in peace, knowing he had finally freed the line of Hurin. The rest was no longer in his hands. Now, his son would have to forge his own future. And so, the legend of Turin Turambar found his long-sought rest. He did not worry for his son, knowing his beloved Tindamil would care for him, and was certain that Finduilas would leave Lothlorien to be with his son. He knew she had always loved him, though he had not returned her feelings. I hope you grow strong, that the grace of the Vala protects you, my dear son, my dear Aldril. Unknown location, Valinor, present day. Luxurious tapestries adorned the rooms, their distinctive embroidered images telling the history of all that had transpired in Middle-earth, from the creation of Arda to the day-to-day events. Everything was woven into these beautiful fabrics. Hum-hum, a soft melody was being hummed by a peerless beauty, an elf whose hair was as unique as her beauty. Silvery, like moonlight, it fell to her waist, an extremely rare trait among those created by the grace of Eru. Miriel, what story are you weaving? Asked a soft, melodic voice. A head of black hair contrasted with the silver locks of the one called Miriel. Black and silver, like the starry night created by Vala Varda. Miriel, whom Tindamil had interrupted, was the first wife of the Noldor king Finwë, as well as the mother of Fëanor. After her death, she was resurrected and put into the service of Valaver, the wife of Vala Mandos, a Vala responsible for weaving the history of all that had occurred. The halls of Mandos were woven with stories by her hand. Tindamil, as the only woman with the grace and blessing of Vala Varda, had earned the favor of all the Valyr, all the female Vala. This allowed her to enter the domain of these Valyr. On her first visit to Vair, she met Miriel, with whom she quickly formed a friendship. With a soft, delicate voice like a flower, Muriel stopped weaving and looked up at Tindamil. With a warm smile, she shifted so Tindamil could see the tapestry. "This time, it's your son. Voliver wove it, and I am just adding it to the hall," she explained. Tindamil's eyes widened in surprise. She quickly examined the tapestry. There, wielding two swords that she instantly recognized, was a strikingly handsome half-elf, the resemblance to his father and Turin unmistakable. His eyes, despite being mere embroidery, shone with a soft honey-colored glow, a clear trait he inherited from her. Tindamil gazed lovingly at the representation of her son. With a gentle movement of her hand, she caressed the tapestry, touching it delicately. This was her son. The first time she saw his woven representation, she went mad with longing, desperately wanting to leave Valinor. However, Manwë had not allowed it, as it was not yet time. Still, he had permitted her grandmother to raise her son, for which she was grateful, though also disappointed. She longed to embrace and shower her son with love. Since then, she had visited, hoping to find more stories of her son. She stopped gazing at his figure, now focusing on what he was facing. She could see it. Her son stood atop a structure, facing the cowardly dragon that had once fled from her. They were locked in a stare-down. A city in flames served as their battlefield. The swords that had belonged to her and her partner were now wielded by her son. It was a spectacular sight. Without a doubt, Tindamil was proud. She had no fear that her son would lose. After all, he was her son and had her talent, so a mere lizard wouldn't be an obstacle. It was disappointing that this was all that was woven. There was no continuation, a sign that her son was currently fighting. With a smile, she closed her eyes and murmured, "I know you'll win, my dear Aldril. May Varda's grace protect you." A few weeks earlier, despite Bomber's loss, the group resumed their journey. Now, fulfilling the promise they had made to Bomber had been added to their objectives. It had been about half an hour since they left that place behind. The river that traversed the elven territory led them to a vast lake. There, a vessel awaited them. It wasn't an elvish boat, but rather the boat of a human, who was busy collecting fish. This sight seemed to infuriate Thorin, who had expected to have their own boat ready. However, Toriel's words quickly eased his anger. "We don't have boats, as the goods are left here at the dock," she explained to Aldril, who also looked puzzled. Toriel's explanation made sense to him. It wasn't surprising, after all. The Sylvan elves of Thranduil wouldn't venture into human cities. Perhaps they had once allied against Sauron, but those humans were mostly Númenóreans. "Very well, let's approach," Thorin said with a hint of reluctance in his voice. The boatman, noticing them approach, stopped loading his catch and turned to them, asking, "Do you need something?" He looked a bit puzzled. It was an unusual sight to see. After all, dwarves, a human, and an elf together was a rare combination. "Yes, I am Thorin Oakenshield, and this is my company. We were wondering if you could take us to Esgaroth," Thorin replied. They were already familiar with the city from their prior research. There were still a few days left until Durin's Day, so their best bet was to pass through the city to reach Erebor faster. The boatman nodded in understanding. It wasn't uncommon for dwarves to visit Esgaroth. Sometimes they ventured to Erebor, only to return disappointed, as there was no entrance to be found. Moreover, the dragon that still resided within inspired fear in those who tried to enter, so he found it not at all strange that this group of dwarves would ask to be taken to Esgaroth. "Pleasure to meet you, Thorin Oakenshield. I am Bard, and I can take you there for a few silver coins," Bard said, seizing the opportunity to earn some money. After all, he had to take care of his 3 children. "Bard," Aldril murmured, a smile forming on his face. "General POV silver coins." Thorin muttered with a disgusted expression, not in the mood. He was about to complain that it was foolish to ask him for money just to take them, but Balin noticed his intention. Being the calmest dwarf at the moment, he stepped forward. "Oh, how many coins will it be?" What Thorin was about to say got stuck in his throat. Internally, he thanked Balin for the interruption, knowing that it wasn't the right time to complain. However, his mood was not ideal, something he would have to correct once he interacted more with others as the king of the dwarves of Durin. 10 silver coins, Bard said while loading the last barrel of fish. Since his back was turned, he didn't see the grimace on all the dwarves' faces. It was an exorbitant sum for merely taking them to Esgaroth. "That's too much," Dwalin growled quietly, his fists clenched. Like the others, his mood was fluctuating. After all, it hadn't been long since Bomber had died, and hearing that this man was trying to swindle them was almost enough to make him explode. Fortunately, Balin was there to calm the situation. With a smile, he approached Bard. "Could you lower the price a bit? As you can see, we don't have much with us." And it was true. Everything else was stored in Aldril's storage ring, who was somewhat distracted by the situation. Aldril was lost in his thoughts. He had much to consider. The moment of life or death was approaching, and he had saved up points that would help him increase his stats. It was time to carefully decide what to level up. 10 silver coins. "I won't lower the price," Bard insisted as Aldril remained distracted, while the dwarves grumbled in frustration. Seeing Bard's refusal, Balin sighed in resignation, turned to the dwarves, and said, "You heard him. Hand over all the coins you have." "Ack. I only have 1 copper coin," Nori said, emptying his pocket and handing the coin to Balin. "I've got nothing. I dropped them when the goblins were chasing us," Gloin said with a shrug. He had coins stashed away but didn't want to hand them over. He was notoriously stingy. "I have 3 silver coins," Dwalin grumbled, reluctantly handing the coins to Balin. He might not have been in the best of moods, but seeing the others contribute, he decided to join in. As the dwarves rummaged through their pockets, Bilbo approached the distracted Aldril, gently tapping his foot to get his attention. "Hey Aldril, do you have any silver coins?" Aldril snapped out of his distraction at Bilbo's interruption, raising an eyebrow in confusion. He hadn't been paying attention to Bard's demand for money. Toriel, standing by his side, seeing that Aldril didn't understand, explained, "The human is asking for 10 silver coins to take us to Esgaroth." Upon hearing Toriel's explanation, Aldril nodded, now understanding the situation. He looked down at his dear hobbit friend and replied, "Yes, I have money. Just wait until the dwarves empty their pockets." "But why wait?" Bilbo asked. He may have changed in some aspects, but he still maintained his innocence in certain situations, like this one, where Aldril could easily pay those silver coins but didn't want the dwarves to take advantage of him. Aldril's response to Bilbo was simply a smile, leaving the poor hobbit with even more questions. But knowing that Aldril's smile often meant a scam or a bet, Bilbo said no more. Seeing that the only dwarf who hadn't contributed was Gloin, Aldril approached him and gave him a light kick to the rear, causing Gloin to fall. As a result, his coins spilled from his pockets. The rest of the dwarves looked at Gloin with disgust. The filthy rascal had claimed he didn't have money, but there on the ground were 5 silver coins and 4 copper ones, which both were quickly snatched and passed to Balin, who shook his head in exasperation. "You idiot! What are you doing?" Gloin, unaware that his coins had fallen from his pockets, hadn't thought they would all spill out after such a simple fall, as they hadn't fallen out during all the pursuits they had faced. With a shout, he stood up and glared angrily at Aldril. However, Aldril just gave him a mocking smile and gestured for him to look behind him. Gloin, still scowling with anger, turned around, only to see all the dwarves staring at him with bored expressions. The pressure he felt under all the stares was suffocating, especially Thorin's, who looked at him with his stoic face, clearly showing that he was angry with him. He had made them lose time. Yes, Thorin wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. It was the Elven Kingdom, and he didn't feel at ease here, especially since one of his men had died. Shrinking under the stairs, Gloin forgot his anger toward Aldril. Now he was only glancing at Thorin while murmuring, "I'm sorry," repeatedly, like a child who had just been scolded. Shaking his head, Balin counted all the money and looked at Bard. "We only have 8 silver coins and 7 bronze coins." He hoped this amount would satisfy the man, as they were out of money. Bard brought his hand to his chin, thinking about whether he should accept the offer. However, at that moment, Aldril approached him, took a gold coin from his storage ring, and handed it to Bard, who quickly took it. The dwarves didn't see this, as Aldril's body blocked their view. Bard accepted the gold coin and the dwarves' money. It might not have been an honest action, but his situation wasn't the best, so he had to seize the opportunity. This behavior amused Aldril. He didn't complain that Bard also took the dwarves' money. After all, he understood Bard's situation in Esgaroth, a poor descendant of the King of Dale. Aldril couldn't imagine what he had gone through, so that gold coin was a gesture of goodwill. He didn't care about that coin since he had many more stored away and was thinking of stealing a bit of the gold from Erebor later. He doubted Thorin would notice. As Bard placed the coins into a bag hanging from his hip, he looked at everyone and clapped his hands. "All right, everyone get on board." With that said, he climbed onto his boat and opened the barrels that contained fish. "Come on, there are 14 dwarves, and I have 14 barrels, the perfect amount." His words left the dwarves baffled, and they began to protest. "Hey, we gave you silver coins to take us by boat, not to throw us into barrels full of fish." Beaufort said, his face exasperated. "I'm not getting into a damn barrel full of fish." Dwalin retorted, stepping forward and confronting Bard, who merely raised an eyebrow at the provocation. Seeing his men's displeasure, Thorin stepped ahead, placed a hand on Dwalin's shoulder, and made him step back, now facing Bard himself. "Can you explain why we have to travel in barrels?" Bard lowered his gaze slightly to meet Thorin's eyes, shrugging. He didn't see anything wrong with telling them what had happened. "It's been a while since dwarves have been welcomed in Esgaroth," he explained. Thorin's brow furrowed slightly. "Why?" His voice grew a bit deeper. "The last dwarves tried to steal weapons from the armory, causing it to catch fire due to carelessness. You can imagine why they're not welcome anymore," Bard continued as he began to raise the anchor. This left the dwarves in silence as they looked at each other. Thorin, however, stroked his chin. The mention of those dwarves reminded him of a group that had headed toward Erebor, hoping to find an entrance. Curiously, he kept asking, "What happened to them?" Bard, who didn't mind telling the story, continued, "They were thrown out of Esgaroth. The governor banned any dwarf from entering. The last thing known about them is that after being expelled, they went to the Lonely Mountain." Nearly done lifting the anchor, Bard turned to the dwarves. "So, are you getting in or not?" "Let's not do it, Thorin. We can find another way," Dwalin said, eyeing the nearby sea. However, Thorin shook his head. "No, it would take too long, and we're running out of time. We have to get in the barrels," he replied. He might not like the idea, but he understood that the previous dwarves must have caused quite a stir. Additionally, as a last resort, if they were discovered, he would reveal his name and claim to be the king of Erebor, promising them some gold. Surely, the humans would take them in, but that was his last option. Fine, Dwalin, always the most loyal to Thorin's orders, reluctantly agreed to get into the barrel. "What are you waiting for? Bilbo, you go first." "What? Me?" Bilbo pointed at himself, quickly shaking his head. "I'm a hobbit, not a dwarf." "I'm sure they'll let me through," he said, immediately directing his gaze toward Aldril, hoping for his support. "Yes, I'll vouch for Bilbo." "You all get in," Aldril said, understanding the look in Bilbo's eyes, who nodded in gratitude. "You know hobbits, don't you?" Aldril said, addressing Bard, who nodded. "Yes, we know hobbits. It's very rare to come across one," Bard said, turning to look at Bilbo. "Sorry if I mistook you for a dwarf." "It's fine, I'm used to it by now," Bilbo replied, waving his hand dismissively. While they were having their brief chat, the dwarves had already begun climbing into the barrels. Seeing this, Aldril and Bard stopped talking and boarded the boat, followed by Toriel and Bilbo. When Bard noticed Toriel, he turned to her and said, "It would be best if you cover yourself. We respect the elves, but there's always some fool who will try to take advantage." He explained this, having been mesmerized by Toriel's beauty for a few seconds. If it had that effect on him, he couldn't imagine what others, with fewer scruples, might try to do. Toriel nodded in agreement. If possible, she didn't want much interaction with humans. Besides, the only person she wanted to reveal her beauty to was Aldril. Having this thought made Toriel's heart race as she glanced at him from the corner of her eye. However, Aldril was also looking at her. He gave her a warm smile before speaking. "I agree that your beauty shouldn't be seen by men. Their weak hearts would fall at your feet. But don't worry, anyone who tries to cross the line," he paused, his eyes growing slightly serious, "will have to deal with me." General POV Lothlorien, Third Age, weeks before, "Is Turin's son planning to face the Dragon of Erebor?" murmured a beauty beyond compare, her golden curls shimmering with the grace of the sacred trees of Valinor. Her eyes gleamed with the radiant glow of Telperion and Laurelin, and her fair skin, white as moonlight, reflected her noble lineage. This stunning figure was Finduila's, the youngest of the exiled Noldor, sister of King Gil-galad, the last Noldor king, who died defeating Sauron. Yes, Galadriel has brought the news. The confrontation is inevitable, another beauty replied. Her pale blonde hair cascaded down to her calves, and her snow-white skin gave her an unparalleled appearance. Her delicate white dress added even more elegance to her already beautiful figure. This was Nimrodel, a creation of Eru, an elf who lived in Lothlorien before the arrival of the Sindar and the Noldor, beloved of Amroth. She had set off for Edhaland, an ancient port of Gondor, intending to travel to Valinor. However, along the way, she fell into a deep sleep while resting by the river Gilrain. After awakening, she resumed her journey, but no one awaited her at the port, causing her love for Amroth to fade. She wandered the vast realm of Gondor for some time until she eventually met Tindamil and Turin, who offered her warmth. Finally, at Tindamil's suggestion, she returned to Lothlorien, where she settled. "It's reckless to face the dragon without being prepared," said Finduilas, shaking her head and causing her golden hair to swirl. If any mortal had witnessed this scene, they would have been utterly enchanted. "He inherited his mother's recklessness," Nimrodel replied. Both women were seated in Finduilas' chamber. Over the years, they had become good friends, having been part of Tindamil and Turin's journey, so it was only natural that they had formed a deep bond. I wish he had inherited Turin's caution," Finduilas huffed, delicately sipping her tea. Her royal manners highlighted her striking Noldor heritage. Nimrodel, with a meaningful smile, rested one of her graceful hands on her delicate chin and in a soft but affectionate tone, added a detail about Aldril. "He didn't inherit Turin's caution, but he certainly inherited part of his appearance." At that moment, Finduilas paused mid-sip, her shining eyes dimming slightly as they glazed over with tears at the memories of her beloved Turin. She had never stopped loving him, despite the fact that he had found solace in Tindamil's arms. In some ways, she harbored a bit of resentment. After all, she hadn't been able to give Turin the peace he so desperately sought. "Indeed," she murmured faintly, hiding her beautiful face as tears threatened to spill from her radiant eyes. The mere memory was painful, especially knowing that Turin was no longer alive. Something deep within her was certain of that. She remained silent for several minutes, and Nimrodel did not interrupt, quietly realizing that her words had stirred something deep within Finduilas. Her charming smile faded, regretting having mentioned Aldril's resemblance to Turin. While Nimrodel regretted speaking, Finduilas had become lost in a memory, the last time she had seen Turin, the final embrace, and the last request. Flashback Lothlorien, Third Age Turin. "It's been so long, I'm so glad to see you," Finduilas exclaimed, running to embrace her beloved. It had been years since they had parted, and it was rare for him to visit her alone. Turin, his black hair cascading down his back, gently embraced Finduilas' delicate body. The contrast of their hair, like night and dawn, each beautiful in its own way, yet never able to share the same day, was striking. "Yes, it has been a long time. You haven't changed at all," Turin said, smiling faintly. "It's unusual for you to visit. What brings you to the vast forests of Lothlorien?" Finduilas asked as she stepped back from Turin's embrace. She longed to stay in his arms longer, but didn't want to make him uncomfortable. With both arms clasped behind her back, she swayed gently, her tender demeanor, one she showed only to Turin, surfacing, a clear sign of her deep affection for him. Turin, always a direct man, didn't beat around the bush. He explained the reason for his visit. "I'm here because this may be the last time we see each other, so I've come to say goodbye and ask one final favor." Finduilas' eyes widened, a rare sight for an elf who usually appears serene and calm. However, very few knew that those elves who often seem tranquil have a loving side for their loved ones. Snapping out of her shock, Finduilas quickly grabbed Turin's arms, and with desperation etched on her face, she asked, "But why? Did I do something wrong? What happened, Turin?" Her desperate voice broke Turin's heart. It weighed heavily on him to give her this news. He had known for a long time that she loved him, but he only saw her as family, which is why he always rejected her advances. "You did nothing wrong, Finduilas. It's just that I am leaving Middle-earth. I have found the answer to my eternal curse," he explained calmly. His gaze softened as he saw Finduilas' tear-filled eyes. Gently, he hugged her, stroking her golden hair. "The price I have to pay may be high, and that's why I've come to say goodbye." "Why? It has allowed you to live until now. Please, Turin, don't do it," Finduilas almost begged through her tears. She didn't want to lose the man she loved. Even if her love was unrequited, she was content just to see him and know he was safe. Turin shook his head and gently pulled away from Finduila's embrace. With soft eyes, he looked into hers and spoke words that left her stunned. Tindamil is pregnant, and I don't want my child to grow up under this curse, Finduila's. She is pregnant with your child? She almost lost her breath. She had suspected it, but the news still struck her deeply. She was at a loss for words, and her spirits sank. However, Turin's words brought her out of her daze. Yes, and beyond saying goodbye, I have a selfish request. If something happens to Tindamil, please take care of my beloved child. Those words ignited a spark within her. With a breath, her demeanor shifted. No longer was she the lovesick and sorrowful girl. Now before Turin stood the last exile of the Noldor and the sister of Gil-galad in her full glory. With unparalleled grace, she looked into Turin's eyes and nodded. Yes, I promise to protect them, Turin Turambar, just as you have protected me. A sigh of relief escaped Turin's lips. With a grateful smile he thanked her. I am grateful, Finduila's. Present, weeks earlier, breathing deeply, Finduila's composed herself. Slowly rising, she looked at her friend Nimrodel and with a delicate yet determined voice, said, I will go with him. If necessary, I will help him fight that dragon. Nimrodel wasn't surprised. She simply smiled and shook her head slightly, causing her curls to sway with a touch of majesty. That's just like you. Galadriel is going to Dol Guldur. You could accompany her, and on the way, divert to Erebor. It's the safest route for you, she explained. It wasn't surprising that she knew about the White Council and their plans. After all, like Finduila's and Galadriel, she was highly respected for her wisdom and beauty. Additionally, her relationship with Galadriel gave her insight into her moves. Yes, Galadriel already told me, Finduila said, though she hadn't understood why Galadriel had told her this with a knowing smile. Now she understood. Galadriel knew that Turin's child would be in Erebor, and that Finduila's would have no doubt in supporting his journey. In that case, what are you waiting for? Galadriel will depart in a few minutes, Nimrodel reminded her with a smile. She enjoyed seeing her dear friend's spirits lifted. She only hoped that Finduila's wouldn't end up falling in love with Turin's son, though anything could happen. Present en route to Esgaroth, Bard's boat drifted slowly toward the city of Esgaroth. Aldril, Toriel, and Bilbo sat, having a light conversation with Bard, who found the company of Aldril and Bilbo quite pleasant. Really? How many children do you have? Asked Bilbo. A moment ago, Bard had spoken about the situation in Esgaroth and what the people were going through, as well as mentioning his children. 3, 1 boy and 2 girls, Bard said with a smile. The Hobbit was a good conversationalist, and the atmosphere felt peaceful without the complaints of the troublesome dwarves. At the beginning of the journey, they had grumbled about the foul smell, but fortunately, Aldril kicked the barrels, telling them to keep quiet. 3 children? That's quite a lot. In Hobbiton, families usually have a maximum of 2 children, Bilbo said, offering small insights about hobbits, details that Aldril listened to attentively. After all, he enjoyed learning more about Tolkien's world. Is that so? I imagine life must be very peaceful from what you've said, Bard replied while rowing with Aldril's help. How old are your children? Aldril asked, eager to satisfy his curiosity before Bilbo could resume speaking. He gave an apologetic glance to Bilbo, who pouted like a child at being interrupted. My son is named Bane, he's 14. My little Tilda is 8, and my eldest daughter, Sigrid, is 18. Sigrid, Toriel said, surprising Bard, as this elf had remained silent and distant toward him. He understood elven nature. They often appeared cold and detached from those outside their social circle. Is your daughter the one Legolas visits? She asked, looking at Bard, who furrowed his brow in confusion. However, his eyes widened as the pieces began to fall into place. His daughter's odd behavior, her newfound cheerfulness, and the way she constantly spoke of an elf. He had thought nothing of it, assuming she was simply dazzled by the elf's beauty. But now he understood that his daughter had been in contact with an elf. Aldril raised an eyebrow in surprise. This was something he had been completely unaware of, and he never would have guessed that Legolas would, of his own will, visit a human woman. What none of them knew was that Legolas had already departed ahead of them. He had crafted a small boat to sneak out of his father's realm and visit Sigrid, and he was in for quite a surprise when he encountered Toriel in the same city as his beloved. General POV, Legolas and Sigrid, Flower Meadow. Very good, Sigrid, Your footwork is improving, said Legolas as he looked lovingly at his beloved. Recently, Sigrid had asked him to teach her how to defend herself in case she needed to, mainly due to the bad relationship her father Bard had with the governor of Lake Town. Sigrid didn't know what had triggered the conflict between her father and the governor, but it was well known by everyone that Bard was not welcome. Because of this, he had no other job but that of a fisherman. You're a great instructor, Legolas, Sigrid responded energetically. Every second she spent by his side was magical. She knew she had fallen in love with him, but she feared Legolas might not return her feelings. However, being a woman of strong character, she didn't let her fears take over, so she subtly signaled her affection. Approaching Legolas, she reached out her hand to his cheek and gently touched it. Thank you, Legolas. Her words, full of affection, made Legolas' heart tremble. He lifted his hand and gently held Sigrid's hand, leaning into her touch. As he rested his head in Sigrid's palm, Legolas remembered his mother's words. You are not the third pair, son, you cannot be with her. His joyful mood soured, and the bright smile he had been wearing began to fade. What's wrong? Noticing the change in Legolas, Sigrid asked in a soft, worried voice. It's nothing, just bad thoughts, he responded, his mood darkened by the memory. He lowered his head to hide his sadness, but it was in vain. Sigrid, being the compassionate woman she was, used her two small hands to gently lift Legolas' face, tracing a smile on his lips with her fingers. Your smile is magical, Legolas. Don't let your thoughts erase it, she said as she smiled brightly at him. A slight glimmer formed in Legolas' eyes, tears threatening to spill. This simple act of kindness filled him completely. I've fallen in love with her, were his thoughts. He now understood that feeling, love. Sigrid's smile was so beautiful that he would face even the darkest lord to protect her. Thank you for being who you are, Sigrid, he said as he pulled her into a warm embrace. The sweet fragrance of her hair filled his nostrils, and soft tears began to fall. A plea echoed in his mind, please, great Eru, please don't take her away from me. Please, let her stay with me. With Aldril, wait, are you saying that Legolas has disobeyed his parents' orders just to see Bard's daughter? Aldril whispered to Tauriel. That comment from a few seconds ago had surprised him, especially that it involved Bard's daughter. Tauriel, puzzled as to why he was whispering, nodded, responding back in a whisper, yes, for a few months now, he's been leaving the kingdom. Why do you think he hasn't appeared these past few days? And it was true. Now Aldril understood why he hadn't seen him since the dwarves were imprisoned. A change beyond my imagination, Aldril thought. Like Aldril, Bard was surprised. Many pieces fit together now. When he returned, he would have to talk to her. As a father, he understood that his daughter was at that age, but the problem was that she had fallen for an elf, an immortal being. He would have to handle the situation as best as he could. If necessary, he would support his daughter's happiness by giving his blessing for her to be with that elf. The boat fell silent. Both Aldril and Bard were lost in thought. Tauriel and Bilbo remained quiet, the former not wanting to interrupt Aldril, and the latter unable to find another topic of conversation. The morning mist that had obstructed the view began to clear, revealing the great city of Lake Town in the distance. The sight impressed Aldril. Building a small city on a lake was an engineering achievement. The only thing that marred its beauty were the houses, which were in a state of great disrepair. Bard snapped out of his thoughts when he saw Lake Town approaching. Aldril, he called, making him turn his head. Bard gestured with his eyes toward the barrels, and understanding the meaning, Aldril nodded and moved toward them. Bang! Aldril hit one of the barrels, specifically Dwalin's, who growled and peeked out from the pile of fish. What's going on? He asked with a grumpy face. He hated being surrounded by a bunch of stinking fish, not to mention that he was the most short-tempered dwarf. Aldril ignored Dwalin getting up and directed his attention to the other barrels. Don't make any noise. We're about to reach the port, and they might inspect the cargo, he said in a slightly raised tone, receiving knocks from the barrels in response, indicating that the dwarves understood. With an even grumpier face, Dwalin glared at him. Was it necessary to kick my barrel? He asked through gritted teeth, clearly furious. Aldril waved his hand dismissively. Now's not the time to be angry. Get back inside, he replied, forcing Dwalin back into the barrel, who, despite his complaints, reluctantly stayed hidden. Did you really have to make him angry? Bilbo whispered at his side, to which Aldril responded with an amused look. It's fun to irritate them, especially Dwalin, said Aldril, his behavior reflecting the sadness he was hiding. Bomber's death had affected him, but as he had already said, there would be time to mourn the dead later. For now, he needed to focus on his next confrontation. With that said, Aldril allowed himself to once again admire the city. It might be deteriorated, but it had a unique charm, something Bard noticed. With a smile, Bard asked, "Is this the first time you've seen a city on a lake?" At Bard's question, Aldril shook his head. "It's not the first I've seen, but it is the first I've visited," he replied. After all, he loved history and knew that Tenochtitlan, the Aztec city, was built on Lake Texcoco. Perhaps Tolkien had been inspired by that city to create Lake Town, though that didn't matter to him now. "Have you seen one like this before?" "Where?" Bard asked, surprised. He had never left Lake Town, so Aldril's comment about seeing a city built on a lake left him curious. "To the south, but it was destroyed by orcs," Aldril lied. Maybe Tolkien had been inspired by different cultures for different peoples, but he had never heard of Mesoamerican culture being represented. "They're a plague that must be eradicated," Toriel murmured. Bilbo, who heard her, nodded in agreement. He was a peaceful hobbit, but he wasn't stupid, and he understood that orcs were the evil of the world, creatures that only knew how to kill and destroy. "It's a shame," Bard commented, looking at Lake Town with bubbling emotions inside him. "It used to be more beautiful," he said, his remark causing both Aldril and Toriel to look at him, waiting for him to continue. Seeing Bard's silence, Bilbo, curious as hobbits tend to be, asked, "Used to be? What happened to it?" Shaking his head in disappointment, Bard answered ambiguously, "You'll understand once you enter." Woke. At that precise moment of silence, a burp echoed from one of the barrels, causing Aldril to chuckle slightly as he lightly tapped the barrel from which the burp had come. "Don't make any noise." A soft sorry was heard from inside the barrel, and from the voice, he guessed it was Keely. Another barrel began to shake. "Stay still, don't move," Aldril reminded them, only to receive a complaint from Gloin. "Damn it, Aldril. Keep quiet. Try being in this stinking barrel, and you'll understand it's not easy to stay calm." While Gloin was complaining, the entrance to Lake Town came into view. Aldril quickly spoke, "Quiet, Gloin, we're about to enter." "That's a lie. You just want me to shut up," he retorted from inside the barrel. It was an odd sight that made Toriel chuckle lightly. After all, to outsiders, it would seem as though Aldril were talking to a barrel. "Shut up, Gloin," Aldril said this time with no hint of humor. He was serious now, as they were entering the inspection area. "I don't." Whatever Gloin was about to say got stuck in his throat as an unfamiliar voice was heard. "Stop. Cargo inspection. Please present your documents," the guard shouted, halting the boat. A scruffy man with tattered clothes emerged from the side. His appearance was a testament to the miserable lives the people of Lake Town led these days. Bard stepped forward, pulling a paper from his worn coat. Upon seeing him approach, the guard exclaimed cheerfully, "Ah, it's you, Bard." "Good morning, Percy," Bard replied with a smile. This was his daily routine, so the guard had known him for a long time. "Anything to declare?" the guard asked out of habit. If it were up to him, he would let Bard pass without inspection. After all, they were friends. "Nothing, just that I'm really tired and want to go home." "Me too, Bard." The guard took Bard's paper, went to his booth, and stamped it without reading. It was routine, so he didn't give it much thought. Returning to the boat, he tried to hand the paper back to Bard, but a pale hand intercepted it. A man emerged from behind, his finely cleaned black clothes and a hat protecting him from the cold, indicating his status. His horrid face might have made him pass for an orc, were it not for how impeccably clean he was. "Let me see," he said, inspecting the paper and frowning. "Picking up guests from Mirkwood?" He raised his eyes and looked at Bilbo, Aldril, and Toriel, who had her cloak on, covering her delicate features. Hypnotized by the slight glimpse of Toriel's refined features, he stepped closer to the boat. "Oh, someone is hiding under that hood. Please remove it," he said, reaching out to try and pull off her hood. "Don't touch her." A strong hand grabbed his thin arm, making him look at Aldril, who stared at him as if he were a worm. Aldril's amber eyes locked onto the man's, causing him to tremble. He pulled his hand back and took a step away. This gesture from Aldril made Toriel's heart race. A smile formed on her lips. It was the first time someone had defended her. She had been about to make a move against the man herself, but Aldril's interruption brought her great happiness. The guards behind the man went on alert, but Aldril's mere gaze made them freeze. It was as if a dangerous beast was watching them, and their subconscious warned them that making any move would mean their deaths. Bard saw this and smiled in satisfaction. He didn't like this man. He was a sycophant and extremely annoying. "What's wrong, Alfred?" Bard asked mockingly, seeing how the man named Alfred trembled in fear. Alfred, realizing he shouldn't mess with these people, cleared his throat. "Ahem, nothing's wrong. Excuse me if I made you uncomfortable, but—" "Aha," he interrupted himself as he noticed Bilbo, seizing an opportunity to cause trouble for Bard. He quickly pointed at Bilbo. "You've brought a dwarf with you, Bard. That's a serious offense, you know." "He's a hobbit, not a dwarf idiot," Aldril snapped, clearly annoyed by this fool. "Oh." General POV. An uncomfortable silence filled the air. Alfred couldn't find another reason to blame Bard, aside from the fact that the person Bard had brought along terrified him. Not only Alfred, but the rest of the guards who followed him felt the same way, clearly sensing the overwhelming strength that Aldril unconsciously exuded. "Ahem, in that case, I see no problem," Alfred said as he turned around, accidentally bumping into a barrel. Upon seeing the many barrels filled with fish, his previously dejected expression immediately brightened. He had finally found an excuse to incriminate Bard, or at least discredit him in front of the crowd that had begun to gather around them due to the argument. "Bard, what's going on with these fish? I seem to recall that you only have a boating license, not a fishing one, correct?" His mocking smile made Aldril want to punch him, but with so many people watching, he limited himself to just staring at him in silence. He didn't want to cause a scene. Besides, Bard could handle the situation without his intervention. With provocation, Alfred grabbed a fish and waved it in Bard's face. "You can't bring this fish in," he said before tossing it into the lake. "I bought that fish from the elves, Alfred. It's none of your concern," Bard replied, and it was true. Thanks to Thalwin's intervention and the blessing of the Vala Yavanna, the fish, fruits, and vegetables were of the highest quality. Bard, being well known to the elves, was allowed to trade the fish, along with wine. Had intended to share the fish with the other inhabitants of Lake Town, as they were going through tough times, and Bard, worried about the people, had spent part of his limited funds to buy the barrels. "It's none of my concern." "Of course it is. If I allow this illegal cargo through, it will upset the governor. So it is my concern, Bard." Alfred shouted, spitting with every word. "Throw this cargo into the lake." Bard's silence was interpreted as a victory, so Alfred, now full of energy, gave the order to dump the cargo. His moment of happiness didn't last long, however, as Aldril, fed up with Alfred, stepped forward and blocked the guard's path. The guards tensed, placing their hands on the hilts of their weapons. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," Aldril said, looking at the crowd and raising his voice. "The great King Thranduil knows about the famine you're all suffering through, which is why he allowed Bard to purchase this fresh fish for distribution. And this man plans to throw perfectly good, fresh, and delicious fish into the lake. It's a blatant sign of disrespect toward you all. It proves that they don't care about you." His words sparked a wildfire among the crowd, who, outraged by Alfred's behavior, began to shout and curse at him. "Are you an idiot? Damn you, Alfred. Alfred, you bastard. Do you and that fat, stupid governor want us to starve to death? Alfred, you idiot. Why don't you throw yourself into the lake instead?" The insults overwhelmed Alfred, and even the guards who had accompanied him looked at him with disbelief. Aldril's speech had swayed them, and unwilling to follow Alfred's order, they took a step back. Perhaps if the governor had been feeding them, they would have followed orders to the letter, but having such an incompetent leader made them lazy in their obedience. "That's a lie. The great elven King Thranduil wouldn't stoop so low as to give us food," Alfred exclaimed, panicking. His hunched body slumped even more under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd. "You're trying to cause trouble." "Yes, that's it. You must be Bard's friend, helping him deceive everyone. Arrest him." His orders fell on deaf ears. The guards simply stood by, watching. This left Alfred in a difficult position, and with no other options, he tried to slander Aldril in the hopes of convincing the crowd that he was lying. However, as if fate were against him, Toriel, with unmatched grace, lifted her hood, revealing her beauty and silencing the crowd. Her red hair and striking appearance reminded those present of Nerdanel, the wife of Fëanor. It was a rare grace that the humans were fortunate enough to witness. With elegant steps and a serious, cold demeanor, she surveyed the onlookers. Her magnetic voice delivered the words that would seal Alfred's downfall. "I am Toriel, captain of the guard of my father Thranduil's kingdom. If this is how you receive our support, I will have to speak with my father and reconsider doing business with Lake Town." "I deeply apologize, Your Excellency, Princess Toriel. Please forgive me." Alfred completely crumbled. He had heard of Toriel and her striking red hair, so he had no doubt of her identity. "It would be an honor for our town to have you as a guest," he said with his grotesque fake smile. Stepping back and climbing off the boat, he added, "You may go, Bard," through gritted teeth. Alfred didn't want to cause more trouble for himself or the governor. Just moments ago, he had insulted the elven princess by attempting to remove her hood, an action that could have cost him his life had it not been for Aldril's indirect intervention. "Wait," Aldril said, stopping Alfred as he started to leave. With a smile, he extended his hand. "You threw a fresh fish into the lake, so you need to pay for it. That'll be 5 silver coins." 5. Alfred stammered. Not wanting to create any more issues, he pulled 5 silver coins from his pocket and handed them to Aldril, who, quite pleased, pocketed them. Nodding, Bard steered the boat into Lake Town. "Thank you, Aldril. You sped up the process of getting in," Bard said with a smile. It had been quite a spectacle watching Alfred get put in his place. Glancing over at Toriel, Bard asked, "Are you really the princess of the Elven King's realm?" It was a reasonable doubt. Bard had thought she was merely helping Aldril with his bluff, but he was surprised when the elf looked at him emotionlessly and nodded. "Yes, I am," she replied, her cold and distant demeanor not surprising him. All elves were like that. But Bard noticed, albeit slightly, that with Aldril, this elf was a bit more expressive. Would that elf treat Sigrid the same way? Bard wondered. "By the way, Bard, who was that man with the stupid face?" Bilbo asked. Throughout the entire drama at the entrance, he had remained silent, and like Aldril, it was the first time he had ever felt the urge to punch someone. Alfred's face, after all, was one that anyone would want to hit. "Haha, yes, he does have a face that begs to be punched," Bard laughed heartily. Recomposing himself after his laughter, he continued, "His name is Alfred. He's the governor's secretary here in Lake Town, and as you can see, he's quite annoying." "So, is he always like that with you?" "Yes, he's been targeting me for a long time, and all the residents know it," Bard said casually. "It's been going on for so long that I don't even care anymore. However, be careful. He might respect Princess Toriel, but in his stupidity, he could target the two of you as well," he warned, giving Bilbo and Aldril a serious look. "Heh, no problem." The last person who targeted Aldril ended up with his head shoved up a troll's backside. "Remember that, Aldril? That orc who kept aiming at you with his arrows, and you grabbed his head and—" "Don't say it, Bilbo," Aldril interrupted, trying to suppress his laughter. A while ago, during a break, a group of orcs had attacked them along with a troll. One of the archers had relentlessly aimed at Aldril, annoying him to the point where he punched the orc and made quite the scene, one that still made the dwarves laugh to this day. Aldril had grabbed the orc's head and stuffed it into the fallen troll's rear end, after Gandalf had brought the creature down with his magic. Haha, a few muffled laughs could be heard from the barrels. Clearly, the dwarves were remembering that moment. "Keep it down, haha," Aldril said in a low voice, trying to control his laughter. Bilbo was also chuckling quietly, while Toriel raised an eyebrow at him. "I'll tell you later," he said. Shrugging, Toriel inspected the rundown houses they passed. The cold weather added a bleak contrast to the town, and the lake full of boats dimmed what little beauty the town possessed. As she surveyed the surroundings, a lock of blonde hair caught her attention. In the distance, a tall figure walked beside a smaller one. The tall figure wore a hood that concealed their features, but to Toriel, this figure was very familiar. "Isn't that Legolas?" she murmured softly. The other figure, feeling Toriel's gaze, immediately looked up, freezing in place as soon as they saw her. "Is that Toriel?" General POV, Legolas and Sigrid, a few hours earlier. "Keep the string tight and don't lose sight of your target," Legolas whispered to Sigrid as he helped her practice archery at her request. Sigrid could feel Legolas' strong body as he guided her arms to draw the bow. Instinct told her to lean into his sturdy chest, but reason reminded her it wasn't the right moment. So she resisted the urge, pulling the bowstring back with Legolas' help. She took a breath and focused on her makeshift target ahead. Sure's the arrow shot straight. Sigrid wasn't sure if it was Legolas' guidance or just luck, but the arrow hit the center of the improvised target made of clustered flowers. She raised her arms in victory. "Yay! We make a great team, Legolas!" she exclaimed joyfully. She spun around and, in a move that caught Legolas by surprise, gave him a tight hug, radiating her happiness and affection. Legolas hesitated for a few seconds before returning the hug. He caught the sweet fragrance of her hair, and as his arms wrapped around her delicate figure, he was careful not to hold her too tightly, afraid he might hurt her. "You did it, Sigrid." "We did it," he whispered, a radiant smile softening his usually stoic face. Every day they spent together, they grew closer, becoming more comfortable with physical affection, like hugs and kisses on the cheek. The moment was magical. Something urged them to continue, or they might regret it later. Following the impulse, Sigrid looked up, locking eyes with those mesmerizing blue eyes that stirred her emotions. Rising on her toes, she brought her lips closer to Legolas. He was stunned for a few seconds, but like her, he followed the impulse, their faces inching closer, ready to seal their affection with a kiss. Ting ting ting. Their moment was interrupted by the ringing of Lake Town's bell, signaling noon. Both snapped out of their trance, blushing from what had almost happened. Ahem, Sigrid stepped back, clearing her throat, her face lowered in embarrassment. "It's time for me to go. My father is about to arrive," she said, rushing to grab her basket full of fresh vegetables as she prepared to leave. Legolas stood there, watching her, unsure of what to do next. A gentle winter wind rustled Sigrid's hair, making it dance in the breeze, and something stirred within him at the beautiful sight. His mother's soft voice echoed in his mind, a memory of when she told him how she met his father. Flashback: a young Legolas sat on his mother Thalwyn's lap as she lovingly stroked his hair. "Mother, why is father so serious with me?" he asked, his voice tinged with sadness. Thalwyn chuckled softly and hugged her son with all her maternal love. "Your father has always been like that, dear," she replied. "Even with you?" "Yes, even with me, my child," she answered. "You see, sweetheart, your father shows his love in a very different way from mine. He's strict with you because he loves you and fears something might happen to you." A bright smile lit up young Legolas' face. "Hee hee, mother, how did you meet father?" he asked, his mood lifted by her words. With a nostalgic sigh, Thalwyn smiled, and it seemed to light up the garden they were in. "It's a long story, dear, but I can tell you that your father was rather boring. After all, your mother is known for being the most expressive elf in Middle-earth," she said, laughing softly. "It was a stark contrast to your father's usual stoic demeanor. Our relationship was like that for a while, until I got bored and decided to show him my love with a kiss at just the right moment," she continued, lost in the memory. "So remember, son, don't let the moment slip by, you might regret it later." Young Legolas nodded. "Okay, mother. But, what's a kiss?" he asked, curious. "Oh, you're too young to know that, my little one," she replied with a gentle laugh. End of flashback. "Don't let the moment slip by, you might regret it later," Legolas murmured, taking a deep breath. With determination, he quickly stepped toward Sigrid and gently took her by the arm. "Wait, Sigrid," he said. Sigrid turned around, her face still flushed with embarrassment. "What's goy?" Her words were cut off by an unexpected kiss from Legolas. Her eyes widened in surprise, but she didn't pull away. This was what she had longed for. Without hesitation, she returned the kiss. Present Sigrid walked cheerfully along the worn wooden streets of Lake Town. The gloomy atmosphere and the hunger that plagued the town could not dim her happiness. Normally, she would have worried about the city's current state, but not today. Today had been one of the happiest days of her life. She had finally expressed her feelings to Legolas, and they had been reciprocated. Glancing slightly over her shoulder, she noticed Legolas looking in a particular direction. Curious, she followed his gaze, only to widen her eyes in surprise. Her father was arriving with his boat, much earlier than usual. He typically took his time arguing with Alfred. Not wanting to get into trouble, she grabbed Legolas by the hand. "Come on, we need to hurry. I haven't prepared lunch yet," she said, quickening her pace, pulling a bewildered Legolas along with her. With Aldril and the others, the cold, somber atmosphere began to brighten with the arrival of Bard, who was well-loved by the surrounding community. After all, he always found a way to bring them food, a gesture they deeply appreciated. "Bard, how was your day today?" An elderly man called out from his window, greeting him with a warm smile. Bard smiled back. Good afternoon, Rice. Today was a good day. Bard. Good afternoon. A woman washing clothes by the lake waved at him, standing up immediately to greet him. Good afternoon, Rosie. Try not to get too wet. It's quite cold, and you could catch a cold, Bard responded with his characteristic friendly smile. Bard. Looks like you had a good day, added another woman, eyeing the barrels of fish that Bard carried. Today was a good day, Marjorie, he replied. As they moved through the town, more people warmly greeted Bard, and he responded with the same joy. Aldril wasn't particularly impressed. He had a sense of why Bard was so well received, but Bilbo, who was curious, didn't know. He approached Bard quietly and asked, Are you always welcomed like this every day? In good spirits, Bard looked at Bilbo and nodded. Yes. The people on the outskirts are often forgotten by the master of the town, so I take care of them. After all, it's my duty. Duty. Bilbo murmured, puzzled. He wanted to ask more, but he could read the room and knew it would be unwise to press further, so he remained silent. At that moment, Aldril approached Bard with a teasing expression. Let me guess, your governor is an obese, almost bald man, selfish, who wastes food and has no regard for you? Raising an eyebrow, Bard laughed heartily. Yes, you've described him perfectly. Are you sure you've never visited Lake Town before? His question was more of a playful jab than a real inquiry. As they laughed, they engaged in light conversation about Bard's usual activities. Bilbo, curious about Bard's way of life, shared details about how hobbits lived. Occasionally, Toriel chimed in with comments about the Shire, but she spent most of the time silently by Aldril's side. A few minutes later, the boat docked at a small pier where a young man, tasked with watching over the boats, waited. Upon seeing Bard dock, he quickly approached him with a cheerful greeting. Good afternoon, Bard. Want me to help you unload the barrels? He asked kindly, just like the others who held Bard in high regard. There's no need, Roise, Bard replied. He then kicked one of the fish barrels, causing it to tip over, revealing Nori, who quickly stood up. Ugh, now I smell like fish, Nori complained. Aldril grinned and kicked another barrel, from which a furious Gloin emerged. You bastard, you did that on purpose. Gloin grumbled, glaring angrily at Aldril. Bilbo, in his innocence, wanted to help, so he tipped over one of the barrels, only for a furious Dwalin to emerge. Bloody hell, this stinks, Dwalin growled as he stood up, glaring at Bilbo. Why didn't you warn me? I could have climbed out without being thrown. One by one, the dwarves emerged from their barrels, all grumbling and cursing the fish smell. Only Thorin and Balin were spared the indignity of being tossed out, as they were helped out of their barrels instead. Seeing this, the young boatkeeper raised an eyebrow at Bard, but Bard simply tossed him a silver coin. You didn't see anything, Royce. And help me distribute this fish to everyone, please. With that, Bard turned his attention to the dwarves, who were still complaining. Follow me, Bard said calmly. At the sight of Thorin following Bard, the rest of the dwarves reluctantly let go of their gripes and trailed behind, marching along like penguins following their mother. This sight made Aldril chuckle under his breath, catching the attention of Toriel. What is it? She asked, noticing his amusement. The dwarves look like little children following their father, Aldril said with a grin. Toriel glanced at the dwarves and, after a moment, let out a soft laugh herself. Now that you mention it, their small figures are rather funny, she agreed. The group moved through the various sections of Lake Town. The worn wooden bridges, which served as makeshift streets, creaked underfoot. It was almost a miracle that the houses they supported didn't collapse. The mist that hung over the town only added to the gloomy atmosphere of the dilapidated streets. At one intersection, a young man with dark hair and a medium build suddenly appeared from one of the shadowy alleys. He quickly approached Bard, his face filled with anxiety. Father, our house has been under watch since you left, he explained, panic clear in his voice. Thorin's face darkened upon hearing the news, clearly displeased by the growing number of obstacles they faced. Bard, however, merely smiled at his son and gently ruffled his dark hair. It's all right. Nothing will happen, he reassured him, seemingly unfazed by the constant surveillance he had grown used to. Knowing there was no way to sneak the dwarves into his home through the front door, Bard turned to Thorin. With his quick thinking, he had already devised a plan. I have an idea of how you can all enter without being seen, Bard said, a clever glint in his eyes. General POV. Alfred, it was not a good day for him. He had planned to cause trouble for Bard, as usual. After all, he needed to find an excuse to lock him up. Bard's prestige had increased over time, which was not a good sign for the Master, as his supporters had started to dwindle exponentially, putting his position at risk. As a good aide, Alfred had to stifle Bard's influence. Finding an excuse to make the people who clamored for Bard to govern lose faith in him should have been an easy task, if only he could find a flaw. After all, people's opinions usually shifted quickly once someone made a mistake. But today was not a good day. Bard had brought food for the city's inhabitants, and it was a large amount. At least the people would have a day of decent meals with the fish he provided. It was a feat that boosted his popularity, as the elves rarely sold their fish to humans. This accomplishment indirectly raised Bard's status in the eyes of the people. Adding to that, the princess of the Elven Kingdom had come with him, along with 2 other companions. One of them had made a fool of Alfred, leaving him to retreat as the clear loser. "Damn it, there must be something I can use against him," he muttered while biting his thumb in frustration. His frustration only grew when one of Bard's watchers came running up. Mr. Alfred, the man said, his voice breathless from running so hard. "What is it? Can't you see I'm busy?" Alfred barked irritably. His hunched figure and hideous face frightened the poor man, who quickly explained. "We saw Bard's daughter enter with a stranger." "I don't care," Alfred started to say, but the words got stuck. "Bard's daughter entered with a stranger," he murmured, repeating the information. A horrid grin spread across his deformed face. "That's music to my ears," he said with satisfaction. "Prepare the guards. We're going to Bard's house to arrest him," he ordered the man, who nodded and ran off to inform the others. "This time, I'll lock you up, Bard," he said to himself, the corners of his mouth lifting in a sinister smile. "With Aldril, and that's the plan," Bard whispered to the dwarves who had gathered around him like small children. The people nearby paid no attention to them, imagining that Bard was just telling the dwarves stories, as he often did. The dwarves' faces twisted in disgust at Bard's plan. He had explained that they could sneak in by swimming under the house and slipping through the toilet, allowing them to go unnoticed by Alfred's watchmen. "That plan is stupid," Gloin muttered with a scowl. The idea of coming up through someone's toilet disgusted him. "I'm not coming out of a damn toilet," Dwalin grumbled in refusal. He was still angry about being in a barrel full of fish, and now they wanted him to enter through a toilet? It was an absolutely ridiculous plan from his perspective. He wouldn't lower himself to that, unless Thorin ordered it. "Ugh, no way. That's gross," Nori vehemently objected. "Don't joke around. We may not be the cleanest, but we're not filthy enough to crawl through a toilet." "Come on, it'll be fun," Keely said with amusement. "I'm with Keely. It'll be a funny story to tell," Philly added. The dwarves' opinions started to shift. Some saw it as an experience worth sharing, while other races might never admit to such a thing. For dwarves, who often poked fun at their own experiences, it was something fun to recount in the future. Balin was the only one who didn't join the discussion. He remained by Thorin's side, watching him, waiting for his decision. Thorin stayed quiet, wearing a contemplative expression. He remained in that state for a few moments before nodding. They had already been through so much, and he didn't want to cause more problems. He lifted his gaze, and with his cold voice, he silenced the noisy dwarves. "Enough. We'll follow the plan," he said, much to the dismay of the opposing dwarves. "Hey Thorin, I don't want to do this," Dwalin approached in a low, humble voice, his head bowed, showing that he didn't want to upset Thorin. Thorin just shook his head and placed a hand on his shoulder. "We are close to home, Dwalin. Something this insignificant won't stop us," Thorin explained, causing Dwalin to look up. Thorin was right. They had overcome countless obstacles, and something so simple wouldn't prevent them from continuing their journey. Seeing Dwalin nod in agreement, Thorin smiled slightly, turned to Bard, and nodded resolutely. "We'll follow your plan." Leading them through various houses, Bard spotted his home in the distance. He stopped and turned to the dwarves. "From here you can swim," he pointed to a hidden corner. "You'll have to go under those 3 houses. Go straight, and you'll reach mine. You'll find the toilet entrance in the far right corner," he explained calmly. Having already identified Alfred's spies from afar, they were incredibly obvious. "All right, we'll be there," Thorin said as he approached the indicated corner, the other dwarves following without complaint. However, Gloin frowned when he saw that Aldril, Bilbo, and Toriel remained beside Bard. "Hey, why are you three just standing there?" he growled, drawing the attention of the other dwarves. "We don't need to go. They've already seen us," Aldril explained with a mocking smile, a grin that made a vein throb in Gloin's forehead. Outraged, he shouted, "That's not fair." "Quiet, guard." Thorin's cold command doused Gloin's fury. Feeling the resentful stares of some dwarves, Aldril looked at Bilbo and with a conspiratorial smile said, "Well, if Bilbo wants to join them, that's his choice. What do you say, Bilbo?" At that, the dwarves' attention shifted, now focused on Bilbo's response. He shook his head vehemently. No, they've seen me too, and if I disappear, it could lead to misunderstandings." His reasoning was valid for the rest of the dwarves. Aldril suppressed a smile, but his mischievous expression only deepened the resentment of the dwarves who opposed the plan. Gloin and Dwalin, the most dissatisfied, shot him irritated looks. "Let's not waste any more time," Thorin said calmly, seeing that the argument was going nowhere. At his command, the dwarves followed him. Keely and Philly turned to Aldril, smiling as they made mocking gestures at Gloin and Dwalin. One by one, the dwarves jumped into the water, swimming cautiously. Aldril watched them go, no longer able to hold back his laughter. Bilbo, equally amused, chuckled along with him. He glanced at Toriel, who had a playful smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. "In a few minutes, you'll see how dwarves are born," Aldril joked, making even Bard chuckle softly. "Well, it's time for us to move," Bard said, stifling his laughter as he gestured for them to follow. "Your boyfriend is so handsome, Sigrid," exclaimed Tilda, "and he has such beautiful hair." "Thank you for your kind words," Legolas responded with a radiant smile. He was courteous to Sigrid's sister. After all, he would treat the family of his beloved Sigrid with kindness. "It's getting late, and the food isn't ready yet," Sigrid muttered as she hurried to the kitchen, ignoring her sister's comment, who remained mesmerized by the elven beauty. While Sigrid rushed to prepare the meal and Legolas chatted with Tilda, the door to the house opened. Legolas quickly turned, surprise clear on his face as he saw the people standing behind Sigrid's father. "Toriel, what are you doing here?" General POV, Bard's house. Toriel, what are you doing here? Hearing the door open and Legolas's exclamation made Sigrid stop cooking. Curious, she peeked her head out, only to see her father at the door, looking at her beloved Legolas with a raised eyebrow. Behind him was an extremely beautiful red-haired elf, so beautiful that Sigrid felt her reddish hair illuminated their home. Next to the beautiful elf stood a very handsome young man with a cordial smile. His hair, black as the night, gave him a noble appearance, and his fine features made him pleasant to look at. If she hadn't noticed his ears, she would have thought she was in the presence of a high-ranking elf. To her eyes, the three of them made a perfect contrast. Legolas's platinum blonde hair resembled the first rays of the morning sun. The elf's soft reddish hair was like the sunset, and the man's shiny black hair was like the starry night, the culmination of the day. Without a doubt, it was a truly beautiful sight, and there was no question that their mere presence brightened the gloomy atmosphere that permeated Lake Town. She and her sister were witnesses to this beautiful event. "Legolas, when did you arrive?" Sigrid heard the beautiful elf say, whose name, according to Legolas's exclamation, was Toriel, a strange name to her, as she found most elvish names to be. "Do you two know each other?" she interjected, perhaps out of jealousy or something else. She wasn't sure, but she wanted to clarify the relationship Legolas had with Toriel. "Yes, she's my sister," Legolas responded calmly, making Sigrid's eyes widen in surprise. She quickly removed her apron, tossed it onto the table, and took a few steps forward, ignoring both Bard and her brother, who were watching her with raised eyebrows. "It's a pleasure to meet you," she said, extending her hand, which was reciprocated. However, she noticed a slight hesitation in Toriel's touch. She didn't smile as Sigrid had imagined, but Sigrid attributed it to the natural behavior of elves. After all, Legolas had told her that elves only opened up to trusted people and loved ones. "Likewise," Toriel responded curtly before falling silent. Sigrid wasn't bothered. She considered it a great achievement that an elf other than Legolas had returned her greeting. "Sigrid?" Bard asked, confused by his daughter's behavior. It was the first time she had ignored him in such a manner. "Sorry, Dad." Sigrid nervously turned around and apologized, realizing her mistake. It was inappropriate behavior, especially ignoring her father. "I'll prepare dinner, you can wait," she said quickly, running back to the kitchen, but not without grabbing her apron first. Sighing at his daughter's behavior, Bard turned to those following him and, with a smile, gestured for them to enter. "Come on in. Please excuse my daughter's behavior. She tends to get nervous around people she doesn't know," he explained as he stepped aside to let the others in. "No problem," Aldril said, unconcerned. It was very evident that Bard's daughter was nervous, particularly when Legolas addressed Toriel, though Aldril noted a small spark of jealousy. Still, the presence of Legolas in Bard's house, and Sigurd's jealousy, made him think there might be a close relationship between them. "Ah, young love," he heard Bilbo murmur as the hobbit cheerfully walked past Bard. It was a funny sight, in Aldril's opinion. "Have you seen many scenes like this?" Aldril asked the small hobbit, who looked up at him and nodded several times. "Yes, indeed. In Hobbiton, it's very common to see many young couples in love," Bilbo said as he walked toward the lit fireplace. Aldril hadn't noticed, but Lake Town tended to be very cold, especially since it was built on a lake. He could only imagine the suffering the dwarves were enduring in the near-freezing water. Toriel followed Aldril toward the fireplace, partly because she wanted to listen to what he was discussing with the hobbit, especially when he mentioned love. Perhaps she hadn't fallen in love with Aldril over the past few days, but she had grown fond of him, particularly due to his approachable nature. Who knows? Maybe, in time, she would understand what love truly meant. While they moved toward the fireplace, Bard and his son Bane watched the calm Legolas, who at some point stood and walked over to them. With elegance, he extended his hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Bard. Sigrid has spoken highly of you and how you've cared for the people here during their time of hunger," Legolas said in a polite and complimentary manner. "The pleasure is mine. I never imagined the elven prince of Mirkwood would be in my humble abode," Bard said with a teasing expression, already suspecting why Legolas, the elven prince, was in his home. "It may be humble, but it's filled with warmth," Legolas replied to Bard's comment. While the two of them were chatting, Aldril continued talking to Bilbo about Hobbiton and what their wedding celebrations were like. It was a peculiar topic that hadn't been explored much, so Aldril took the opportunity to soak in all the knowledge about these festivities. It was well known that hobbits celebrated in grand style, so both Aldril and Toriel paid close attention to every word Bilbo said. Usually, the whole town is invited. It's a celebration that lasts all night. Many times I've lost sleep because of their music," Bilbo explained with a nostalgic smile. He missed his home, and it was evident in the way he talked about Hobbiton and the Shire. "But nothing's more bothersome than my cousin, haha. She's always after the family fortune, particularly my mother's jewelry," Bilbo ranted about his cousin, veering off topic, only to be interrupted by the small voice of a child. "Excuse me, are all the people where you come from this small?" asked Tilda, Bard's youngest daughter, who was looking at Bilbo with curiosity. It was understandable. At her age, everything seemed fascinating. "Excuse me," Bilbo said, confused. He turned around and saw the little girl. Her faded blue dress showed the family's poor situation. Understanding that she was just a curious child, Bilbo patiently explained, "Yes, everyone in Hobbiton is small like me." "And why is that? Are you smaller than dwarves?" Tilda continued asking. "Well, we're small so we can be more agile, and yes, we're smaller than dwarves. You can tell us apart by our quick feet," Bilbo said with a laugh, amused by the girl's curiosity. Bilbo was known for being great with kids, always satisfying their curiosity. In fact, he was quite popular among the children of Hobbiton for his stories and the way he answered their questions. Because of his wealth and his kindness toward children, Bilbo had also earned much popularity among the women of Hobbiton. However, he focused more on his books and hadn't thought much about starting a family. Tilda nodded. She might have been small, but she understood everything Bilbo had said, a sign of her intelligence. Yet, as she was still a child, she tended to get distracted quickly. Noticing Toriel and Aldril, she approached them, looked at their hair, and exclaimed, "Your hair is such a pretty color. It's just as nice as Legolas's. Can I touch it?" she asked cheerfully, looking expectantly at Aldril, who smiled and nodded. "Sure," Aldril said as he crouched down to her height, allowing her to touch his silky hair. His kindness toward children made Toriel gaze at him dreamily. While Tilda stroked his hair, Aldril noticed the worn condition of her dress. Knowing that the people of Lake Town were going through hard times, he decided to help Bard's daughter, at least a little. With a flick of his hand, He pulled out 5 gold coins and a few more in silver from his storage ring. He had taken plenty from the troll's cave, so he didn't worry about those coins. "Here, tell your dad to buy you new dresses," Aldril said with a smile. Tilda instinctively reached out her hand. The amount of coins, which seemed a lot to her, made her eyes widen as she shook her head. She extended her hand to return the money to Aldril. "I'm sorry, sir, but I can't take your money." "It's too much," she said nervously. However, Aldril stood up, gently tousled her hair, and smiled. "You can keep it. It's a gift." "I'm a friend of your dad's, and I want to help," Aldril said as he leaned down slightly and whispered. "With that, you can also buy clothes for your brothers." This last part made Tilda think. If her father had invited these people into their home, it meant they were friends, so there shouldn't be a problem. She nodded and whispered back, "Thank you very much." Bilbo smiled at the interaction. Watching them reminded him that they still had some dwarves to collect, so he turned to Bard, who was talking with Legolas. "Excuse me for interrupting, Mr. Bard, but where is your bathroom?" Bilbo asked, making Bard look at him and recall their arrangement. "Right, it's downstairs," Bard responded, then glanced at his son. "Bane, guide the hobbit to the bathroom. We've got a delivery to take care of." Nodding, Bane prepared to lead Bilbo, but just as they were about to head down, a loud banging at the door silenced the conversations taking place. The door was being pounded on, and a voice outside shouted, "Bard, open up. You're under arrest." Recognizing the voice, both Aldril and Bard frowned. That annoying voice could only belong to the fool, Alfred. Bard exchanged a tacit understanding with Aldril, who promptly placed Tilda behind him. Legolas, understanding the situation, stood up and walked toward the kitchen, positioning himself to protect Sigrid, who was peeking out at the commotion by the door. Aldril glanced at Bilbo, who nodded and quietly followed Bane downstairs toward the bathroom. Though Bilbo didn't show it through his calm demeanor, after months of learning from Aldril, he had become capable of defending himself against at least 2 men at once. "Open the damned door, or we'll break it down," Alfred yelled from outside. He was eager to arrest Bard and finally rid himself of the thorn that had been bothering both him and the Master of Lake Town. After ensuring his children were safe, Bard walked over to the door and opened it, coming face to face with the most hideous sight he had ever seen. Maintaining his composure, he met Alfred's gaze. "What's the matter, Alfred?" "Don't play dumb, Bard. We know your daughter entered with a stranger who didn't register. That's a clear violation. You're under arrest and will be interrogated." Alfred spat as he shouted, his saliva spraying onto Bard's face, causing him to frown in disgust. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Bard replied, keeping his calm demeanor despite his disgust. "You heard me, Bard. Arrest him." Alfred, gloating at his long-awaited opportunity to bring Bard down, shot him a mocking grin. However, seeing Bard's calmness fueled his frustration from earlier that morning. In a cowardly act, he turned to the guards behind him. "Take his children too." This lit a fire in Bard, who stepped into the doorway, blocking it. "Don't be stupid, Alfred. Leave my children out of this." "Oh? So you're admitting a stranger entered with your daughter?" Alfred's grin grew wider. He finally had Bard in his grasp. Now, all he needed was an excuse to keep him locked up. But he could think of that later. He still wanted to humiliate Bard further. The commotion was drawing the attention of the townsfolk, who began to gather around, as Alfred had intentionally stirred up the scene. This was a tactic Alfred had often used with others who opposed the Master of Lake Town. Now, he hoped to tarnish Bard's reputation in front of the people who supported him. After all, public opinion could change quickly. At Alfred's question, Bard remained silent, which Alfred interpreted as acceptance. With a triumphant smile, he looked at the guards behind him, then barked, "What are you standing around for? Arrest him." The guards quickly moved past Alfred and grabbed Bard by both arms. Bard could only look at Alfred with indifference, swallowing the fury building inside him. Now that Bard was restrained, Alfred stepped inside the house, a victorious grin on his face. However, the moment he entered, he froze. Inside stood the elven princess and the human, but there was no sign of the hobbit. Aldril's indifferent gaze unnerved him, and in a meek voice, Alfred addressed the two who were standing guard over Bard's daughter. "Good afternoon. Apologies for the intrusion, but I need to take the girl. The girl is under my protection." I suggest you don't do anything foolish that you'll regret later, Aldril said firmly, while Toriel positioned herself behind Aldril, standing protectively beside Tilda, making it clear that she too was guarding the girl. Alfred needed no more words from Aldril. He decided to save himself the trouble of dealing with the imposing figure, who he might have mistaken for an orc if not for the fact that he lived in Lake Town. Besides, Toriel's cold demeanor toward anyone other than Aldril made her equally intimidating. "Oh, I understand. No problem," Alfred stammered. He wasn't stupid. He had noticed the small actions of the elven princess, who was shielding Bard's daughter. If he dared to take her by force, it could ignite a war with the elves of Mirkwood. A loud crack echoed from below, immediately catching Alfred's attention. With renewed vigor, he glanced towards the stairs leading to the lower level of Bard's house. "Follow me," he ordered, descending quickly. Upon reaching the lower floor, accompanied by 2 guards, Alfred spotted Bard's son Bane, staring towards the bathroom. Confident that the intruder his informant spoke of was hiding there, Alfred shoved Bane aside. "Hey, wait, you can't go in there." Bane protested. "Is it occupied?" Alfred asked with a mocking smile as he kicked the bathroom door open, only to be met with an unexpected sight: Bilbo, sitting on the toilet with his pants down. "How rude," Bilbo said, glaring at him in annoyance. "Could you let me finish?" "Ugh." Alfred grimaced, slamming the door shut in disgust. He hadn't found anything, and knowing that Bilbo was in the company of the man and the elf princess, he decided to leave him to his business. When Alfred returned upstairs, he was met with an even bigger shock: Bard was free. His confusion was immediate. "Why did you let him go, you idiots?" he barked at the guards by the door, who lowered their heads in silence. "It was because of me," came a melodious but irritated voice. Alfred turned to the source and froze in place. Standing before him was a tall elf with platinum blonde hair, holding Bard's daughter by the hand. "Ahem, excuse me, and who might you be?" Alfred stammered, trying to recover, but a sense of dread loomed over him. "I am Legolas, son of King Thranduil, and the one you're looking for," Legolas replied, his arrogance unmistakable. This lowly human had dared to barge into Sigrid's home, attempting to arrest her father without reason. Alfred felt the world collapse around him. His knees nearly buckled. He had gotten himself into deep trouble, never imagining that the stranger entering Bard's home was the elven prince himself. There was no doubt, Alfred recognized the name Legolas, as well as his distinct hair. "My apologies, Your Highness. I thought it was a stranger who had entered. But if I may ask, what brings you to Lake Town?" Alfred mustered the courage to inquire, knowing it was inappropriate but desperate to find a way out of the situation. "Do I need to explain why I've entered this poor, crumbling town?" Legolas responded coldly. "You should focus on feeding these starving people instead of asking stupid questions." "No, forgive me, Your Highness. I'll take my leave so as not to disturb you," Alfred replied meekly, quickly exiting Bard's house with the guards, who were just as shaken and covered in cold sweat. The quick departure of Alfred was met with mocking laughter from the townsfolk outside. Some had armed themselves in defense of Bard, but it seemed their intervention was no longer necessary. Inside Bard's home, the tense atmosphere quickly dissolved into laughter as Aldril, who had come down to check on Bilbo, couldn't contain himself. "Are you telling me you pretended to be, just to hide the dwarves? Ha ha." Aldril chuckled, thoroughly amused by Bilbo's strategy. "Curse you 2 bastards. Open up already," came a voice from below. "Hurry! We're freezing down here," more dwarves complained, their voices echoing from beneath the floor. Recovering from his laughter, Aldril gestured to Bilbo to lift the toilet lid and let the dwarves out. "Make a wish, Bane," Aldril said with a grin. "You're about to witness the birth of dwarves." General POV, Aldril. "You bastard, I heard you!" Gloin shouted from the privy. "Stop yelling in my ear," Bilbo complained, who was helping Gloin up. With a strong push, using all his strength, he managed to lift Gloin through the privy, while Dwalin from below supported him to reach the opening. After all, there was quite some height to overcome. The medieval drainage system was the one all the houses in Lake Town implemented. All waste ended up in the lake, which, surprisingly, remained clean. This was thanks to the wide variety of fish and algae that inhabited it and fed on the waste, keeping the water pure. Since the bathroom door was open, Aldril and Bane watched the scene with amusement. "Ugh, how disgusting." Gloin exclaimed with a grimace of disgust as he shook his wet beard. While doing so, he noticed Aldril's amused smile. Gloin pressed his lips together and, with a growl, pointed a finger at Aldril. "Not one damn word, Aldril," he threatened, his body trembling from both embarrassment and the cold. Aldril raised his arms in mock defeat, but his smile only grew more teasing. "I won't say a word," he promised. However, both of them knew it was a white lie. Of course, Aldril would tell his son Gimli all about the embarrassing situations his father had been through someday. "Hey, hurry up and help us. Hurry up, I'm freezing." Gloin. The dwarves' complaints were immediate. They had been in the lake long enough, and the lower half of their bodies was beginning to go numb. The cold temperature of the lake was no joke, and though their bodies were a bit more resilient than those of humans, allowing them to swim in such cold water for a time, they were running out of time. Aldril's words may have promised he wouldn't tell anyone about this, but Gloin knew better than anyone. "That bastard will surely tell everything," was his thought at that moment. But hearing his colleagues' complaints, he put the matter of Aldril aside for the moment. With a huff, he turned around and, alongside Bilbo, helped the other dwarves climb up. Although he wouldn't deny that it was an incredibly funny sight to see Dwalin's bald head poking through the privy, like a piece of dung rising up. Splash! A light slap echoed along with a laugh. Dwalin's face immediately furrowed in irritation and anger. "Nice ass, Dwalin," Philly teased, the culprit behind the slap. Being one of the youngest and most mischievous, he hadn't missed the chance to annoy the grumpiest dwarf. "You damned brat." Dwalin growled, glaring at Gloin and Bilbo. "And you too, not a word about this," he said, turning his gaze to Aldril and Bane. He could only swallow his frustration toward Aldril, who had his lips pressed together, struggling not to laugh. "Humph," Dwalin huffed as he was helped out of the privy by the others. Next, it was Balin's turn, followed by Thorin and the rest of the dwarves. The younger ones, being more resistant to the cold, were the last to get out. The group now stood, soaking wet and shivering. "Follow me. There's a fireplace upstairs where you can warm up," Bane said. Under the gaze of all the dwarves, he was the first to head up the stairs. What they didn't know was that, like Aldril, Bane was also struggling not to laugh. "Let's go," Thorin said, being the first to climb the stairs. The others followed him, except for Keely, who stayed behind, clutching his stomach. "I'll be right back," he told Philly. Philly, a bit concerned for his brother, asked, "Are you all right?" "No, I drank too much lake water, and I might have accidentally eaten a piece of crap," Keely muttered before running off to the bathroom to vomit. "What's that pretty boy doing here?" Gloin exclaimed when he saw Legolas in Bard's house. His shout reflected what many of the dwarves were thinking, including Thorin, who was looking at Legolas with obvious distaste. After all, that stupid elf had taken the elven sword Thorin had found in the troll's cave. His resentment only grew when he saw it sheathed on the elf's back. "Do I need permission to be here?" Legolas retorted with a disdainful smile. "The real question would be, what are you wet rats doing in this place?" he added, provoking the general disgust of the dwarves. "Legolas," Sigrid murmured softly as she took his hand. The gesture eased Legolas' discomfort, and ignoring the dwarves, he returned her smile. "It's okay," he whispered back to her. "Heh." Gloin's mocking smile appeared when he noticed that the young human, who seemed to be the boatman's daughter, was the pretty boy's partner. In his eyes, Legolas had shown submission. "Here, use these," Bard interrupted, stepping out of a room with loose clothing in his hands. "You can put your clothes by the fireplace to dry," he reminded them. "Thank you, boatman," Dwalin said, taking the clothes. This action surprised everyone, as those who knew his temper looked at him in confusion. "What?" he asked, frowning at their surprised looks. Realizing the reason, he explained, "The boatman has done much for us. Though we paid him, he could have turned us in, but he didn't. Also, he let us hide in his house." He clarified, earning Balin's approval, who nodded in agreement. Bard felt grateful for the dwarf's words. It was well known that dwarves were stubborn by nature, and for one of them to thank him was a surprise. Shaking his head with a smile, he pointed to the room at the back. "You can change there." Nodding, all the dwarves walked to Bard's room. Their short, soaked figures were an amusing sight to the onlookers, especially Legolas, who mockingly watched the dwarves' forms. "Do you need help with anything?" Aldril asked. Since the dwarves would be busy changing, he didn't want to seem ungrateful by doing nothing, so he offered to help. Yes, keep the dwarves and the elf prince from killing each other, Bard muttered with a half-smile, then turned to the kitchen to help his daughter prepare the dishes. They would have a large meal today, and with guests, more plates needed to be prepared. Wait, Aldril said, stopping him. Take this venison. I don't want the dwarves to finish off your food supply. As he spoke, he pulled a generous amount of venison from his storage ring, which they had obtained from Bjorn. Bard accepted it without hesitation. Thank you, he replied. He had heard of the dwarves' insatiable appetites and had planned to serve them small portions, but now he could use the venison to feed his children, who would enjoy a day without fish. As Bard headed to the kitchen, Aldril looked up. He noticed the black arrow, which was being used as a rack for some ingredients, and it struck him as a strange sight, an arrow capable of piercing the tough scales of a dragon, now reduced to a mere food holder. If any of the dwarves saw it, they would be outraged. How could one of their great creations be used to hang ingredients? Is that a dwarven crossbow? A nearby comment interrupted his reflection. Curious, he turned his gaze toward Thorin and Balin, who were observing a dwarven crossbow from afar. Dwarven crossbow. Toriel whispered beside him, also fixing her eyes on the tall tower of the bell tower, where the crossbow rested on the roof. Isn't it common to see them? Aldril asked, taking the opportunity to clarify his doubt. Thorin shook his head and looked away toward him. No, it's not common, he replied, his eyes lost in memories. The last ones my people made were destroyed by that dragon, he continued. The city of Dale had some that we gifted them, but the dragon destroyed them in his attack as well. That's true, Balin interrupted. When we left Erebor, the city of Dale was burning. In a melancholic tone, he continued his tale. It was the first place the dragon attacked, so it was natural for the crossbows to be destroyed. The dragon knew what it was doing, Thorin added. It was known that elven steel and the dwarves' black arrows were the only way to pierce a dragon's tough scales. That's why it attacked Dale first, Balin added. Girion, the king of Dale, gathered his men to defend the city, but it was useless. Sitting in the winged chair by the window, Balin's eyes unfocused, lost in memory. Girion used all the black arrows available, but it no longer matters, Thorin continued. If only he had been a better shot, things would have been different. In the corner of the room, Bard, who had been listening to the conversation from the window, suddenly stepped forward. Looking at Thorin Oakenshield with a smile, he commented, "You speak as if you lived through it yourself." "Because I was there," Thorin replied, his voice laden with memory. "I saw with my own eyes how their arrows missed." In that moment, he understood that Erebor was doomed. Despite their resistance, they could do nothing against the dragon's might. Then you must also know that Girion wounded the dragon in the abdomen, near the left wing. Bane interrupted, full of energy. He just needed one more arrow, and the dragon would have fallen. "That's just a legend, boy," Gloin responded from the fireplace. "If that were true, the adventurer Tindamil would have killed it." He threw a bit of cold water on Bane's enthusiasm. "That elf," Bard murmured, looking at his son and nodding. "It might just be a tale, son," he added, noticing the disappointment on Bane's face. "But it could also be the reason why that elf managed to drive it away." "Dinner's ready." Their conversation was interrupted by Sigrid, who cheerfully placed a venison stew along with plenty of fresh vegetables and fruits, as well as some glasses of water on the table. The sight of a table overflowing with food was unusual for this household, but was nonetheless welcome. Thorin, now dressed in loose-fitting clothes, looked at the dwarves. "Let's eat and hope our clothes dry before we leave," he said. "Leave your weapons by the fireplace." "Mirkwood Finduilas," Thalwyn exclaimed, embracing one of her old friends with great joy. "It's rare for you to visit. What brings you to my kingdom?" she asked curiously. "Thalwyn." Finduilas returned her embrace warmly. Both beauties were like two golden suns, the youngest of the Noldor alongside one of the few Vanir still dwelling in Middle-earth. Their presence brought harmony and brightness to the surroundings. "You can probably guess the reason for my visit." "The son of Turin," Thalwyn replied, her radiant smile still present as she guessed the purpose of Finduila's visit. "I fear to tell you that he has already departed. His inevitable confrontation with the dragon is about to take place. That's exactly why I rushed here. I can't leave him alone. I can't allow the son of Turin to fall." "I understand your reasons, Finduilas," Thalwyn said with a distant look. But Galadriel must have already informed you. The boy must face this trial without aid. Dol Guldur, you must hurry, Mithrandir. The dark shadows of Sauron are spreading toward Erebor, Galadriel said, her delicate voice conveying both power and wisdom. You must warn them of the danger. Breathing heavily, Gandalf nodded. I will depart at once, Lady Galadriel. He wasted no time, and with Radagast's help, he set off in haste toward Erebor. He had to warn them about the approaching orc army, and if possible, assist Aldril in defeating the dragon. Otherwise, it would be extremely dangerous if the dragon aided the orcs. Gazing toward Erebor on the horizon, Galadriel, her eyes slightly weary from her battle, softly murmured to the wind, May the blessing of the Vala be with you, Aldril. I hope you can survive the trial of your existence.
And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video, as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going, plus it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. See you in the next one.